Hello, everybody, and welcome to almost 3 months of hard work. The conclusion of all of that effort has brought us here, the ACL Fall 2024 Grand Finals. And what better way to end it off than with a civil war between our two teams here today, CCG Esports and CCG Glorp. My name is Quacks. I will be joined today by Sneezes on the analyst desk. We will be your duo for the pre-game analysis and for the draft. How are you doing today, Sneezes? We got a banger matchup here today, and I want to get your thoughts so far on what you think of these teams, the players, and what you think we might see going into the night.
I'm good. I think CCG has come on really strong. I've really liked their lower bracket run. They've really dismantled their opponents. I think they're playing both blue and red side really well, and we'll kind of get into what they're doing differently on blue and red. And then CCG Glorp has been riding high in the upper bracket. We haven't seen them in a little while. You know, I don't know if they're scrimming or not, but they've been kind of just coasting since their win over CCG earlier in the bracket. So, you know, CCG's grinded it out. Glorp has ridden high, and we'll see who comes to play today. I'm expecting 5 games.
Yep, but the plates have shifted just a little bit over the past few weeks. CCG Glorp, the roster you can see there up on your screen. We've got Zamudo, BBQ Chicken Alert, aka Vakin, Mini, Scary Jerry, and Zyko. A team thought to be basically unbeatable since the roster shuffle that happened, a few weeks into the regular season. Sneezes, this team essentially hadn't dropped a game. But most recently, they went up against Ole Miss in the upper bracket, and they were taken to 5 games. So the cracks started to form, and I'm really interested to see if CCG's main team, their opponents, of course, will be able to exploit some of those. And you got CCG Esports, that roster right up on your screen. You've got Crimson, you've got Kryra, aka Spider-Man, you've got Aojun, you've got Array, and you've got Trevor. So a lot of familiar names on this roster as well, and a lot of names that really made their stay in 2024. Kryra and Crimson in particular having a monumental career year this season.
Yeah, I know everyone's talking about Kryra Crimson, but I want to talk about Kryra Aojun. I think this has been the best mid-jungle duo in the playoffs. I've been saying all season on my co-stream that the game right now is mid-jungle, right?
Yes.
Cover your backs, cover your push-outs, gank, blow flash, punish the flash time. I think Kryra's played incredibly, and Aojun has looked like a superstar with Kryra in his back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Aojun, the pinnacle of having every single tool in the toolbox. This man, going off of playoff stats, has only really replicated a few champions in terms of, playing them twice. That is the Hui, the Aurora, and the Azir. Other than that, he has played other mages, such as things like the Aesol and the Swain, and he's even dived into some more aggressive picks, such as the Silas and the Zeri. So yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think Aojun has really been kind of the X factor that this team has had that has allowed them to be so successful. And with that cohesion that you mentioned with Kryra, this mid-jungle duo is absolutely insane. But I do also want to say the mid-jungle duo of CCG Glorp, I mean, they do have players like Zamudo, Scary Jerry, and Zyko, but they have kind of been unsung heroes in of themselves. They've played things like the Sejuani Yone that we might see in this series. They have been really good together. So that's a big kind of duo that I'm looking for both of these teams to really play around and for those drafts to reflect that play.
Yeah, I think both of these bot lanes have been really strong. Array has been dictating a lot of the swap timers that CCG's been doing, and they've been loading him up on plates and getting him 6 scrubs and letting him bang towers. I'm interested to see what the draft priorities here in Game 1 are, right? CCG Glorp is on blue side. I think they have to ban some of the Kryra comfort picks, right? We've seen a lot of Ivern bans on blue side. Yes. We've seen a good amount of Victor as a bot laner bans. CCG hasn't touched so much, but there's a lot of interesting champions floating around in the meta right now that really both these teams are kind of driving the meta picks.
Yep, absolutely. And then there's also some big bot lane picks like the Ashe that both Scary, Jerry, and Array are familiar with. Obviously, though, CCG Glorp are on the blue side, so the threat of a B1 Ashe is more for them. And so CCG are going to have to respect that and potentially ban it away. And yeah, I think a lot of these B1s or yeah, just these first phase bans are really going to be indicative as to where CCG actually want to play for, because we've seen these guys be super flexible in the past. You know, we obviously expect Array to be synonymous with things like the Ezreal. He plays things like the Ashe, these sort of weak side oriented AD carries, but then he can completely flip the script. He can go things like the Kalista. He can go things like the Jinx. He can play these more lane aggressive picks and really switch things up and make you kind of think on your toes, because you would normally think these guys would be playing around that mid lane, around that top lane. Those solo lanes really have been dominant in the regular season and the playoffs, but they themselves can also play some weak side champions. So these guys really are jacks of all trades. It's super difficult to ban these guys out. It's super difficult to see how these guys are going to be playing their game. And like I said, I think those first 3 bans are going to be indicative of what they're thinking going into game 1 of this series.
Yeah, we're still waiting on drafts to start, so I don't want to, give too much inside baseball here. But what I think these teams should look at in game 1 is getting a range advantage. It's so much easier to play in a neutral game state when you have a range advantage. And so that's why we've seen the Ashe. I wouldn't be surprised if game 1, we just see an Ashe Varus trade in the bot lane where, CCG Glorp B wants Ashe, and then CCG comes back and takes the Varus on the other side just to neutralize the range. But we'll see. We're kind of doing our song and dance, waiting for draft to get started. But these guys must be really, my pitch to these guys. Here we go. Yeah, you just got to complain and it starts, right?
Yep, it looks like we are starting on the draft. CCG Glorp, like I said, on the blue side, and
CCG, nice.
Yep, the Ambessa going to be the first ban taken away. I'm really excited to see how these guys play, because obviously you look at Zamudo, you look at Scary Jerry, you look at Zyko, and what an accomplished year 2024 has been for them, right? Not just in the sense of tier 3. They have been, at higher heights than a bunch of the players in this game, in this series. Just in general, they have, risen all the way as champions of tier 2 on Dragonsteel. And a lot of people were expecting them to really run away after that initial roster swap, saying, oh, 3 Dragonsteel players, we're basically dealing with a baby dragon right here in the ACL. It's time to pack it up. There's no way we can take these guys down. But Ole Miss almost did it, and CCG 3-0'd Ole Miss, right? So the cards that were previously stacked in CCG Glorp's favor almost unanimously now have been shuffled a little bit. There's kind of this aura around this series saying CCG have been looking super duper good lately. They had an upward swing specifically since those best of 5s, and CCG Glorp have shown, like I said earlier, a few cracks in that indestructible wall.
Yeah, I'm taking this as an Ashe V1. We'll see what this third ban comes in on CCGs, but it looks like we're getting that Ashe V1. Nice simple range in the bot lane, and high DPS option with lacking mobility, but is what it is. Here comes Skarner. Yeah. I mean, this should be Ashe V1, honestly.
It's probably going to be an Ashe. And I'm wondering if CCG, maybe wanting to keep that range advantage a bit more neutral and not as one-sided, could go for something like the Caitlyn. That has risen a little bit in priority for AD carries in the past, depending on what you pair it up with.
Caitlyn is a game 2, game 3 champion. Most teams are saving Caitlyn for when there's more off the board. Yeah. The Corki, okay.
Yep.
We saw this earlier in the season. We saw this earlier in the season. It kind of fell off. I'm not sure if there was a change or a buff or something, but Corki was really strong in summer, pretty strong in the beginning of fall, and now, coming back for CCG Glorp. Interesting.
Yep, so it is going to be an aggressive pick down there. Now CCG probably have a choice. They can respond with something like the Ezreal, or they can respond with something like the Ashe. Obviously, the Ezreal has been synonymous with Array, but yeah, they're just going to yoink up that Ashe along with the Yone. And I would expect CCG to just try and get some more powerful picks here on B2 and B3, because this Yone is a flex pick, right? We have known Crimson to play some more off-the-wall top laners in the past, things like the Olaf or his Pioneer picks. So there's a chance that this Yone actually does go to the top lane, and you don't want to show all your cards too early.
Yeah, and Aljun was also known as a Yone player. He's a Yone Silas player back in the day. I love the Jhin here. No tanks. Jhin is much stronger. I hate Jhin early in drafts because of the option with tanks, but really CCG Glorp can only go 1 or 2 tanks. Maybe Sejuani on R3 here to pair up with the Yone Ashe. Good CC combo, but let's see. I'm thinking this has to be blind jungle for CCG Glorp. Blind support is a little tough. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. Anticipating that CCG probably want to try and get some frontliner, because so far they don't have that. Yep, it's going to be the Rumble. Again, probably anticipating that that could be a Yone in the top lane. It's also just generally a good blind, if I'm not mistaken, right, Sneezes?
Yeah, I think there's niche picks. I would just be cautious against Crimson. He's been very good at punishing these picks, but Zamudo's Rumble is very good. He's really well known for Rumble, and I think they're going to find picks for him later in the game. It looks like we're getting Yon mid, Cassante top, and I really like this lock in. I think matching on red side as the counter pick in game 1 is the way to do it. They're going to get R5 support, and they're going to pick the strongest jungle available after double banning counters here, right? So if they want to play Vi, they're going to ban out early game junglers. If they want to play Sejuani, they're going to ban out scaling junglers.
Yep. And there are a few of those pocket picks. You know, you kind of mentioned the scaling junglers, and I think of things like the Lilia for Kryra, right? So obviously we're going to have to be wary of maybe that coming out at some point. And then there are other champions that Vakken can play. He has been very, you know, weak side oriented. He's played things like the Ivern, the Nocturne, the Sejuani that you mentioned earlier. So I don't expect to see much deviation from that going into game 1. I think if they have a kind of an ace up their sleeve, that they would try to save it until games 2, 3, and potentially beyond that. So we'll probably see just another comfort pick come out from the junglers for the time being. But yeah, the support is really where I think there is room to be speculative about what we're going to be dealing with here.
Red side has no incentive to ban supports because they're going to get R5. And so I think they're double banning jungler, and then CCG Glorp is just going to ban out Kryra pocket picks, right? We've already seen the Zac, the Ivern. I think it's going to be like one more pocket pick for Kryra, maybe the Lilia.
Could do the Lilia, could do the Nidalee as well. I mean, that was just out of nowhere, right? That came out of nowhere in the previous series against Ole Miss and absolutely put them in the dirt. So again, you've got these picks that are just completely in the shadows and so seldomly picked that no team really expects them. And who knows, maybe CCG Glorp can see what others cannot, and will take away some of those comfort bans. Or comfort picks. It is going to be the Lilia final ban. CCG still lacking that innate magic damage. They do have the Yone that is a little bit more mixed on the table, but they do want just a solid mage. And I think that's really where Aojun comes in. He's got essentially the pick of the litter here. We've seen very little attention, or rather, wait, no, it is the Yone.
It's got to be jungle. Yeah, it's got to be jungle. They're going to go Nidalee. Yeah. Magic, I think damage split isn't so much a concern because you see the lack of tanks on CCG Glorp. Oh, they want the jungle R5. Okay, so they really want the Kryra to get the matchup. I think blind Rel is fine. They're thinking there's not much synergy with Jhin that Rel really struggles into. It's probably going to be like Alistar, Nautilus, Renata, some of those things. So, here comes Ali. So I think this is just a trade. Like, CCG gives up a counter pick, but they're betting the chips on Kryra, and I really like that. So I think Glorp is going to feel the pressure to take something like Sejuani, and then they'll be struggling into a scaling counter pick. So I think this is the time to like pull out something interesting. You know, if the Nidalee was not up, I'd say look at the Maokai, because Maokai is really strong with Jhin, Rumble, even Corki. So, but they're probably just Sejuani, so they don't give. If you give Sejuani back to CCG, it's game over. So
it is tough. Maybe.
Volley.
Okay, Polybear. Wow. So a new pick here for Vakken. We haven't seen it before. I will eat my words. I thought we were going to see something like that, you know, further down the line in this series, but nope. CCG now, they have to decide. They need some magic damage. They're going against Alistar, Volibear. It's not the, you know, beefiest front line, but you need a little bit of damage split at the end of the day. They're hovering the Silas, and
I think it's going to be Nidalee, but
I think it's going to be Nidalee too. I feel like they don't really have a
Brand.
choice.
Okay, nice.
Brand.
Yeah. Brand good, Sejuani good. Like, any AP scaling champ is fine here because they should have 3 lanes of prio. Maybe Cassante lose a little bit of prio, but Ashrel is going to get prio into Jhin. Yone should get prio into Corki first couple levels. So I think this is fine for Brand to just full clear. Volley doesn't get any invade timers. It looks pretty nice for CCG. I'm leaning CCG game 1. I think the draft has been very strong.
I mean, if this brand is just allowed to free farm and really get the gold in the early game, and even those first spawn of grubs are something that I'm really looking for, not just to get for your team, but also to deny from champions like the Corki and the Volibear, just prevent that gold from really getting toward them. I think if you can allow the brand to scale on up, it's going to be very difficult for CCG Glorp to actually get toward that backline. They don't have that easy access. Really, the best they can hope for is some type of a Volibear flank into trying to get on top of the brand. But barring any of those surprises, I think CCG just simply win out in team fights and being able to prevent any of Glorp's members from getting onto that backline that does so much damage.
Yeah, Corki Rumble scale really hard, so it's possible they just have the damage later in the game, but yeah, I think Brand Yone with the Ashe Cassante Rel setup is just too much damage.
I think it's too much damage, and I just overall think that if you try to intersect it, Cassante can eject you out. Ashe can, you know, create space with her Enchanted Crystal Arrow or the, you know, amalgamation of slows that she has in her kit. Rel can do that as well. There's so many CC tools to just buy space for the backline to be able to get away and continue chucking out those damage dealing spells, like you said, Sneezes.
Now, we're kind of waiting for the game to start, but one thing I've been curious about, right, and CCG has done a really nice job on blue side. They've been swapping on the grubs timer and sending array top for grubs, where on red side, they're opting not to swap for grubs, drop at least the first grubs, and then stack dragons. So I'm curious if they're going to hold that up with their prio bot lane from Ashe. I'm curious if they're going to go for the dragon stack or if they're going to try to match and then play for the grubbies. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I actually kind of am more in favor for them playing with the dragons, right? Because you talked about that scaling advantage. Being able to not only get that for your team, but deny it from the other team, I think is going to be super duper important. The grubs are obviously going to be you know, efficient in the hands of a comp like CCG Glorp with how much damage they can just innately deal to the towers and how much gold they can get from them as well to be able to kind of get that stacking and snowballing up earlier in the game. But if you're going to third dragon, if you have that threat with champions like the Yone and the brand, it's going to be really, really dangerous and really, really difficult for CCG Glorp to force anything on you, so much so that they can turn the tide. I think at that point in the game, if you have two dragons, there should be no issue with you being able to control that bot side river, barring any miscalculations or bad fights.
Yeah, the only other caveat I have here is that Yone is really strong with grubs, so I'm wondering if they're just going to go for the grubs to get the Yone in the side lane, but we'll see.
They could go for like one or two. Don't necessarily need to overforce it to try and get all three. I think it is definitely going to be a game of just, you know, a little bit of patience. Don't overforce and look to go toward that late game. I think the late game is really where both of these comps shine. And so that is the part that I am excited for. But speaking of comps, we are going to go to a quick little pro comps ad while we wait for game number 1 of the ACL Fall 2024 Grand Finals to start. And then the illustrious Gordo and TDS will take it away. So we will see you guys on the other side. Have a great, great night and enjoy the ad.
Quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the League community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. ProComps stands out with features like custom champion pools, personalized tier lists, and live draft advice. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. They offer real-time champion ban recommendations. They already have over 200,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It is a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the panel below on our stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Champions League 2024 Fall Grand Finals between CCG Glorp and CCG, henceforth referred to as just Glorp and CCG. We're going to have to keep these teams separate. I'm Gordo. I'm joined by Quacks for game number 1. Quacks, you weren't gone for long, brother.
Nope, not at all. And the hype continues as Trevor is just looking to get aggressive here in game number 1. Both teams setting down some deep vision on the opposing team's Raptors. So jungle tracking going to be very important in this game, especially in the sense that, like we talked about, this brand wants to full clear uninterrupted, undisturbed, and unbesmirched. And so being able to track where Kryra will be certainly going to be beneficial if they want to make an aggressive play. But they clear out that ward, and now it's a bit of a question mark, but not for long.
So a lot of priority put towards making sure that Kryra is going to stay hidden over the course of his initial clear here, using that scanner, making sure that the vision's cleared out. There will be some replacement vision placed down on his blue side, so the man's going to be spotted eventually on this clear one way or the other, but will remain stealthy on the top side. Zamudo and Feynman going to have to keep their wits about them. It's Trevor going to face check here, going to find that knockback onto 2. A good start here for Array and Trevor's. They're aggressing on towards Scary Jerry. He's reloading, cannot return fire. Back in, and first blood to Array and Trevor on the level 1 jump.
And you cannot fight the Ashe and the Rel level 1. Ignite gets expended by Trevor. Double summoners used by the Rel, but a worth it trade at the end of the day. CCG come out swinging, Gordo.
Very well done by them. And we've praised Array and Trevor a lot. They've been a big force in the bottom lane for CCG throughout this season. But this should be their biggest challenge, and this is the second time they're facing them as well. Glorp was able to come out on top the first time around, but they draw first blood here and are taking the fight to Scary Jerry and Zyko. CCG back at full strength after having played with Sajed in their last playoffs match and still coming out on top of Ole Miss. So
for sure,
definitely an exciting setup for them as Trevor already getting out of the bot lane, looking to make his presence known in mid.
Yep, Trevor going for the roam. They push in the wave on bot lane, and immediately the action from the Rel continues. But Array really been kind of the terror in tier 3 for the latter half of the year, at least in those summer OQs in particular. He was called not just, you know, the best AD carry amongst all of those teams, but arguably the best player in both of those open qualifiers, really just being on a tear for those summer months. And Scary Jerry been on a tear and been the tyrant in tier 2, won the NACL, went to Brazil, had some dominating performances there. So the best bot laners in tier 3 and tier 2 meeting, and it seems like tier 3 is so far getting the better of them.
Yeah, maybe even soon to be best bot laner in tier 1, if you believe certain
that is true.
certain Pokemon rumors coming on out. So exciting clashing of all the different levels here today, and definitely a good vision for the future, as well as high stakes for this ACL in specific. But plenty on the line for this title alone, so it's all about the here and now. 3 members in the bottom side for CCG Glorp, fishing around to see if they can find Trevor and Array in an exposed position, but falling back underneath their turret. A guaranteed recall is secured for Scary Jerry and Zyko, and they'll be on their way back.
We're panning a lot toward the action on the top side of the map. It's looking like for the time being, it's just going to be kept at a 1v1 pace, because look at all the vision placed down by CCG on that top side. Vakin most likely going to be seen at some point or another. And the wave also not really in a position where the Volibear can influence it, but Kryra now on the reset is going to go toward those Krugs, so could have an opportunity to maybe look for something, and regardless of that ward, influence this matchup.
Yeah, Crimson getting a little roasted by Zumudo's rumble up in that top lane as well, finding that his health bar is getting relatively low and that he's at a bit of a CS deficit. 5 minutes, a big trade onto Aojun though. Getting the health bar low, keeping the Yone at bay. He might have to expend the teleport here before too long, as Vakin coming around to threaten will spot Trevor on the roam. So getting more and more information into the minds of the CCG Glorp squad and letting them know just how favored they are in the mid lane right now.
And it's 2v3 up toward these Raptors. Aojun is teleporting and will be building up his Q charges, so we'll have a decent amount of threat once those are stacked up, and it's going to be enough for Glorp to back on away. And like we talked about in the draft, Gordo, a lot of attention is going to be paid to making sure this brand isn't going to have an easy early game, isn't just going to be allowed to full clear his jungle. They fail for the time being in preventing him from taking those chickens, but they will definitely try again.
Yeah, going to be making multiple roams towards here. Good amount of respect shown by CCG there, though. Zumudo was at risk of roaming down, so they don't try to push for too aggressive of a fight. We've seen a lot of these top-tier teams in the ACL get bitten by getting over-aggressive, getting overconfident in their ability to mechanically outplay, and then when they start facing off up against some of the other big dogs, they are at risk of overexerting themselves, overextending, and giving away some of these leads. Both these teams, though, been very disciplined, very solid, especially in this particular early game. Nobody overstepping their bounds, other than, of course, Scary Jerry there at the level 1, maybe, to give that earliest of leads to Array. But already that lead is starting to evaporate here. It's a very minor CS lead to Jerry and a much more significant CS lead to Zumudo.
Yeah, the CS definitely making the difference so far in the early game, like you talked about. The kill in that level 1 bot lane not really mattering, and the grubs also going to be dead, or rather the objectives going to be dead even 6.5 minutes in. Vakin gets the grubs and Kryra gets the dragon. And we talked about how important the late game is going to be, how much of a scaling threat both of these teams are going to be, and so getting those early drakes going to be really important later down the line. But the grubs also nothing to scoff at. So I am wondering how CCG Esports are going to play the next few minutes, maybe try to get some gold or some plates into the hands of Zumudo, who has really been the dominating factor here on the top side. Like you said, roasting Crimson over and over. If they can maybe try to look for a kill onto the Cassante, or at the very least bully him away from his tower and give some of those plates over to the Rumble, they can really make efficient use of that objective and give one of their win cons an easy outing once this late game starts to roll around.
Definitely. Scary Jerry notably 6 in this fight, while Array is still 5. And he's going to open up with the curtain call, starting to fire away towards Trevor. He's going to be able to dodge one with that crash down. That fourth shot would do a boatload of damage. Trevor does manage to evade it. Even
Vakin has 6.
Dismounted form. And as you say, Vakin does have 6, so it is a big risk for Aljun to stick around in that mid lane. He's going to have to pay some respects. Does manage to clear out the wave, so not going to lose out on too much. And Kryra is in the area to back him up if a dive does occur. So disengaged from Vakin, now making his way down towards the bottom lane. He is level 6 with that Stormbringer.
But now Array has the level 6. Trevor has the Ignite, so they have plenty of tools they can use to, if not get away from the play, maybe just try to turn it on its head. As Array gonna fire out an ultimate just to cancel the recall of a Jerry. This will allow them to push, or rather just, I would say, straight up reset or push the next wave and potentially deny some experience away from the Jhin. So it's a bit of a Hail Mary ultimate coming out there from the Ashe, but it is an efficient one and just denying more resources over to Scary Jerry.
The rare tempo Ashe ult that just does it to delay Scary Jerry coming back to lane a little bit. We'll give them a good recall timer here. Means that Jerry is now halfway back to lane rather than already here eating this wave, and it'll give them the time to walk back without losing out on too much. Already halfway back up, so it doesn't look like the use of the ultimate is going to end up having any lasting impact. It's not going to cost them any opportunities. It's not going to result in any kills. Oh, and a nice shuffle back here, found by Crimson, trying to get Zamudo underneath the turret. Ultimate going to come on down from both parties. Equalizer burns through the wave and burns through Crimson's health bar at the same time. Both will disengage. Crimson, though, with a nice little moment there to get the Rumble low.
Back and now spotted by 4.
Oh, that's a flash engage. Vakin dodges everything, though.
Wow.
Refuses to be CC'd, breaks his way out in a dire situation. And CCG, they just can't make the pick happen.
And CCG, I mean, they don't get the kill, but they do get the flash and the ultimate off of the volley bear. And, you know, we're staring down a little less than a minute until those grubs. So it will give CCG potentially an opportunity to look for that pick yet again up toward this topside river. But so far, the priority for CCG just has not been there. They're going to have to rotate their bot lane to get a numbers advantage and help get push in this mid lane, because as it stands, the solo lanes have really been dominating by Glorp.
Really good stuff from them so far here, and really good mechanical play there by Vakin. You know, these 5 Mini and Vakin, they're not the members of the Dragonsteel roster, so they kind of fall by the wayside on this team, but their play this split, this tournament, has just been exceptional. I really do think they kind of get the short end of the stick for playing with such a great top laner and bot lane duo. But they have individually performed very, very well and have not been overshadowed in the slightest. Really looking forward to seeing, especially against Kryra. Solid, but Zyko trying to force the play, doesn't land the CC. He's burning down to the brand passive. Has the unbreakable will to try to stay standing. There's a TP channel, and Crimson going to flash forward. Zyko going to be able to flash back away in turn. Curtain call opened up, takes Trevor low, but Trevor able to put 3 men between him and these bullets. Crimson going to take the last one slowed up, taking some rockets from 5 Mini as well. Trevor waiting around on the side to see if he has a moment to get this fight started. Array is coming on in. That's a double knockup from Aljun, and the grouped up CCG roster are being put at bay, but they want these grubs. They don't want to give over the combo for free. Trevor diving in, locks down Scary Jerry, brand damage over the wall, not going to be enough, and Trevor is the only victim to fall in the fight so far. That was the equalizer already blown, but the health bars are low. Aljun, Jerry, it takes him down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and now Zyko has returned from the down throw, getting back involved. It's Crimson in too deep, taken down for a double kill by Zamudo, and it's Array who's up too far after. Glorp cleans house, and they'll walk away with all 6 grubs.
And CCG Glorp capitalizing off of the aggression from Trevor. They see a target, they see an opportunity to re-engage the fight. The battle lines were drawn. It was just a matter of who was going to overstep them. And they are the ones that not only, like you said, Gordo, clean house, but they also get those grubs. So it's 6 in the hands of Glorp for the time being. Now, though, the Dragon has spawned. The respawn members probably going to make their way down toward that bonsai river. And yeah, let's get a replay here yet again. It's so much damage from both of these teams. 5 Mini just laying down the hurt over and over. Then the Scary Jerry ultimate gets popped. He doesn't kill anyone, but just look at the chunk damage coming out here from the Jhin. from the Rumble. It's enough to chunk one of their only frontliners down here in this fight, Gordo, and from there, they didn't really have anyone to protect them.
Freaking out again, though. It's Zyko who's the one caught out once again. Again, he pops the Unbreakable Will, but again, he will drop. Kryra gonna be the one who claims that credit, and CCG, they take down the Alistair. They buy themselves the space.
And I just now noticed we're only 13 minutes into this game, Gordo, and Scary Jerry already with a 2-level advantage over Array, level 9 to level 7. This Jhin has collector advantage as well, so big item difference between the 80 carries. And I think because of that, as well as the priority they're able to get from pushing in this mid lane wave and bot lane wave, they should just be able to float down toward the dragon and really make this bot side river their own.
Definitely should here. Vagan just walking on down, trying to force Crimson off this wave, guarantee some plates to 5 mini. We'll get a decent chunk onto him, but he is still plenty tanky. Even as a full magic resist, Cassante can still shrug off these two for a period of time. Here's the behind flank from Zyko, though, going to punt Crimson back underneath his own turret. Trevor's though, maybe getting a little too aggressive here, stepping in to try to back up his top laner, but now he's caught out. He's got no turret, and Vakin will take him down.
Vakin getting the kill credit. They are going to just clear out some vision. 5 mini getting so many plates here on the bot side, but here we have a teleport. Could they find the Corki? He has flash.
It's Aojun from behind trying to lock down 5 mini. We'll be able to get him after the flash, and that should be a cleanup coming on through. Does get that last auto attack with the soul unbound, and now Vakin going to be the next focus. Goes to the Stormbringer to try to stay standing, but he just gets cut down. More than enough for the side of CCG as they just take on all comers. A third one into the meat grinder in the form of Zyko, and CCG win out 3-0.
And CCG Glorp fall like dominoes there. The solo laners of CCG managed to put on a mechanical show, getting 3 down in the process, as well as the second dragon. Beautiful teleport coming out there from Aojun, getting that fate sealed regardless of the flash from 5 mini, and then Crimson cancels the engage from a Zyko. The headbutt pulverized combo not able to land on its feet there. And now it's a 3-1 Yone, 2 dragons. We talked about the late game win condition being important, Gordo, and so far it really is just a war of can CCG Glorp make the most use out of these grubs, or will CCG manage to hold fast on time for that third dragon, where they will ride that late game train to a potential game 1 victory?
Yeah, recent occurrences aside, it is still a solid 2K goal for CCG, and 5 mini just spotted Aojun. Zyko coming to lead the charge for this dive, flashes in, punts him into the wall. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not save him, and the shutdown to 5 mini. Huge injection of gold into that Corki. Trevor's chunked out as well, and this turret is not long for the world. CCG Glorp continuing to control the map.
And just like that, they wrestle back control of the bot side, Gordo. Bit of an unfortunate death there from Aojun, getting found by the phosphorus bomb. But it does allow them to get that kill. It does allow them to get that bot lane tower. Now they're going to float up toward mid lane and continue controlling space around this side of the map, which they need to do in the next 3.5 minutes. So that way it's hard for CCG to walk up and get these next few dragons, because when they get soul point, Glorp are a little bit on a timer. If they can prevent that from happening and just lay down, you know, some deep vision, get some eyes on where CCG will be around that bot side, they can set themselves up nicely to bite back that late game advantage for themselves.
That is definitely what they need here. Scary Jerry on wave clear duty, not looking too hot as he's going to have to reload. It's going to take him a while, and they're already going to be making moves on towards this Rift Herald. CCG going to try to punish as they come on in. Zyko going to be able to absorb a fair bit of the damage. Vakin going to fend them off on the side. Yep. CCG, they don't lose any health bars, but you can see how much they have to respect CCG. It's going to be Zyko coming on in, stunned on up, and Vakin going into the back line, trying to fight up against Kryra. The ultimate comes on across, and look at the burn damage from Zamudo. Forces out Kryra all on his own, and one more shot from Scary Jerry nearly puts him in the dirt. CCG, low on health, forced away from the Herald, and Glorp just control it all they need.
Yeah, I mean, Kryra felt the air whiz past the side of his face on that one. It's super duper close. Scary Jerry almost gets that kill, just narrowly misses out on that final bullet. But they scare off the brand. Mission accomplished nonetheless, and they will set their sights onto the Herald, continuing their escapades in the top side.
Crimson brawling with Zamudo here, knocks him back in, going to flash forward to stay on top of him with the Ntofo strikes, and wants to be able to finish off this mech. There's the ultimate from Aoju, and they decide they're done playing around. They need to take the top laner off of the map, and they do so. Meanwhile, though, Vakin has secured the Herald. Will be able to regroup with the rest of the team with it, but look at this attack from multiple angles. CCG approaching on the flank. Scary Jerry, and just to evade the stun, but Crimson is looking to collapse that gap. Psycho going to hold Crimson down underneath the turret.
He's taking tower aggro.
Amping up the damage. Shut down to Scary Jerry, and Crimson, a major error there, tanks way too soon and loses it all.
Yeah, I mean, CCG probably wanted to look for a play and at least get a kill because they knew FiMini was getting free resources on the top side of the map and allowing this Corki to just free farm. They've got to do something in the mid lane, so they go for a mid lane dive, but it goes awry. Crimson tanks the aggro. They mismanage their spells, and it is just another advantage for the side of Glorp. More than one, I would argue, because FiMini was just straight up power farming on that top side. This Corki has gotten so many advantages over the past few minutes with that shutdown onto Aojun a few minutes ago, and all the CS it has gotten on the side lane. FiMini is really setting himself up to be a huge late game threat, and ahead of 30 seconds in the Dragon, you need those, Gordo.
Definitely. You're going to need a threat in the late game period here, as Scary Jerry's on the Jhin. He's not going to be that big late game carry that you expect from your marksman position. FiMini going to have to be fulfilling that role. Scary Jerry in a little bit more of a utility role. As here's a TP coming in. It's Aojun to challenge on the wave. It's going to be responded to by FiMini, who is also coming in here to fight on that same wave. Vakin going to be the target engaged onto, though. Gets chunked to about half. Crimson going to be able to hold down Zyko and force out his
they found Array.
Lockdown finds Array. He has to flash back away, already low on health, and Aojun burns down while punted right back into the equalizer. CCG Glorp make their pick again. Array on a blinking health bar, going to nearly be sniped away by the deadly flourish, and Glorp controls the river. They control the dragon.
They're limping a little bit, but they've got the man advantage, and CCG aren't in any position to contest for this dragon, so they stop the stack. Glorp get a pick, and they transition it immediately to the bot side of the map. They get the mid lane turret as well, Gordo, so the bot side, that, you know, blue side jungle for CCG, now going to really start to be owned by the side of a Glorp. They'll push in with Zyko and Vakin, get some deep vision, and punish any members of CCG for walking in what is now their territory.
Absolutely. Oh, going to still be a standoff for this mid lane prio. The standing up outer turret for CCG Glorp still going to make it really difficult for CCG to get in behind their lines, try to find the ways to be able to get fights started. And it's been CCG Glorp using that push in mid lane to just rotate around, contest these objectives, take the fights that they want, set up the traps that they need, and stay on top of the scoreboard. A 4.5K gold lead to them at this stage. Baron up and available, probably not going to be a huge priority for now, especially with this composition, but stopping the dragon stacking a victory in and of itself.
Yeah. CCG, I mean, really, they're just going to have to try and get some item advantages for themselves. They still have, you know, plenty of late game threats. Kryra has a gold bounty and 2 items on this brand, so is very strong at the current point in this game. Aojun as well on the Yone has had his fair share of action, but also has those 2 items. So they still have an opportunity to get that 4th dragon and their 3rd one. But when you're staring down Scary Jerry, who now has, you know, 2 items on the Jhin, and he's Scary frickin' Jerry as well, you do have to kind of wonder, will they be able to wrestle this control back?
And it is a 2-item power spike for Kryra as well. This is where Brand's at his strongest, with the Leandries plus Rylai's. It's just an obnoxious combo. Gonna keep you slowed for forever. Gonna really be leaning into those slows between the Ashe and the Brand, and it's really gonna set up for Aojun and Crimson to do whatever they want on their super mobile characters. But the gold deficit's still what to look at, and Aojun getting engaged on, definitely not the start that you want. He's going to dash back away, trying to take the Fate Sealed on through. Kryra's already burned, so Bruno flashes in and torches the CCG roster. Glorp running away with the team fight. Already 4 down. It's a flashback away. Crimson cannot hunt down Jerry. A 5-for-0 clean ace to Glorp.
And Zamudo, finals MVP in the NACL. He roasts CCG alive, and now he's turned his sights onto the Baron. 23 minutes into the game, and Glorp are looking to get started here in this series with a win. And look at Vakin at first. He creates the space, and then a beautiful Stormbringer just completely hurting all of CCG in one area and allowing for those damage dealers in Zamudo, in Femini to get off their combinations, to get off their spells and their autos. But Zamudo, the big breadwinner of the fight, a triple kill for the Rumble, a Baron for all 5 members. In this late game, dare I say, Gordo, it is firmly in their grasp.
Definitely feeling that way here, Quacks, as they find themselves significantly ahead. And with so much control coming into this later stage of the game, they're going to look to move in through the bottom lane as their first victim here. Vakin going to get jumped as he tries to approach, but he's already so tanky, and it's just a fight getting started. Trevor with a big flank, going to be able to lock down Zyko, and now on to Scary Jerry, burning down to the Brand damage. Femini as well, and CCG, they're not out of this yet. They stand and fight, and they claim a 3-for-0.
Yup, they bite right back. Sneezes is a prophet. He said the moment we saw a Magnet Storm and a Pyroclasm from Kryra and Trevor, they would be able to win out in the fight. And Gold Lead be damned. 8,000 in the favor of Glorp, be damned. They get 3 kills for themselves, Gordo, and they bite back in this game, like you said. Dragon, though, going to be spawning in 40 seconds. CCG getting those 3 kills will allow them to get resets, some gold, and some prio that Glorp are going to have to try and bite back from and push in their favor, expend a lot of time and resources in order to do that. But I mean, we still have to look at the gold difference, right? It is still very in favor of CCG Glorp, and going into this Dragon fight, I don't think 3 kills are going to change it. So if CCG want to contest this, they've got to play it smart.
3 members coming in from the bottom side. Vakin going to lead the charge towards Crimson. That's not the target you want to get started onto. CCG still down 7k though. Really need to be able to find a perfect angle to get this fight started if they want to be able to get out on top. Vakin and Zyko doing a great job of frontlining for the rest of the squad, fending off any attempt to get into the river from CCG. And now the Dragon is here. The timer's expired, and it's challenge now or challenge not at all. Glorp will be able to claim the Lizard, but it will be in trade for that mid lane turret. CCG finally crack it open.
CCG finding an advantage of their own, and smart not to go for the contest there, right? It is only the second Dragon from Glorp. Their ultimates were just coming off of cooldown as well, so they didn't have those big game-winning spells, or rather team-fight-winning spells that they could have used to sway that bot-side river fight. So they live to fight another day. They get that mid lane tower, but CCG responding aptly by going straight toward the bot lane and claiming one for themselves. Those 6 grubs really make it difficult to deny the sieging of this comp from Glorp.
Inner turret greater than outer turret. That's some quick math for you right there, Quacks. And CCG find themselves on the wrong side of the equation. Zamudo still coming in on the flank here. Not with a target that he can melt down quickly, but even the damage on a Crimson just stacks up so quickly. And now Aojun going to show what happens when a squishier target gets hit by it. He's already down to half as the siege is continuing on towards the inhibitor turret. Zyko cannot be moved. Vakin going to be the target they're onto. They get that shutdown, and Trevor with a massive engage, but no follow-up will be taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The support gone. Crimson low on health, and CCG still scrambling to find a way to keep this defense defense going as Glorp, they're not slowing down.
Bit of unfortunate timing there for the support of CCG, but they managed to get a pick for themselves. They deny a frontliner from Glorp for the time being.
Oh, Aojun diving forward, can't find a target with the fate sealed, and he is just going to drop. Pyroclasm bouncing across the team, gets the health bars low, and will be enough to force Glorp to retreat, but they got themselves 2 more kills, even if they couldn't finish the turret.
2 kills at a tower as well, right? The inner turret still going to be claimed by them on the bot side of the map. But really good snap decision making from CCG, all things considered. They found Vakin out of place, out of position. The volley bear was away from his team, and they immediately go on toward him. The damage is enough, and they find themselves a pick. And a little bit unfortunate there by Trevor. He found a huge magnet storm. If that had happened a couple of seconds later, when CCG were able to kind of recoup their spells and get them off of cooldown and go for an engage off of that big ultimate from the Rel, then I think we could have seen a very different story. And CCG potentially mounting a comeback, but just a little bit of unfortunate timing. But nonetheless, a 1-for-1 jungle for support, definitely favoring CCG.
Absolutely agree with you there, Quacks. And turret slivers notwithstanding, it's still Glorp coming out on top of the trade. CCG's victories are in getting to survive, and Trevor not going to have that victory for much longer. Locked down by 3, TP being channeled. Glorp are going to take this fight, and CCG want a challenge for it, and they actually managed to get Phi Mini. That's a really good trade for the red side, and the red side of this red versus green matchup going to be able to get themselves mid laner off the map for 40 seconds here. The Baron's going to spawn well before 5 Mini's back.
You can also see that Aojun pushing in the top lane will be able to get himself some prio and finally snip down the last few bars of health that turret had. So some gold going into the Yone, some priority on the top side going in favor of CCG. But they aren't really able to get much more vision. They aren't able to control that river, not without Crimson, their big frontliner, around to, kind of escort them toward that area of the map. And as a result, it is still topside river control for Glorp, despite losing a member and a tower.
Psycho keeping that vision rock solid on towards the Baron buff, making sure that CCG do not get sight of the purple worm and have to make risky maneuvers to try to get up here, get that vision, make sure that Glorp is not sneaking it. You'd see that pressure starting to mount, that stress starting to get into their heads as CCG can't be 100% sure if it's being worked on or not. They're going to pull the trigger onto Zyko, and that will force Unbreakable Will. You can step back away now and be confident that the Alistar will be substantially less tanky for the rest of this Baron dance, but look at all the damage Trevor's taking.
The damage from Zamudo
follows him out. Aojun now stuck on top of the equalizer, and Vakin sees a chance to pull the trigger, jumping forward onto Array, who has to flash away from a deadly flourish, but Crimson takes the fight further, dives forward onto Vakin, but will fall for it. Phi Mini able to cut him down, and it's a 4 versus 3 as Glorp look to continue on. They cannot find anybody else to start onto, but they know this dragon's up in 15 seconds, and they're gonna be there as the timer expires.
You were talking about math earlier here, Gordo, but Zamudo says, screw the math, there are no real solutions!
Jerry flashes in, solo kill, takes down Array, knows that he's low from earlier, knows that he's flashless from the dodge onto the deadly flourish, and that is AD carried down and map control to Glorp.
The Baron also up, 30-second death timer here for the side of Array. So I imagine they'll probably look to go for some resets here. Yeah, Zamudo's going to go back and buy what I believe will probably be a Void Staff. I could also see a Crit Bloom happening, either or. Yeah, it's going to be the Void Staff. Now he's really going to start to melt through squishies and tanks alike. We saw how much damage he did to Trevor in that exchange, completely soloing out the Rel in that fight, flipping that play on its head. It's going to be more of the same now. It's going to be completely impossible to deny this Rumble his damage from here on out. You've got to look for Zamudo. You've got to look to single him out, but he's singling you out.
Yeah, it's Psycho again, pulling the trigger, setting up for Zamudo, and letting him torch the CCG lineup. Trevor falls, not able to push a button, not able to move a muscle. and Glorp now have their 5v4, and they're going to start off the Baron with it. Control ward here means that nobody can see what's going on except for Vac and hit the ward, so they do know it's happening now, but what can they do? 4 versus 5. Crimson so far away is the only frontliner. It's going to be a pick on Zyko to start things off, but that equalizer draws a line in the sand that CCG cannot cross. Array falls down, Aljun is low, and Glorp just win out on the fight yet again. They'll be getting right back onto that Baron before long, but they want to see what else they can clean up. Kryra, the next one on the menu. Mini nearly finishes him off, and he's able to flash to safety. Mini now low, has to pay his respects. Aljun found on the side, and this is a multi-pronged fight. It's getting a little bit chaotic for the side of Glorp.
Zamudo
overheated. Has Trevor on his side. Kryra able to finish off Jerry. Zamudo falls to Crimson, and Glorp may have overextended themselves. They thought they could clean up with ease, but these guys fight back, and CCG are not done yet. They're able to push out Vakin, and they're not done. They're still looking to keep the knockups coming. They're looking to keep the fight extended, and they're looking to turn it into 3. Jungler down, run of the map to CCG.
At CCG, they managed to find the picks when it matters most. It was a messy fight, but Kryra manages to solo out a kill onto Scary Jerry, and then they find Vac, and they were going bear chasing in the Alaskan wilderness, aka Summoner's Rift, but now they're going worm hunting, Gordo.
Zamudo and Scary Jerry still down for 5 seconds. TP's available for Zamudo. Scary Jerry is well out of the fight. Now June going to find a little bit of a knock up here. This Baron going to be falling here soon. Kryra going to be able to smite it, and it is the purple worm to the side of CCG. Zamudo has TP'd in. He's got the equalizer. Layers it on his Kryra is doomed, but Trevor will be able to jump back away. CCG limping away. 3 Baron buffs to their name, or maybe that's 4 with Aljun. And they will be having that for the next couple of minutes to be able to help out in their base defense.
They are going to lose this top lane turret. However, CCG Glorp materializing around this side of the map will be able to clear out vision and deny CCG really any entry on this side of the jungle. But CCG now with the Baron from 4 out of 5 members, they can go to the bot lane. They can go and try to fight for pressure in the mid lane. Just try to wrestle some control of the map in your favor for the next 90 seconds because you're going to need it. CCG Glorp are on soul point. They've got 3 mountain souls to their name. Add 1 more onto that, and it is that, you know, empowered buff. It is that shield. It is that soul. So they are going to have to just get some priority for themselves, lay down vision, and really make use of this Baron buff over the course of the next 80 or so seconds.
Yeah, that's got to be the priority here. Quacks is over the wall. Goes Trevor, trying to secure this vision, trying to make sure that it will not be an easy time for Glorp to approach, because this Baron, or rather this Dragon, is the #1 priority. Aljun trying to take out another turret, another bastion that Glorp can play towards to be defensive, to be able to challenge, and it falling to that Baron buff means that vision is getting dark. Approaching's becoming dangerous. Even with the gold lead that Glorp have built up, they have to respect what CCG can do if they face check them, and CCG are doing a great job of setting up around this pit.
Kryra has that crit bloom, has that gauntlet as well, so we'll be able to have a lot more extra safety with the heal and the Zanya's active that he can get from this fight. Keep your eyes on the brand. If CCG, though, can get toward that backline, if they can burn them down using Zamudo on this Rumble, they can flip this game back in their favor. And I say that, they're 7K up, but this game is still at a neutral state, it feels like, Gordo.
There's still a chance for CCG to find the comeback. Gold lead aside, the Braze is not broken, but Glorp are trying to change that. Trevor, a little picked here. Nice Sonya's out of Zamudo. Dodges out, but the punt away does not end up killing Trevor. Zyko gonna get focused down, but it is in trade for Crimson, who was melted. Too many members, dealing too much damage too fast, and Vakin finds the stun, gets onto Kryra. He's gonna be doomed as the stasis ends. Aljun launches himself into the back line, takes down Scary Jerry, but he's got Zamudo waiting for him on the other side, and Glorp clean house. 5 members down. Jerry the only one in trade. Mini waiting for him in the base, because this game is over. Glorp are going to walk away with a game 1 win.
And CCG Glorp, people said there were cracks in the armor. There was a hole in the wall since that Ole Miss series. But you gotta remember the players on this team. You gotta remember the year they had through Dragonsteel and Mini and Vac in the mid-jungle duo as well, being a terror here in the ACL. This team, one of the favorites to win the whole thing for a reason, and they come out swinging here in game 1.
Absolutely the case here, Quacks, and we were told that this is what happened. The first CCG Civil War occurred off stream, but these were the tales. The games were close, but Glorp came out at the end of the day, and 3 in a row is a pattern. Glorp continue to win out in these extended game situations against their sister team, and as good as they look in moments, they have yet to be able to find a way around it on the side of CCG.
Yup. Glorp are a very tough wall to break down. CCG on an upward swing over the past few weeks. A lot of people saying that they have beat kind of those fraud allegations that were levied against them in the inaugural weeks of playoffs since those best of 5s rolled around. But CCG Glorp, they're a completely different beast. This is a team that has so much talent from tier 3, tier 2, and potentially tier 1, Gordo, if those, like you said, rumors from the Pokemon are to be believed. So it is a tall task that CCG have ahead of them, but if history has taught us anything, they are more than up to the challenge.
Absolutely here. But heard plenty from us. Let's hear from, well, you again, but also our main man Sneezes over on the analyst desk. I'm going to throw it over to you two to chat about what happened. We'll have TDS back for next game, but until then, take us through the post game here, take us through some replays and the next draft. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hey, thanks, Gordo. Yeah, solid game. I mean, it went a little longer than I would have thought with that gold lead. I think the closeout was a little goofy from Glorp, but they were in the driver's seat. You know, they controlled the whole game. I think, you know, for me, it was CCG got a little off their game plan, right? We've seen on blue side, they've done the really dominant swaps for grubs, and then on red side, they were very comfortable stacking the Drake. So I think Glorp is one of the few teams that's actually challenging them from a gold perspective. And when you're down gold, it's very difficult to just scale and play the Drake stack, because eventually you get pushed off and you can't stack that 3rd and 4th Drake.
Yeah, I felt like that game 1 draft was really, really difficult for the side of CCG to play, especially with just how fed Zamudo got around the mid-game area, as well as Vakin. I feel like this Volibear was, you know, at times we were calling it a little bit sus how far he was walking up, but it worked out more as a commodity than a detriment.
Yeah, I didn't like this match here from CCG, right? They're matching for the second Grubs fight, and they're taking this fight. They know they outscale. They know they had a Drake coming up in like 40 seconds. They should just clear out their bot side camps, push out bot, take plates, give 6 Grubs for the second Drake, and then their timer for 3rd Drake is much quicker in the game. I think 3rd Drake was at like 19 minutes this game, and if they're just sticking to their game plan of red side, let's stack Drakes, I think that the pacing of the game is much better for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because the moment that fight was won for the side of CCG Glorp, they had the ability to just control the bot side and make it so difficult for CCG to actually walk up toward that side of the map. And that's what happened, right? They got 2 dragons, but then weren't able to get any more after that, because they controlled the bot side river, they controlled the mid lane, they took down those, you know, perpendicular turrets on the bot side of the map, and just made it difficult for them to walk in at any point in the game.
The one thing with Glorp, though, is once they got control, they kept control. They've done very well with their team fighting, and I think this next clip is going to show the power of the Rumble and their team fighting, right? So if we get up this next replay, this was a clean ace. It was just really strong. Area control. Zyko's playing beautifully here, eating all these CCs, you know, leveraging his ult. He even takes the Ash arrow so the Scary Jerry can all look at the wombo combo here. There's nothing that CCG can do. Glorp's just in full control. And I really like that everybody's going forward, right? Zamudo's going forward, Vakin's going forward. They're all just playing on their cooldowns and burning their primary targets. And then poor Crimson here is stuck literally 1v5ing by himself. So just not the ideal setup for CCG.
Yeah, I really felt like that clip particularly highlighted the frontliners. I mean, you mentioned Zyko eating all of that crowd control, eating all of those spells, and then just allowing his team to really go in for the engage. The engage, though, was Vakin, right? That volley bear getting in toward the backline, drawing all of their attention around him is what allowed the triple kill for Zamudo to be a thing. And then, like you said, Crimson basically all left on his lonesome, trying to get Scary Jerry, but wasn't able to get that pick at the end of the day. Really good team fight. I'm actually glad that you highlighted that fight in particular, because I feel like that was really the play that kind of flipped this game on its head and made it very, very difficult for CCG to actually see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, they had a pretty big lead after the Grub fight that we saw the first clip, but I think it was 8 or 9K after the Baron. It's just unwinnable from that position, right? You're never going to outscale. Yep. Excuse me, and there's never a opportunity to come back in the game. I think the closeout is a little concerning from Glorp. Like CCG did a nice job holding on. They took a couple fights under their own tier 2 and bot side that we're not going to pull up. But really, the last fight was like good macro setup, making CCG commit to the dragon. Glorp is running down mid lane and then taking a fight on their numbers, right? They go pick Trevor. Trevor gets out, gets knocked away by Ali, but then they get a fight in their terms. And CCG is stuck between their base and the dragon, and that's never where you want to be when you're down 10k gold.
For sure. I mean, just the situation surrounding this fight initially for CCG was really bad, right? They didn't have the wave in their favor. They get the pick onto Trevor, but then it's Crimson that tries to cover for his support, and he goes down, and dare I say, that is a more valuable member to lose, right? We kind of said that Crimson's job this game was to be the big frontline guy. You had to be present in a lot of these extended team fights, and when he is completely removed from the equation, it all fell apart.
Yeah, and the macro setup was really good, right? They could have opted to check the dragon and force the team fight on like even terms, but Glorp just said, "Nah, we're gonna walk down mid lane with our minions. We're gonna make CCG fight on take a bad choice and either pick losing their base for the dragon or just dying to our team fight." And so CCG, it was unwinnable from that position, and Glorp's macro was really good decision making.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the amount of times that Glorp managed to find Trevor on a roam, I feel like, and just get a few extra licks in of gold. Not just Trevor, but just the members of CCG in general. You know, the roam timers, the ability to get the vision and punish any of the CCG members for walking up when they didn't even know it was really walking up or overextending was immaculate. And I feel like that is what led ultimately to that Grub fight being in their favor and eventually that Baron fight being in their favor, because previously, before those fights even happened, they managed to get those little micro plays in that were just a little bit better, and all that information was in their hands instead of CCG's.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the series plays out, right? I was expecting a slow start. You know, most BO5s, especially finals, I've been in a couple like tense BO5s. Usually game 1 is kind of slow. Game 2, game 3, game 4 is very fist fighty. Players get more comfortable. Players get eased into the series a bit, and they're more willing to take risks. And then game 5, everyone clams up again because they're like, oh yep. Damn, if I mess up, the whole series is cooked. I found that to be the case as well. So I'm expecting game 2 to be like the end of game 1, just go back to fighting. Let's see some crazy level 1s. Like, let's get something going.
Yep, and I think that game number 2 is going to be really exciting because we saw a lot of crazy pocket picks come out, right? We saw the Volley Bear, we saw the Brand, and this allows a lot of different champions, specifically in that jungle role, that are more meta to be flexed going forward in this series. And I think this is really where Fearless is at its best, right? Where you are reserving certain big picks for later down the line, and we get to see them when games have higher stakes.
Yeah, and we just got the word CCG is opting for the blue side. They've played like 4 or 5 games of their last couple series on red side, and they were a blue side team earlier in the playoffs. So I think this series is just going to be the blue side trade where both teams prefer blue. It'll be interesting to see how CCG responds and what they're going to come back with. I think blue side is very nice for CCG because Kryra has such a deep champion pool. They're not really at the same risk of getting hard countered and like pushed out of their picks.
But a lot of the really big B1s have actually been taken away. Obviously, we probably expect that Ivern to be, I would imagine, pick banned this entire series. I don't think we're going to see this champion in the finals whatsoever, but, you know, we've got the Ashe. Maybe game 5, but like we've got the Ashe removed, we've got the Yone removed, we've got the Corki removed. These are essentially the trifecta of champions that you expect to be on B1 territory. So I am really interested to see where CCG actually open up and where they open up with. Rather, what
I think Varus will be a contested pick. You know, I know we talked about it last game and it didn't come up, but Scary Jerry's very well known for his Varus, and I think Array's Varus is quite good as well. One of the, you know, maybe a Kate Varus trade, we'll see. I know Ziggs has been banned on red side. Maybe CCG Glorp decide to ban the Ziggs out as well. And the other one is the Aurora. The Aurora's kind of slipped through last time. Unpicked, unbanned. I think it'll be an interesting one to see, especially we're seeing it come back as a top lane flex. I don't think it's good as a top lane flex, but I know like Zamudo and Crimson, these guys can play it. So we'll see where it goes. But I think Aurora will be an interesting one. I'm definitely seeing that getting picked this series.
I mean, the Aurora could be an interesting one, but the Ambessa has also been super highly prioritized in B1 territory as well. And you want to talk about top laners that both these guys can play, it's definitely that champion. It is up on that list. So I would expect if Glorp doesn't ban it away, that CCG are going to immediately snag that one up because of just how strong it is in the late game. And we've seen how much dictation the late game has had in the wake of these guys. They really want to play for those dragons. They really want to play for the late game comp and the scaling that those champions can provide. So Ambessa is right up the wheelhouse of both the players and the styles that the teams like to convey in a lot of their matches.
Glorp banned Ambessa on blue side last game, so I'm wondering if they don't have Ambessa prepped. So yeah, there goes the Ambessa ban again. So my guess is Glorp is going to ban Ambessa as their locked ban for the majority of the series.
You think so? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Is this rule set no bans game 5 still? Is it still no bans at all game 5?
I believe it is, and then no second ban phases in game 4.
Yep, game 4. Yeah, no, just making sure we're matching the NACL full fearless. I know some regions tweak the fearless and kind of how the fearless has shifted a bit, but yeah, there goes the Varus ban. I think the Hui ban is also a flex. I know mages have been kind of coming into bot lane. I know a lot of the prominent bot laners have been talking about Victor and Hui in the bot lane this offseason. So in the Ziggs, yep.
Ziggs being banned away.
B1 Ezreal, like honestly, this is just B1 Ezreal, but we'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's Array's pick, right? Array is known for his Ezreal, so if you want something that kind of does something similar to a champion like Ashe, you know, obviously you lack a little bit of that utility, but you've got that range, you've got that late game threat. I think Ezreal certainly is an option that CCG could go for, and it's also super duper flexible with a lot of support. That Rel is obviously taken away along with the Alistar, but you still got access to the Nautilus, you still got access to the Leona, and you've also still got access to the Aurora. So that's going to be snagged away here by CCG. If it wasn't the Ezreal, it was definitely going to be Aurora.
Yeah, the Aurora being unpicked on ban game 1 was a little surprising. I'm glad teams are opting into this, and interesting. I like the Ori Callista. Okay, so Ori outranges. I don't think the Nocturne is in favor anymore. I've been asking some players. I don't think Nocturne is considered that strong, but I know I know Xin Zhao and Vi are still in there. So I think there's still a lot of good pairings with Orianna.
Yeah, there certainly are. I mean, Vakin, though, does like the Nocturne a lot. He's played it 3 times in the playoffs, and considering how little games Glorp have played since the playoffs, they've basically swept every series except for that Ole Miss one. I think that's quite a decent amount. That means he's basically played it in 3 series. So we are going to see more power picks come out from CCG, though, the Jinx, and I would imagine we're going to see probably not the support, but rather the jungler here. The Vi is open and available. We know how much Kryra likes that pick. could also maybe go for something like the Lilia if you really want to index heavily onto the magic damage, but it's going to be the top lane pick instead. What do you think about that?
We're seeing this a lot. Kryra's been very good on the counter pick, and I think they want to push him down in the draft as late as possible. And we're seeing a lot of like skirmish pairings with top mid, right? Like Aurora Renekton is very popular in the LPL. You know, Renekton is pretty neutral, especially with Cassante off the board. He's probably your best neutral champion unless Quacker's in the game, in which case it's the Udyr. But I think, you know, I'm expecting the Renata. Yeah, the Renata with Kalista, that's a classic pairing. And then they get to double ban supports. I don't love blinding Renata. I don't love blinding support, but with 2 bans to cover, I think you're pretty happy if you're Glorp here. You know, they have some range. They have basically 1.5 enchanters for your Kalista, and Jinx really has to survive the early game. Otherwise, Kalista's going to run away with the game. So I could also see a swap here for CCG to get Jinx out of this terrible matchup.
And I mean, one thing that CCG have really been doing a lot of the times in their playoffs run is pairing this Jinx up with the Thresh. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if Glorp decide to go for that, as they did ban the Blitzcrank. So they are clearly targeting some semblance of, you know, pick champions, of hook champions. That does leave the Nautilus open and available, and that is an option that CCG could viably go for. But obviously, I think the Thresh has been practiced a lot more and will likely be the ban going into this last one for the second phase of game.
Yeah, I think Glorp is really happy if Nautilus gets picked, because you have disengage going into you have an engaged champion going into Renata Kalista. It's very difficult. The second Nautilus hooks, he's basically dead. I'm curious about the Rakan. I think the Rakan is a good scaling option for CCG to kind of pair up with the Jinx and match with the Renekton. The Lulu ban is very good. You kind of, with Renata, the way to beat Renata is to match with another enchanter and outscale it, right? So Renata is very good in the engaged champions, Leona, Nautilus, Rel, who's now, you know, banned, but I think you don't want to play those champs into Renata, so I really like the Lulu being here. It's very good. And then Blitzcrank is one of the few hard counters where you just hook the Renata and she's useless, right? You silence her, you knock her up, it's over.
Yep. So we're probably going to see top lane pick coming out here, a counter to the Renekton. I could see something like maybe like a Jax come through from the side of CCG Glorp. I think that is an option.
I'd love the Malphite. Nice. Wombo combo, Ori Malphite, yeah.
Yep. I mean, Zamudo has played this in the past, so it's not like a crazy X Factor pick. This man has played like Kayle, Malphite, Warwick, Riven in the playoffs. It is impossible to predict what Zamudo is actually going to do, but you always like the result, I feel.
Yeah, Zamudo's great. He's an awesome champion pool. He's very willing to play interesting stuff. You know, I've seen him play Nasus, I've seen him play Vayne, the Zac. Okay, Kryra classic, right? Yep. You can't, if you got to double ban supports, you can't double pinch Kryra. So, you know, I think this is a great angle for them. Kalista, Ori are going to really struggle if they don't have mobility. I think it's good to find those interesting angles. You have enough of a front line with Renekton to keep your Jinx safe, so Zac has the opportunity to go in. I'm curious to see what they're going to pair with it, because Orianna's already off the board. The Sylas, so we confirmed Sylas support then. Confirmed Sylas support.
Yeah, that would be in line with what Trevor likes to do. He likes to pull out the dark technology. This is what he's known for. Meanwhile, though, CCG Glorp, I would expect the Nocturne to come out here. Just I think the ability to deny or rather just be a ball deliverer is exactly what Vacuum wants to do. He wants to be a vessel to continue the engage, because this is a very engage heavy comp, right? You talked about the Wombo combo, and this is just another facet to which you can make that dream come true for the side of Glorp. So stock standard front to back click R comp from CCG Glorp, but CCG's comp a little bit more difficult to execute, especially in that bot lane. I'm really interested to see if we're going to see an extra layer of aggression come out from Trevor, because he is picking a champ that is really good and really strong at levels 1 through 3.
Yeah, and I like the Nocturne in this spot too later in the draft, because you know Zac is a full clear champion, right? Zac really needs level 4 to function. He needs that second point in his E to fly over walls, and Nocturne also loves to full clear. So you have no risk of counter jungling, no risk of getting pushed off your timer for 6, and then basically the way you play this comp, when I was in collegiate, we did a lot of Ori Nocturne. The way you play this comp is you set up your lanes, and then you only play if you have both ults. Like, it's very simple, but you have to be disciplined. And if you're not disciplined, you will lose. So I really like the comp from Glorp. I think it's a lot of synergy. Maybe they could have got more done in the counter pick department. You know, I guess Malphite and Renata are looking pretty good, but I think they have a very simple game plan. They just have to stay disciplined, and then they'll go up 2-0.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think that kind of click R philosophy extends just beyond the Nocturne and the Orianna combo. I think it extends just to this entire comp, right? You've got Unstoppable for you. You've basically got the Exodia of strong teamfight ultimates here. So if you don't have the Wombo combo ready, I feel like Glorp should just live to fight another day and be more resolved in their gameplay. Just look for other areas to play around. And that's kind of what we saw in game number 1. Even when CCG grabbed an advantage on one side of the map, Glorp would go to the other side and they would push a lane, or they would get vision, or they would get the other objective. They are so good at not only playing those team fights, but when they don't play those team fights, finding objectives elsewhere. And I think that is certainly going to be a skill we'll see utilized in game number 2 when you're so dependent on those ults.
Yeah, definitely. I still think the last thing I want to cover, you know, I know we're getting into game shortly, but the last thing I want to cover is the Jinx matchup is actually horrendous. So you know, maybe Ray knows something I don't, but I'm curious if there's going to be a swap here. You know, Renekton is a solid swap champion. I'm thinking get Jinx out of this matchup, get her to level 3 as quickly as possible, and then you can go back and play the lane, right? But I'd swap for the first couple levels, and then it's playable. I just think it's really hard at level 2 when Kalista Renata can just jump you.
I do think, though, that, you know, Kalista Renata, obviously you're looking at that double man, or rather that duo, to be able to deal a lot of the damage. But usually in the dives, you want to call down your jungler. And in the case of Nocturne, he wants to full clear, really wants to get those camps taken down. So the timer that you usually go for with a dive is not the same as if you wanted to go for a full clear. So I think Glorp are going to have to make a decision on whether or not they want to potentially tank some of that experience for the Nocturne early and extend the timer he has on that level 6, or if they really just want to allow this swap to go through and for them to punish the Renekton without necessarily diving him and just denying him some gold and potentially some experience.
I think the onus is on CCG. I think Glorp can play out the full clear and just get to level 6 and all their carries and be happy, right? Malphite, Nocturne, Ori are super happy level 6. So, you know, I think CCG has to create the winning play in this game.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think, like you said, the onus is on them. Really, I'm just excited to get into the game because I have not seen a Sylas support in a competitive match of League of Legends sneezes. So my brain is not working. I'm supposed to be the color caster, the guy that knows the matchups, the guy that knows the interactions, but I'm stumped, honestly, and that just makes me excited to see how it's going to play out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me too. I think and the only caution I'll give Glorp is they kind of threw after their Baron, but so don't throw against Jinx because you will not win.
Don't do it. Yep.
After you, even if you have an 8K gold lead, I know from experience coaching some teams that even if you're down 8K, you have a Jinx, you can still win the game, right?
Yep, for sure. And I do think the late game, I mean, they want to play around Array, right? They want to make sure that this Jinx gets to where that late game and becomes a hyper carry threat that we all know and love / hate, depending on what side you're on. But even then, I find it so difficult. Like, if CCG Glorp want you dead as Jinx, you are dead, right? There is really no way around it. Flash be damned, cleanse be damned, barrier be damned, whatever you have in your kit be damned. If you get hit with an unstoppable force and then a paranoia or a shockwave or any other tool that CCG Glorp could use to one-shot you, I feel like there's really no way around it. So if they target the Jinx first in a lot of these fights, then I think they can really start to take over this game. But the trick is going to be getting through Crimson and Kryra on that front line for sure.
Yeah, if Samuto hits an unstoppable force, Array is going to become an immovable object, 100%.
Yep, I 100% agree with that assessment. Click R on Malphite, win the fight, and potentially win the game. And CCG Esports really just trying to get back on their feet here with this draft. They're playing to their strengths with champions like the Jinx, champions like the Zac. And it's a big moment for a lot of these players, Crimson and Kryra in particular, having such big 2024 years and hoping to go into next year with an upwards trajectory in momentum so that they can get as much out of that year as they did this year.
Yeah, and they ended the year quite strong. I know people are going to look at the record and be like, "Oh, CCG's record wasn't great," but they were really on the upswing, and I know they were scrimming people pretty tough. So, the player I'm interested in, I want to see him have a bounce back game is Aljun. I thought he played decently on the Yone, but it was kind of a regression to the mean, right? He's been playing so well the last couple weeks. I want him to bounce back to the form we saw in the last series. So I think with the Zach cover, it'll be interesting. And if Ori flashes, he's really gonna have a problem in this laning phase.
For sure. I mean, you commented on it in game number 1. The mid jungle duo is super duper important. You said rinse and repeat with it. The flash gets burned, regank the mid lane, and there you go. You've created yourself a win con, and I think that is true for both sides in this game, but especially for the side of CCG Esports, because they've got the Zac. They've got a lot more access in towards just being up in the face of champions like the Orianna. Who needs walking when you could just simply slingshot to your target?
Yeah. I mean, you just can't shove in the wave. You can't sit on the tower and go for plates because you're just gonna get destroyed by Zac from the chicken pit, right? Like, it's just every time you think you're safe, you're not.
Yeah, for sure. And I will say this could be Sneezes the last time we see Scary Jerry and something that isn't tier 2 or tier 3. This could be the last series before he graduates onto bigger and badder things, rumored, of course, on Disguised in the LTA. And that makes me super duper excited. It could be a kind of parting gift from the side of Dragonsteel Jr. and all the teammates that he has built his illustrious career with. And I think that would be really cool if he could end off his career in tier 2 and tier 3 with a huge bang here in the ACL.
Yeah, it would be great. It looks like we're getting into games shortly. I'm going to kick it over to Gordo TDS. Or I think we're just hitting it. So take it away.
We are ready. Yep, take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. There's our transition. There we go. Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome aboard for game number 2. CCG taking on what we're going to call Glorp now. Welcome aboard, everybody, for game number 2. We got ourselves the Silas support, and I'm excited about it. I made a tweet about it while we were loading on in. Hopefully, a couple of folks are joining just to see this one. Vimini, almost at risk already. And it's not Silas support. We were led astray. It's going to be the Aurora support for Trevor Aljun piloting the Silas in mid lane.
Not gonna lie, I was expecting this to come more than the Silas support. Not saying that Silas support isn't viable, but they were talking about the potential to try and contest onto the Renata with a ranged champion. And I think this Aurora probably does a much better job at trying to contest the Renata and the Kalista than the Silas in the straight up 2v2 matchup. Now, if they try to trade to do a lane swap, probably that's what we would have looked for into the Silas. But I think this is a much straightforward answer and probably can try and find more opportunities to win it out. That being said, it is still a squishy champion, so if they misstep, Renata Kalista can just kill them. So it's gonna be a fun one. Oh wait, they are actually trading sides.
Yeah, so they are going to go for the full swap. Sneezes called it a little bit here. First of all, welcome, TDS. It's your first time on stream for the night. Good to have you here. Appreciate it.
I swear, I'm never making the mistake of going outside my house on a Friday.
Yeah, it's a rough choice to make. Vimini getting a nice early trade with Aljun, but Trevor is already looking to have an impact around the map here, going to proc the electrocute, get a big chunk of damage there onto Vimini. Meanwhile, Crimson and Array laning together. An unlikely duo, to be sure, and the end result of all of this is that Scary Jerry and Zyko are just shoving bot lane unabated.
Yeah, it's -2 for Array, but they are trying to push the issue into multiple champions here. I like the roam attempt here by Trevor. The problem is that with the way that the lanes is kind of setting up right now, they have to wait a little bit longer, but they can do a lot of damage to Vimini here if Vimini is not careful enough, and I think they should be kind of expecting this. Oh, Aljun, close.
Very close with the Abscond Abduct. Zamudo going to pay a little visit towards mid lane here just to make sure he's soaking up a little bit of XP and keeping himself relevant. That is going to leave Crimson and Array alone up on the top side. And the fact that it's top laner and AD carry sharing XP has somewhat of an impact, but given that Trevor's not, you know, making it split 3 ways, it doesn't appear like it particularly is going to make a big difference. Crimson does get the TP in now. He's level 2, which critically does mean he's got his sustainability in the Call the Meek, and he's got his escape ability in the Slice and Dice. So it should help out a lot in making sure that you don't just get completely destroyed by this Callisto Renata duo.
Yeah, ideally you don't want to get destroyed in any way possible, and the fact that you're collecting your XP here going to be quite nice for Crimson. That being said, still a lot of suffering that he's taking here. He's behind in CS as well to the Malphite on the top side, and one of the good advantages of the Malphite even in this sort of swap situations is that because of his armor passive, the fact that he will stack armor really well, the Jinx is not really one of the tougher matchups for him. The range does bother him, but it's not the worst part about playing into this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Psycho going to be here firing away, trying to keep that Crocodile softened up wherever possible. Zamudo doing the same work up at the top side, but having a little bit more success here, especially when he finds himself 1v1 up against Array. Can just wait for the passive, use the Seismic Shard to keep on farming. So not too bad of a start for Malphite, especially when Malphite doesn't even need to be ahead, right? He's happy to just be an ult button coming into the later game, but a CS advantage over what Crimson's been able to scoop up. Not too shabby either. We'll see what Crimson can get as this big wave does crash into his bottom lane turret. He's got Trevor there for backup as well.
Yeah, as long as he's completely fine with trying to tank up the damage, it's going to be pretty fine for them. As ooh, wait, Crimson
pulled away by the handshake, nearly taking out the level up. The level up saves him. Rend would have been the KO, but 1 minion death in just the nick of time does save him.
Yeah, too good from Crimson there to survive, but Bacon is also here and trying to set up a dive here. I'm not sure if Crimson did this. Oh, wait.
Oh, Scary Jerry, maybe a little over aggressive here, caught out by Kryra, who is going to get turned around on. No, he stays strong though, fights his way through it. The Guardian from Zyko bails him out big time, and he picks up first blood off the Bloblet. Now Aojun here to try to bail out his bot lane, will be able to cut down the jungler. Trevor flashes over the wall. Scary Jerry trying to cut it out, but it's going to be Crimson standing strong, picking up the double kill. CCG off to the races.
Yeah, they get multiple kills down there. They are able to find kills for Crimson, which he desperately needed it considering the CS deficit that right now he's facing, and then also being able to find a kill for Aojun that spend the time going down there on the roam trying to make something happen for himself, and they are able to at the very least find some valuable plays. But are still behind in terms of the CS for Crimson. He gets to push his wave, but Zamudo is already here and he's really close to that level 6 mark where it becomes much more bothersome to face him.
Absolutely does. Now here's going to be over the wall. Kryra looking to keep the fight going. Trevor leading the charge as well. That's a stolen Nocturne ultimate. Well, Nocturne's still level 4. Aojun collapses the gap in an instant and creates 2 for the team. Array gonna be the one who cleans up onto Trevor. That's 2 for 0 CCG. The Grub's going to CCG as well. And this is a night and day difference from the start to game number 1 TDS.
Yeah, and even though the start of the game we see a huge deficit in the top lane, the fact that they are able to make use of the advantages that they were able to accrue in the mid lane and the jungle, go into the bot lane and give a kill to Array, collect the 3 grubs and make this push be valuable, it's really good news for CCG. Because yes, Zamudo may be a worrisome factor going into the later stage of the game where he may become a big tank, but Crimson as the Renekton, as long as he gets to play the game a little bit and he gets to be a point and click CZ monster, it's going to be fine for him. If you get Array on 3 to 4 items, that's a point of the game where you can never be too ready to just stop the Jinx or be able to destroy the Jinx immediately. So really important that they are finding this, and if Array can keep on pushing the tempo or keep on getting kills, it may be unstoppable.
Certainly can be. The Orianna combo is going to be the major risk towards him, but they are able to have enough alternative threats, if they are able to be the ones on the front foot. Aojun starting off that last fight with that paranoia stolen away. Very well done, and that's exactly the way that CCG wants this game to go. Having Kryra jumping out from the shadows, having Crimson coming in on the flank, having Aojun stealing away a Malphite ult or a Nocturne ult. That is the way to start these fights off on your terms, and So far, it has worked out for them excellently, but level 6 still evading many members of Glorp. It finally ticks through for Vacant and Scary Jerry there on the side of your screen. Let's see what the first Nocturne Ori combo looks like, as it is now available and ready for Glorp.
It's available, it's ready. We will need to wait and see where they want to pull it off. Cryer wants to pull something off here, but really nice vision to stop any potential there, and he actually commits. Wait, maybe they can go here.
Ooh, pull back in with the stretching strikes. Very strong, but 5 mini is going to be just fine. Aojun not willing to dive too much further, and Vakin is in the wings. As we called out, going to be hot, it's going to be ready, but will it be good? Is the question that remains to be seen. Will Vakin be able to set up on towards a critical target? He's just going to work on this dragon for now. He's got Zamudo pushed up in the bottom lane. He's got 5 mini holding his own in mid. Should be fine to take this one unabated. Kryra is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they are trying to maybe put a little bit of pressure on the attempt at taking the dragon here, but it's really difficult to put a stop on it, as they are trying to trade sides here. Zamudo will be facing the AD carry and the support from the side of CCG, but it's going to get attempted here, and they have the Nocturne on the side. Maybe they go for a dive here. They have multiple members, and they know that they can try and attempt it. Yeah,
TP coming on in. That is going to be Paranoia Throne, but unfortunately came through before the TP. After the TP rather, so Crimson does manage to come down and rejoin his allies. Will be pretty much nullifying the play on his own there, but they do get that TP out. Meanwhile, Zamudo TP's right back up to the top lane. He's going to be alone up there for a little while, unless Aojun wanders up to answer.
And more than likely, Aojun will stop this push, will try and get back the gold that more than likely it's going to be lost completely for Crimson, but he's going to collect the minion wave in the mid lane. Crimson is the one that's suffering the most. Yes, he's 2-0, but the gold lead, I think that right now Zamudo should have a much better gold lead in favor of himself, and also as long as Crimson is not able to get towards that minion wave to get more gold, then it's going to be more difficult for him to find more value for himself. Yeah, 400 gold lead in favor of Zamudo, even with 2 kills in his favor.
Really good stuff for Zamudo in this game. Again, not somebody who's particularly interested in his economy this game, really just there to be the big engage tool, but it doesn't hurt, and it will make him largely invulnerable, and you give a little bit more oomph behind that Malphite once he does get into position. It also is going to help him a lot in brawling up against Crimson, who of course did get those 2 kills earlier. Kryra trying to make a gank happen on a 5 mini. He wants to hold the flash, but will be forced to expend it. Does keep himself up with enough health to where he's going to be able to clear out this wave, but that summoner down makes it dangerous for 5 mini to approach. It makes it comfortable for CCG to start these grubs.
Exactly, and I really like the way that they were trying to set up like that, because one side you have Trevor and the other you have, oh wait, engage.
Duct comes on through. Trevor's in there with the ultimate as well. Between worlds to hold him down, but it's Kryra left out to dry.
The counter one.
Takeover connects, but it's only onto Zyko. Shockwave going to send him into the Bloblets, but Aojun still fighting it out. Big super mega death rocket out of Array. Going to keep everybody low, going to start the reset train coming. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Kryra's respawned, and he's got the targets pulled together for Array. A double kill with the rockets to the Jinx, and control over the grubs to CCG.
They lasted so long in that fight. Too many shields and a lot of potential healing coming in for the side of CCG Glorp. But in that fight, it was so well done by CCG. They were able to outlast them by virtue of what Zac and the side was able to do. And also the fact that Array was left in touch completely. I like the idea initially to maybe try and force onto Psycho, but here the ultimate not finding any big value by Trevor. And then it's a double ultimate by the Renata, which looks funny. I think if I'm not wrong, yeah, Kryra dies here, which is a little bit unfortunate, but passive value always comes through. And here I like the attempt at trying to go kill Scary Jerry, but he was actually surviving quite well, and the fact that he gets the revive here but the bailout by the Renata makes it a little bit more difficult for themselves. But even if everything was going well for them until this point, Array is left in touch. Look at the health bar that Array has. Like, he can go as long as he wants for as many times as he wants because he's strong and he's healthy to go for the fight.
Yeah, Revive's not a tool only available to Glorp this game. Kryra does not get his Bloblets killed off. It's too chaotic for them to be able to focus those down. So he gets the respawn, and he gets the re-engage to set up for Array. Now Array 3-0-2, massive on this Jinx coming into these future fights. And going to need to be the DPS source who does take out this Malphite. So they're certainly happy that they've been able to get Array rolling. They do set on up for this next dragon. A minute to go here. Glorp recognizing that they're behind, but not too behind. Looking to see if they can fight for some mid lane priority.
Yeah, it's not completely doomed for them, so it's not like they need to overly commit to certain things. They can try and set up, especially if they can set up with Zamudo close by to make use of the Malphite ultimate, because pretty sure we haven't seen any unstoppable force just yet. It's going to come out eventually, and it's going to be massive eventually, especially now level 11, but they don't need to overcommit to it. They can wait, set it up, and then play around it.
Siege onto the bottom lane, looking real good for CCG here as they're just feasting on plates. Aljun and Kryra finding a time where Glorp are a little slow on their rotations, and Fimini finally going to show up, but looks like that was 3.5 plates going on over towards the side of CCG, just continuing to set this Silas up for success. So, you know what, make it 4 plates, why not? 6 Grubs doing a hell of a job to cut through those turrets.
And it's 2 games now that we've seen 6 Robs being that valuable for both teams, right? Able to find multiple opportunities to make them just push into turrets and find a lot of gold in their favor. It's difficult to put a stop onto it. Zamudo is able to push a wave here. He has... I'm pretty sure he has teleport. It's difficult sometimes to tell from the distance.
About to be up, I think. Now it's up.
Yeah, he has it now. So he has teleport now. It's going to be a 5v4 potentially, especially based on the position from both players. Crimson needs to run down, but they know that he needs to run down. This should be a pretty easy objective to collect.
Yeah, looking like Glorp are the ones to have it. Kryra going to challenge for the steal, not going to be able to get it, but the fight's been started out. Trevor used the Between Worlds, chunked Zyko out low. TP's being channeled by both parties. Combo comes through, but there's no follow-up. Vakken's in too deep. Flashes back behind Fimini and will be able to hold on to his life. The double knockup from Zamudo sets up for the first kill on towards Kryra, but Zamudo starting to melt down your Array. Sees an opportunity to keep firing away, and the bailout will only save the Malphite for a short bit. What a dodge from Array to get out of the range of that Fate's Call. He does not get knocked up, and that means he can keep staying standing. It's 1 kill apiece for each side, but Glorp get the dragon.
Yeah, and funnily enough, the reason why Array is able to escape the knockup from the Kalista ultimate is the fact that he gets the kill onto Zamudo, so he gets the passive movement speed to be able to dodge to the side really quickly. Really nice there, 1-for-1. They do get the dragon on the side of Glorp, but it just shows the strength of the composition from Glorp, right? If you get your ultimates right together, or not even together, as long as you get one of the 2 combos down, Malphite Orianna or Nocturne Orianna, Array is always going to be a threat. Even if he's 3-0, it's not that difficult to find an angle to try and collapse onto him and try and kill him. So it's always going to be the play to look for. Ooh, Psycho
a little caught in rotation here. Flashes away, still gets hit by that mega death rocket, and Trevor finishes him off. This guy been putting in the Aurora reps as he just barely executes his counterpart.
Yeah, he wanted to get the kill, he went for the kill, and he got the kill. Really nice kill onto Psycho, trying to give him a pretty similar treatment to the previous game where Trevor was one of the main deaths of the side of CCG. This time around, actually one of the main benefactors of kills. 3-0-6, and the fact that he's playing a mage means that any kill that he gets is actually meaningful. Like, he can turn that into valuable items that can be more valuable the longer the game goes, as Crimson is still suffering a little bit here, though.
Certainly is. It's tough to be a Renekton up against ranged matchups when you're not in a confident position to be able to just get in there and one-shot him, and I don't think Crimson's quite there at this time. Doesn't know where all the members of CCG Glorp may be residing, and knows that paranoia is up and available for Vaken. Could be a big problem for him. CCG Glorp sending several members towards mid here to see they can get themselves an opportunity to push in. They do have full 4-man squad up here on that top side. It looks like it's just going to be a brawl for Prio for the time being.
Array. Oh, Array's dead.
Wow,
no,
combo coming in here. They just want a one-shot Array, and they're going to be able to do it. Array just a little too far away from the teammates, and Zamudo shrugs off those turret shots. Vaken might be in a little bit too deep now, trying to walk away using that Duskbringer trail, and will not be sniped down by Trevor. Maybe they're recalling a little too aggressively here. Zamudo really wants to get out of here. He will be able to get out in time, but first turret gold has already gone to Crimson.
Oh, they are engaging down there. They are trying to force a little bit now that Aljun is on the side. There is ultimate.
A hostile takeover holding them in place, going to force Trevor and Aljun to exchange blows, and that will give them the disengage that they needed. Disciplined play from Glorp, and the end of the day, they do manage to secure themselves a little something by taking out Array, keeping that gold lead at about the 2K that it's been for a while now.
Yeah, it's that easy when you know that he has no flash and also almost no member close by to actually be able to protect him. It was a really well executed dive, and as soon as you see the 4 members coming in, I feel that Array probably was expecting his death to also come there, but he was trying to take as long as possible to maybe set it up much better. Ultimate comes down.
Some paranoia from Aojun.
Yeah.
Using it to create the space and make sure nobody's there to back up 5-mini. Aojun taking the one-on-one, but Shockwave back in, disrespected Seraph's embrace, and it's a solo kill to 5-mini in the 1v1.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious, how long was Kingslayer close to going down? Oh,
all right, a flash engage. Kryra trying to keep this pace up, knows that they've got 6 scrubs, knows that they can accelerate this push, and Array takes down Zyko for it. Scary Jerry needs to recall. Nobody's here. Recall's being channeled at 3 different points around Summoner's Rift. Glorp, their reinforcements are nowhere to be found. They drop an inhibitor turret at 18 minutes.
Yeah, they knew that with the massive movement speed and attack speed boost for Array, when you get that first turret, it's really easy to just keep on pushing, and they find 2 turrets in the mid lane. Actually, it was 3 originally, so 3 turrets in the mid lane, the kill onto Psycho, and Array in a really good spot. They want to cancel this back. It's not able.
Oh, look at the stall blade. Look at it go.
It was going all the way towards Crimson. It hits him probably, but it's not going to stop his back. And now for the Dragon setup, 6 seconds, 5 seconds actually, and we get the whole breaker for Array here. Important to know that in other places he would have taken longer to come here, but because the Hex map is available, he can just come immediately into this fight. Flash available for them.
Back and working away on this Dragon, going to be getting it lower and lower. Kryra going to threaten for the steal, launches himself in one, still at half, just says let's full send it, let's lock down the nocturne. Paranoia does nothing as it's a kill going over Trevor. Meanwhile, Crimson forcing back multiple members on the other side is strong enough with that dominance to push them off the Dragon, and CCG, they walk in, they take that objective by force.
Yeah, they saw the potential there. They know that as long as they can engage, especially with Paranoia in a position that it was difficult to maybe find a lot in that place, because when Kryra engages and he engages up top of Bacon, it's kind of difficult to make use of the Paranoia to try and escape or do anything else, because it feels like you're not finding max value as they started immediately. TP on the back, Paranoia is not available, so it's a 4v5.
Zamudo with a massive flank. Psycho going to be the one who gets jumped on. They're going to peel off the Baron, but look at Zamudo. Look at the Malphite. Shockwave connects only on the 1. It's a shutdown over to 5-mini, but there's the hostile takeover from Psycho to turn it back around. Scary Jerry still standing on the opposite side, and it's Array making an escape attempt, but there's the unstoppable force. Samudo's been holding it, and he unleashes onto Array. 3 kills back to Glorp. The throw. This might be it, TDS, as CCG Glorp claimed themselves so much, they get to start off this Baron. They've got 3 members killed off of the CCG main squad. It's so much gold back in their pockets.
Yeah, they get a lot of gold, but miraculously the kill from Trevor onto Jerry means that there's no way they can rush this Baron buff. This is a perfect opportunity to stop it. Okay, it's fine. It was a perfect opportunity to turn the game around completely. They do get a couple of shutdowns, like you were mentioning. Good kills onto Aojun, good kill onto Crimson, great kill onto Array, and it's a lot of what we saw in the previous game from CCG Glorp, or from CCG as well, and CCG Glorp as well, where they are forcing too heavily or putting themselves too much onto one particular thing where they ignore the bigger picture. And instead of trying to go for the Baron, they go for the kill. And in this situation, it's probably not going to work out the best. I think if they just played it slower, they probably would have managed to get much more. But it feels like they are trying to rush things in certain situations just because of the fact that they are currently down 1-0. That being said, they are still completely in this game, by the way. Like, even with that death, you still have a Jinx. Aojun is still able to fight it out. Maybe not against Zamudo, but against other members.
Ooh. Definitely, there's going to be an elastic slingshot being channeled. Zamudo finds himself outnumbered, does have the flash, doesn't have the ultimate, but he's just beating on Aojun here. Wait a second, this might be a little closer than we thought it was. Finally, reinforcements arrive. Zamudo turns it back around. 1 versus 4, solo killed Zamudo.
Yeah, they just find the kill there, and this is the thing, Zamudo at this point in the game, he's extremely strong and really tanky, and it's not like Aojun at this point is as durable as he would have been in other points of the game. Also, he lost the lead that he originally had. Like, he's just a mage that is able to fight back, but not necessarily a super strong mage. So it's difficult for him to really stand up to any of the soul laners, and the fact that it's a 1-for-1 means that there's no better opportunity for the side of CCG to really push the issue on the kill from Zamudo. It's a good kill, but it's not as big as it could have been.
For sure. It's now 1k gold. The lead's been cut in half off of CCG's miraculous Baron fight. And now going to set themselves up for what's probably going to be a fight over the next dragon. I don't think Baron's really on the table much right now, as we're 90 seconds away from what could be a soul point going over to CCG Glorp. And they very well might want to continue to play towards that. This Mountain Soul, the second Mountain Soul rolled in a row, by the way, be very, very helpful against some of the burstier setups with this Silas and Renekton, and help them deny these Jinx resets from coming on through. Trevor here to stand and brawl for the vision, and I may have spoken too soon. It looks like Glorp still have at least some interest around this topside river.
Yeah, they probably want to try and stop any sort of instance onto the Baron buff. I think a smart idea to try and make it so that you don't lose any control over the Baron buff. It could really mean the difference for them to try and stop it so that they don't lose more structures. They already lost 3 turrets in the mid lane, so a Baron buff push may come quite heavy into their base, as well as the remaining objectives that are around the map. You have a tier 1 turret on the bot side, and then 2 tier 2 still available for themselves.
5 members grouped up for Glorp. CCG without Aljun. He does have the TP. See if Zamudo going to find a way to start this fight off. He's waiting around on the flank. Aljun thinks he's got the jump on him, but we've seen how much fight back Zamudo's got in him already just a couple of moments ago, and this time he's going to get that respect. He does more damage to Aljun than Aljun does to him. And now Glorp might still be looking for it. Kryra on the flank, looking for a moment, but they're going to pull the trigger. They go in on Aljun, and they just one-shot the Silas. No chance to use the stolen away unstoppable force. And Mini will not fall to Crimson, just creating the space for them to run him down. It's 2 kills in trade for 1 in the form of Vakin. Vakin did get about half of Array's HP, but didn't have the ultimate from the shockwave, so wasn't able to pick up the kills. Zamudo going to fill in for him, though. Walking forward, a colossus in the face of this Jinx. No chance to be able to stop him. Psycho gets smited down, but will res himself off the kill on the Bloblets. Glorp, playing to their limits, come out with another fight win.
Yeah, and the problem is that even though Array is this strong, nobody can put a stop onto Zamudo. He's taking the game onto his own hands, and he's legitimately carrying it out. It's a pretty similar situation to what we got from the previous matchup against Ole Miss, where Zamudo in Game 5, he was picking everything by himself and doing everything he could to try and turn around the game, and he did a damn well job at that. This time around, he's ahead, he's strong, and he's carrying the team.
Zamudo can 1v9 on these tanks. That's the takeaway from Fall 2024 ACL so far. Shades of that Game 5 against Ole Miss, where it was his Poppy finding picks individually, bringing damage individually to be able to pull them back into that game and into the series win. And now here on the Malphite, from dire straits to now being ever so slightly in the gold lead, it's been Zamudo finding these flanks and a couple of solid ulti combos with Mini later and some tight fights from Scary Jerry and Zyko. Glorp have themselves right back into this one.
Yeah, they are not only back into it, I feel like they are in complete control. It's difficult to put a stop onto them, and we will just have to wait and see if they can find a meaningful position for themselves to be able to go and fight. It's important to see if they are able to look for one good fight that Array is not forced into a weird spot or anything like that. As the Baron gets started, they have every bit of vision and control here, and they know that they can try and force it if they want to, especially because Zamudo is also coming in on the side.
Mini creating vision, getting the sights onto CCG with that ball, while the Baron is already down to half, and this is going to be a big rend from Scary Jerry as well. Trevor comes in with the Between Worlds, big chunk of damage. Vakin gets knocked back in. Scary Jerry going to get bounced right on top of him, has to flash back over the wall. Here comes Vakin, setting up for an ulti combo, but doesn't have the ball. He's going to end up falling into another kill already to Aljun. Zamudo in front of his 2 carries with a 5 versus 3. They're going to have to forfeit this one. They give over the Baron to CCG. already, and Cryro wants some more. Launches himself in with the elastic slingshot. Zamudo still going to be creating the space between his teammates and the enemy squad. Will the numbers end up mattering? Zamudo still has the combo, but there's no shockwave to back it up. Everybody on top of Zamudo, they all funnel in, and he has to ult to safety. Glorp are routed. They retreat with 3 members still alive. CCG get the buff and everything they want on the map.
Yeah, they get the team fight that they wanted to. They are able to force it really, really well. And they not only find multiple kills that are completely valuable for them, plus the Baron buff, but also the fact that they were able to neutralize Zamudo all the fight. They never allowed him to use the ultimate aggressively. They were able to put them into a weird spot because 5 was covering on the side. Zamudo was coming way too far down. And I think that time that it took them, they didn't realize the amount of damage that both the Aurora and the Zac were able to do. Scary Jerry and Bacon had to escape the Baron pit, but then Bacon re-engages. Shockwave goes wide in a really bad spot, and then it's really easy to continue, or actually Shockwave goes wide here, and it means that the fight is completely doomed at this point. Not only do they lose 2 members, but with no Shockwave, only Zamudo's ultimate up, and them trying to escape from this position, it was impossible to play it out.
Yeah, a little too antsy on the Shockwave there from 5 Didn't connect it on anybody, didn't combo it with Zamudo, and it denies any opportunity they had to try to turn that fight back around. And CCG, now with the Baron buff, still with the 6 scrubs, just ripping through structures around the map.
Yeah, and now also, oh wait, Bacon.
Acting a little caught out here, locked in the between worlds, trying to walk it out, but will be run down eventually. None of the carries there other than Aojun, and that damage is more than enough with Trevor backing them up. He's going mage items. He is full mage support Aurora, and he has been making a massive difference in this game, 6-0 and 10.
Maybe actually oh wait, they are going in. They want 5 here.
Yeah, locking him down, setting up for the Super Mega Death Rocket. Shockwave has to be used defensively, but meanwhile, the rest of the squad's being run down across the map. Array comes up with the kill on the Scary Jerry. Psycho's gone, Fakin's gone. It's only 5 and Zamudo, and again, no Shockwave, no combo. 2 versus 5, no chance for Glorp to be able to fight it back. And with a strong fight in the game, but not with the chance to come back at the end of the day, CCG are going to be able to close things out, and they will tie up the series at 1-1.
They put up a great fight, and this is what we were expecting coming into this series, but really well done by CCG. Smart fights in how they needed to play them around, because with how strong Zamudo was, they needed to set themselves up in much better places and try and find multiple opportunities and angles where they could have not only collapsed on their squishier members, but ignore Zamudo completely. Like, the game was ignore Zamudo and kill the other, not even 3, like 2 members, and then you run down the rest of the fight. And Array was really, really strong, but most of the game was segmented from the team fight, and it was mostly Cryro on his Zac. It's a pretty understandable reason why he always gets that denied from him. And then also Aojun doing a really, really good job at trying to be a separator. Crimson as well, with how little resources he received. And yeah, what a big cliff.
That's a big one to ascend very, very quickly there. But yeah, as you say, Cryra on the Zac, some really great angles there, some really great stretching strike plays, and finally getting the chance to be able to play through Array's Jinx. But I want to highlight the #1 damage dealer here. It's Trevor on the support Aurora. We thought it was going to be Silas coming into the game. It ended up being the newest, well, not newest anymore, but the second newest member of the roster. And what a performance there, starting from minute 1, getting involved in the lanes and constantly able to dish out damage and be a difference maker in these fights, going deathless as well.
Yeah, exactly. Doing a pretty good contrasting job compared to the previous game, and maybe the actual call is to put Trevor and more mages down there in the bot lane, and maybe that will work out much better. But it was an important bounce back sort of game. You have an aggressive bot lane in the form of Kalista Renata on the side of Glorp, and then you contest that with a really smart counter pick and also a really good comfort pick for Array, and it turns into a really good game by the side of CCG. So if they can replicate something similar going into the third game, probably will find similar success.
Precisely here. Well, let's hear what the analyst desk has to say. Sneezes and Quacks are on standby. They've been watching the whole time. Let's hear what they have to say. Take it away, guys.
We've got a series. We've got a series on our hands, Quacks. What do you think? 1-1, all tied up? You're muted, man.
Oh shoot, I'm muted. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back. Yeah, we got a series, that's for sure, and an entertaining one at that. That game too was definitely full of moments of all time. I will put it that way. The fact that the Aurora support was the biggest damage dealer for the side of CCG is absolutely insane. We knew that the support pick was going to go one of two ways. It was either going to be super duper good and smurf the match, or be absolutely horrible, right? But that cliff turned into a mountain, and they managed to surmount a win here in game number 2. But really want to give props not only to Trevor on that pocketed Aurora pick, but also to Kryra. I mean, time and time again, we think that this man, when he's playing facilitators, is just a facilitator and isn't really the main center of the game, but he proves us wrong every single time, especially on the Zach. And I say that, and this is the first clip that we play, one where he actually goes down, but it is one where CCG really thwart a big plan by Glorp. They stop the dive, they only get the Zach. Trevor barely gets out. It was a super good flash from him. Crimson narrowly nicks the kill with his Q, and they managed to get a lead in the early game. And this game, very similar to what we saw in game number 2. You and I were chatting about it while we were muted, Sneezes, but this was basically the formula for game number 1 just repeated on the opposite side. Second grubs, everything went to crap. 2 dragons on the other side. The jungler really was the building block, I think, that allowed those engages to work. The support was making clutch plays left, right, and center. The script writers in the ACL are getting lazy, Sneezes. These games were very, very similar in how they were won and played out.
Yeah, I think CCG had a nice bounce back. I like the swap too. The thing we didn't talk about in that first play was Jinx was up there solo farming against a Malphite. And so if you're getting your Jinx into the game and into money, that's always going to be a winning proposition. But I think we're going to take a look at what the second grub fight. This is where we saw you know, kind of similar to game 1. I think red side is matching when they shouldn't be matching, and it's leading to disaster. So let's tee it up.
Yep, and again, Kryra comes up big, groups everybody up, and double ultimates from the Renata. And initially you're kind of thinking that there is a way that Glorp can actually turn this fight around, right? Aojun is completely isolated, big super mega death rocket, which then leads into a kill on toward Vakken, right? So the resets for the Jinx come through, and just in the nick of time, Kryra resets his blobs form, he comes back to life, and he pulls 2 members of Glorp together, allowing for more gold into the Jinx. So you were talking about the gold they were getting from farming. The gold they got from kills and a lot of those exchanges was also insane.
And Glorp has this really aggressive dive comp, right? They have Nocturne, they have Malphite, they have Orianna, and Jinx has a full health bar in a lot of these fights. So I think you know, CCG Glorp just had the burden of execution of getting on the Jinx. Array's very comfortable in this champion, and when he hit a point where he just knows he can free hit because his tanks and skirmishers are taking care of business for him, he's so comfortable and just doing so much damage. I'm surprised he didn't have the most damage this game, honestly, because he was just wailing on people in every fight. I think we're going to see the game winner in a sec. This was again a really nice team fight. I think CCG's done a good job skirmishing and then disengaging, right? They're creating space. Well, here they're just diving, but you know, they kind of swung the game. We saw that huge gold spike. They go up like 8k gold in a minute and a half. So here they just look, DPM Array chilling at full HP. This is every single fight this game. You cannot let a Jinx get excited and be full HP in your base. It's just never winning formula.
Yeah, I mean, Array just got so many resources this game. We talked about how rough it was going to be for the Jinx in the early game if they didn't go for the lane swap, but that's precisely what they did, right? Sneezes, you're the prophet here on the ACL. They went for the swap. Jinx got all of the solo gold and then got all of the kill gold, and all of the objectives went their way as well, at least on the top side. The Dragons were a little bit suspect for those first couple of ones. For CCG, Glorp got those, but they managed to bypass those. That third dragon, I think, was really the straw that kind of broke the camel's back. We don't have a replay for that fight, but it really was Kryra creating the space with the Zac, allowing the Jinx to free hit, and most importantly, denying Zamudo from ulting on that Malphite. There were a couple of Malphite ultimates that I think hit more than one target, but for the most part, it was just Zamudo having to pick one person to go for. Most of the time, of course, it was one of those backliners. In particular, it was Array. But the fact that they were never grouped up and positioning around those fights so effectively was really, I think, the big highlight of the CCG team. Of course, Array, big stars to him. Kryra, big stars to him. But the fact that they were around these fights around the river and just constantly spread out, really minimizing the effect that a lot of these AoE ults would have in these team fights, baffles my mind. And I think that it was the big deciding factor that allowed them to come back in game 2.
One more thing I want to mention about the kind of way this game shifted from game 1 was we were looking for Aljun to have a bounce back game, right? He kind of had a rough game on the Yone in game 1. He got punished a little bit. This game, it was all Sylas, right? He's blowing Ori's flash. He's calling for Cryer for the regank. I thought they played a nice jungle 2v2, and I liked that they followed the golden rule of Sylas, right? They had enough ultimates on the enemy team that they could be impactful with the Sylas ult, and it didn't necessarily have to have the best matchup. So I like the pick. I thought, I guess the narrative on the Sylas support was my bad. I have not seen Aurora support. It's much more similar to a Nico support that, and I didn't think about it because Aurora's been such a gold dependent champion, but props to Trevor. I think he played it really well. It's like that Nico kind of poke style, and Renata really struggled. So beautiful counter pick. I thought really nice job from Trevor.
Bully Caddy. I mean, the graphics said that it was going to be a Sylas support, so we have to bully our producer for that one just a little bit. I'm just kidding, Caddy. We love you. But yeah, in all honesty, for a pick that I've never seen before, I think Trevor had a beautiful display in that game, having the most damage, constantly roaming as well. I was really concerned at level 1 when he was just sitting in the bush, and I was wondering if he was actually getting experience all while the lane was just happening in front of his eyes. I don't actually think he was. So he was just level 1, sitting in bush, not caring, occasionally leaving to deal some damage, and then going right back to that bush to just sit and do the same thing, rinse and repeat.
So Quacks, we're getting here in the draft really quick. I got 2 things I want to mention. One, we're guaranteed to go to 4 games, right? We're tied 1-1 in the series. We're getting at least 4 games, which means the fearless rules are going to be more and more impactful as the series goes on. Number 2, this is a BO3 now, and a lot of the comfort picks have already been taken off. There's no Ashe, there's no Jhin. I think the highest prio ADCs left are probably Ezreal and Varus, maybe Zeri or Smolder as well. And you can see the Caitlyn as well. So we'll see how it goes. We've seen a lot of Ziggs bans. The Syndra ban is a new one. People have been banning the Hui instead. So I'm curious if Glorp is switching it up, or if they're looking at the Mbessa, because Mbessa got banned from Glorp in both games, both on red and blue. So curious to see where they're going.
They are going to take away the Ezreal from Array, so furthering the denial of a lot of those comfort picks, particularly in that AD carry role that you mentioned, Sneezes. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see probably an Ambessa ban by CCG followed up with potentially something like a Skarner ban, right? We could also see that. But then that leaves up Ivern, right? There are still plenty of champions that are high in priority that you can't necessarily cover here in this series, and they are actually going to pivot, ban away the Ivern for the time being. Skarner is still up, and we do know that Vakin is good with some of those facilitators like the Skarner. I mean, Skarner, do I even call him a facilitator at this point? He's basically a carry, but he looks and feels like a facilitator. But this guy does so much damage. This champion is absolutely ridiculous.
CCG's been perma-banning Ziggs. CCG Glorp has been perma-banning Mbessa. That hasn't changed. I think CCG is going to ban the Skarner here. I was surprised that they banned the Ivern themselves. They must want it back at game 4. Or know that they can hold it for game 5. I generally don't like drafting for later in the series, but we'll see how it goes. It's got to be a Skarner B1.
Yeah,
that's been the perma red ban. It's got to be.
Yup, and whichever one I think CCG don't take, I think CCG are going to snag up the other one. So I actually like this strategy. You deny yet another comfort pick in the bot lane while also leaving your options open to get a strong pick for yourself. So good calculation coming out here from the CCG main team. Yeah, Skarner gonna get snagged away. Now, they do have an option. They can probably pivot to go for something like a Hui because it is a flex pick, but they also do want to respond with a jungler, I would imagine.
Yeah, you have to ban the Varus once the Ezreal gets banned because you can't match those picks. And so you can't give Glorp Varus, Scary Jerry's Varus is disgusting. And then Array would want to match that with his best champion, which is Ezreal. So I like the matching ban there. The way makes total sense. I'm curious what the jungler is going to be. I don't love Jarvan. I kind of love Xin Zhao. I know we've seen some Xin Zhao. Nope, they're just going to go Caitlyn. This could be a double poke bot lane as well. This could be Trevor being spicy again.
Yeah, that would be really good, right? That this is a lane that has so much poke and so much pressure put onto the bot lane that it essentially allows your jungler free priority on that side of the map. So you could pair it up with something more aggressive in the jungle if you wanted to go something like the Lilia. I think that is an option for CCG, or the Kindred. That's also another pick that Kryra has really been known to go for. But then I think you lack a little bit of frontline. You do obviously need some semblance of tankiness going into this first phase, because then Glorp are probably just going to ban away some of the premier top laners, or potentially junglers that can act as those champion, or rather supports that can act as those frontliners and really pinch sort of what you can do from that point forward.
I don't think I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't think MF is a good champion, but I like the pairing with Skarner. I think it is one of the few teams that can sort of match Caitlyn's range. It can hang with Caitlyn. The A Soul is very interesting. Usually with ASOL, you want what's called a bridge, and that's a very strong early game champion that will win you the game in the early game so that ASOL can outscale. CCG, if Hui is going support, you might not want to show the flex yet, but I like something like Smolder. I want to match the scaling. I want to see like Zeri, for mid. Let's see something big. So we're just going Jarvan. Okay, I don't love it.
Yeah, I was about to say you literally don't like it.
Disconnected.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan either, especially with how willing CCG Glorp are to let you engage onto them. I feel like they've got so many tools to be able to just pull you out of your engage as Jarvan. You go in for a Cataclysm, and Skarner immediately hits you with the Impale, and then you can do nothing but watch as you take a bullet time or a star to the face, or potentially something that we haven't seen yet. So I think the Jarvan is a little bit too inflexible to work in a draft like this, right? You need something that can both engage but also act as disengage and space makers for your backline, which is the Caitlyn and the Hui. And I don't think Jarvan really does that as effectively as what we would like to see.
It can very much threaten the MF, and the MF is really immobile, but I don't like the disjointed nature of the comps, right? They didn't get a counter to Skarner, right? On blue side, you get a cohesive comp. On red side, you draft counters. I really like the general response of responding to B1 on the R3 so that they can't swap around and counter you, but I didn't love the pick itself. So we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong on draft a million times in my career. So I think Sionbin is good. Another big beefy frontliner. Zamuda's also been very good on the Poppy. So we'll see. I think this is going to be a blind top for CCG Glorp. I'm curious what Crimson's thinking. I wonder if there's just standard a Jax, or if it's just Ziggs or Gnar or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe Gnar
or Kennen,
works, right?
Kennen or Gnar, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to make usage of that immobility, I think Gnar could be really good. Yeah, we are going to see that locked on away, but then that leaves open. I also think that allows CCG Glorp, or rather denies CCG Glorp the opportunity to go something like a Jax. So I also think that this is a good champion to deny a potential side lane angle for the side of Glorp. And now they're fully indexing, or rather fully going to have to index into that team fighting sort of mode that their draft has been centered around so far in this game. They really have no room to flex outside and get another threat on the map elsewhere besides those 5v5s, I think.
Yeah, I think the Rakan is fine here. You need a way to get to the Hui, get to the Caitlyn. I like the pairing with Skarner. I don't know if it's that good with MF, but you know, it is what it is. We're probably going to just see the Jax here. I think the Gnar Jax trade was pretty popular in summer. Most of the top laners know how to play both these champs, and they're going to know the matchup pretty well. It's pretty volatile, or it can be. Like, you can really swing and get solo kills, but oh, okay, we're just going to see the Maokai. Interesting.
I
don't
like this more, actually. I'm not a huge fan of Jax into Gnar. I feel like I've maybe seen this matchup win like once for Jax when we're talking about the caliber of play that we're expecting from these guys and the caliber of play that the ACL kind of exhibits. I usually don't see the Jax be that useful, especially when you're looking at champions like Caitlyn and Hui, who you're never going to get to as Jax, right? You join a team fight, you're just going to get kited. You're going to get outranged. It's going to be a really rough game for you. And your side lane threat also isn't really present because you're dealing with all of these ranged carries on the side of CCG. So I like the Maokai a lot better, actually. I do think that it is a little bit one-dimensional in what it can actually do outside of the laning phase. But realistically, what you pick Maokai for is getting those picks and starting those team fights. And CCG, Glorp do need someone that can really be the go button.
Yeah, I think it's the disengage, honestly. I think you have MF Asol and you need disengage, and Maokai is like the best disengage in the game, right? Jarvan's going to have a very difficult time playing it as Skarner, Asol, Rakan, Maokai. And if Gnar, Jarvan go one way and Kate Hui go the other, that's how Glorp can win these team fights. So yeah. I think, and I really like the Bard support. I think Bard is a hard counter to MF, very strong to Asol as well. Yeah. Trevor's well known for his Bard. He's a strong roaming player. We've talked about his roams like all playoffs. Probably the best roaming support, you know, or the support that understands the roaming game the best, right? He knows his timers really well, and has been playing into mid really strongly with the Bard. So I really like the pick. He's been really cooking these finals. I've been really enjoying his interesting picks. You know, I think game one, everyone's just handshaking, but you know, game two, game three, we're getting a little spicy, so I love it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these are the kinds of drafts that I really like to look at and enjoy watching when we get further and further into best of fives, all these pocket picks coming out, the Aurelion Soul, the Bard, like you mentioned, Sneezes. I actually, honestly, looking at these drafts, my big concern kind of comes in the form of like CCG not having a ton of upfront damage. Like, if Hui and Caitlyn are not able to dish out the required damage to deal with these frontliners, then it feels like they don't really have much more in the tank. Whereas I think Glorp, their damage profile is only going to go up as time goes on, right? You've got your Asol, you've got your MFF. Bullet time is going to just start shredding through squishies and tanks alike. So I would honestly say that Glorp have the ability to kind of sit this game back for the first, 15, 20 minutes and allow their champions to scale. Whereas CCG Esports, especially with a champion like Jarvan, a little bit more of a timer they have to play for.
That is true, but my counterpoint to that is that Hui, Jarvan are designed specifically to shut down the Asol, right? I think Fi Mini has to get through this laning phase. He has to get away from Kryra ganking and reganking. If he flashes at all before level 6, Kryra's gonna be sitting in the bush and just kill him whenever, that timer comes up. So I also think MF has a very difficult time in team fights. The reason MF is not considered that strong, even though she has very easy damage and like good builds, is she's literally rooted to the ground when she's dealing most of her damage, right? It's super easy for Jarvan, Gnar, and Bard, especially Bard, to come in and disrupt her. I think it's gonna be really hard for Scareger to get a full channel ult this game. But if he does, it's going to be devastating, right? So I'm kind of leaning CCG. I like the draft a little better just because you can really punish the full scaling that CCG Glorp is going for. But if Glorp get into the game plan, they play the second grubs really well that we've seen on blue side every game. If they get that gold lead, it's cooked, right?
Yep, absolutely. We've definitely seen a pattern throughout the series, I think, Sneezes, and I think this game is going to either make that pattern or it's going to break that pattern. I would be more in favor of it actually being broken, because I do think that games number 1 and 2, kind of when we were talking about post game 2, very similar in how they were played out. And I do think that these drafts very focused around that AD carry role in particular, right? You want to get Array ahead. This Caitlyn can really start to one-shot a lot of these backliners with its range and just the amount of items it can build, as well as just the headshot damage being so insane right now in the current patch. But then there's also Scary Jerry on the Misfortune, right? setting up for those prime bullet times. The bot lane is certainly where my eyes are going to be going for game 3.
Yeah, Array's done a really good job banging turrets on this champion. You know, I used to do a drill way back when I was coaching with Enzo. We would set up a specific comp to practice swapping, and you basically just give every plate over to MF or over to Caitlyn, and your goal is to bang all 15 plates. This is a couple seasons ago. The plates health was different. Caitlyn was a little stronger. The item spikes were different, so you could actually go do it. But if Array starts moving around the map and they're deploying to the side that he's deploying to, we're gonna see those turret plates go down really quickly. Caitlyn get a really big gold lead, and then like a 900 damage crit at 11 minutes, and we're all gonna spit out our coffee, right?
I mean, I got water right here. I'm not much of a coffee guy. I prefer either tea, water, or if I'm feeling extra based, I'll go for the lemonade.
If it's not caffeine, I'm not drinking it. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
That is cringe, I fear.
Now, you're as old as I am, bro. You got to keep your eyes open.
Nah, man. I mean, caffeine, it stunts your growth. That's what my mom told me, and that was the lie that I believed, and I continue to believe simply because I feel like it.
Hey, you know, to each their own. You're probably healthier than I am, but I need my caffeine. You know, you're a young guy, Quacks. Stay young forever. Don't ever get old like me.
I'll do my best.
You know, the second you have your third cup of coffee, it's over for you, bro.
Well, see, I was told by my parents that coffee's like effectiveness is stronger the less you do it. So I would use kind of coffee as that sort of that, like, in case of emergency, break the glass or push the red button kind of thing, where it's like if I needed to study or I needed to wake up early and I needed a quick snap awake, all I would have to do is take a whiff of the coffee. I wouldn't even have to drink it, and then suddenly I would be alive, well, and ready to go.
No,
So
I'm the same way. I only use coffees in emergencies. It's just that every single morning I need an emergency to get out of bed. No, I want to go top to bottom here, right? I think the Nar Maokai matchup is a little interesting. I think Nar's going to get the better of it, but you know, Zamuda knows these weak side champs really well, so I'm expecting him to have a big impact in team fights. I just think Skarner's still too strong. I do too. I think the setup for Aljun is really good with Jarvan, but I think Skarner gets the edge here. And if Skarner gets a big ult, that's when like Acel MF pop off. It's gonna be very dangerous. So another Wombo combo comp for Glorp, which they lost on last game.
They did.
And then, you know, mid lane, I think we've talked to mid lane to death. We know this is just the Cryer show. If Cryer gets Aegis going, it'll be easy. If not, it's going to be a little challenging. 5 minutes going to outscale. And then bot lane, I want to see how this matchup goes. Array and Trevor have been getting the better of Scary Jerry's like at level 1. I think they got first blood in game 1, and then they pushed them out really strong. I know there was a swap, but they pushed them out really well in game 2 at that late tower dive. You know, Trevor's been playing really well, so I'm curious if they're just matching and playing normal bot lane again, and if Array and Trevor can get another solo kill, like 2v2 solo kill.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any swaps going into this game. I think it's pretty unlikely. I will say, though, I do think, you know, when we were talking about this comp by CCG Glorp, this version is a little less dependent on those ult keys, I would say, Sneezes, right? Because you don't obviously have to play those fights around those ultimates this time around. You can kind of stand on your own 2 feet. And I think Glorp have a little bit more agency than they did in game number 2 if they don't necessarily have all of those R keys available.
I disagree. I think they need to hit MF and Aurelion Soul Art to deal any damage this game. But you know, I'm down to agree to disagree. Let's just see how it goes. Yeah. I think we're finally in game. I'm gonna pick on the next AD. I'm gonna pick the bone about the spec delay. But let's send it over to Gordo and TDS.
Yep, take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Quacks and Sneezes. We are a little bit of a pause to start things off, but we'll be unpaused before too long. TDS, you and I are back for our second cast together, our third cast of the day, and a little bit more standard draft. So I'm gonna be honest, after Aurora support, this just feels like a return to normalcy, which is not usually how game 3 Fearless ends up looking. You're muted, TDS, if you're talking.
I swear it always happens. It happens to the colors, happened to Quacks, happened to me. It's bound to happen to every one of us. But yeah, it's weird to see this coming through, especially knowing that we're in Fearless. But I feel like this is the sort of thing that happens whenever we get a weird game. Because a weird game will almost always mean that we have a weird peak occasionally. And then we get the rest of the normal picks coming through. So I'm fine with this coming through here, especially knowing what the next game will be as well. And as CCG is setting up, looking to maybe set up a trap potentially, but Psycho spots them.
Psycho spots them as they are in transit, so going to be well aware of what's going on here. It's a little bit of a delayed invade from Vakin up on the top side. He's gonna get cut off here though. I mean, if he doesn't start Ishtal's impact, and even if he does, he might have a tough time getting out of here. I'm expecting an easy start. You got to get through this wall, brother.
Run, he just flashes. Oh, Trevor wants to go.
Uh-oh, he's already started the queue. He's already locked it in, but there's a triple knockup found by Psycho. Trevor takes a bunch of damage, but Scary Jerry gonna be able to get in here and start shooting fish in a barrel alongside Phi Mini. A couple of bullets end up landing here. Love Tap going to be making a big difference. It's a flashing out of Zamudo. He tries to get away, but he drops the first blood. A second double knockup from Psycho does not open up the door for any kills. Double up doesn't find a second target. Scary Jerry's going through the portal. He's face checking into 5, and he'll pick up a kill for it. Glorp get themselves on the board, and Jerry's not done yet. Surely he's got to give this one up. All right, he's getting out of here. It's 1-for-1.
Yeah, they know about it. They were looking aggressively for it, and there is a vision here, so they probably have to be extra careful about getting stopped here. But yeah, at the end, they're able to escape. Nothing big ends up happening, and they are not going to end up dying just like that. At the very least, they get a kill onto Jerry. They get a kill onto multiple members as well, or onto Crimson, which is a great thing for CCG, but it's obviously not going to be the biggest difference maker as of now. It's pretty equal when you think about it.
You know what's crazy there? Zamudo had a really close timing on his flash. He just barely died.
Yeah.
That was almost a win for Glorp, which is pretty nuts. 100%. All things said and done. They were able to funnel CCG into that Baron pit and really get a lot of damage on across. So what's crazy is that Vakin comes right back to where he got caught and starts trying to steal away the red buff. And it looks like he's going to have some success. He's got the backup of Zyko. Trevor's going to come in and try to be annoying, but annoying is not the same thing as successful. Although he doesn't have the smite. Vakin is missing out on that one. He used it to get to level 2. Will be able to secure the buff though. He's out of here.
Yeah, he didn't have Trevor didn't have the stun to be able to mess up a little bit more of the timings there, but still, they do end up collecting the red buff. It does take quite a bit, so maybe now it's going to be harder for Kryra to try and get something back in his favor. He's not going towards the jungle, the red side jungle of Bacon, which means that it's going to be just extreme value for the side of CCG Glorp.
Zamudo and Crimson exchanging blows on the bottom side there, utilizing that twisting advance to dodge out of a wall up. Really nice trade there by Zamudo on the Maokai. And ooh, that's an empowered double up that connects as well. Yep. So showing off some of that early game laning prowess here on the side of Glorp as Zamudo continues to take these trades. The base damages on the Maokai are not to be scoffed at, but Kryra going to come in here and try to make a difference. Nice knockup connects onto Array though. This is a doomed trade. He tries to flash away, but double up will follow him and come up with that kill. Meanwhile, Zamudo is cut off from any semblance of safety. He will be taken out.
Yeah, that has to be extreme pain for Ray there. Flashes after the Q is already flying out means that his life is going to be extremely forfeited. Not going to survive that, and the lane that we were expecting to be completely dominating is getting shut down a little bit. A lot of that comes from the fact that Scary Jerry did get a kill, but also the way that the lane started. Because Jerry's able to insta-get into lane, push the lane, back, and then come back with a call. Like the value that he got initially from the first blood is not only, or from the kill, is not only the kill, but also the way that the lane ends up being set up, and he just finds extreme value out of that.
Indeed he does, and walking away now. Another kill richer, stacking up on the Cull already with the Vamp Scepter completed for that lane sustain to try to really offset the poke that's going to be coming on through from the Caitlyn Bard lane. It's very nice start here for the Glorp bottom lane, and they're doing a really solid job in this 2-on-2 that has migrated its way up to the top side of the map, getting themselves back into standard lane setups, really helping out Glorp over the course of this early game when they were really falling behind in the same sorts of scenarios in game number 1 or game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a situation where now Glorp just can play this out much more comfortably, and the more Scary Jerry gets ahead, the easier it is going to be for him to be set up, and he's going to find extreme value out of that. As another great knock up there by Psycho, he keeps on finding those, and the lane is really well positioned for Scary Jerry here.
Really great trade there for Scary Jerry yet again, and has the wave coming on into him like you called out. Kryra is going to arrive to see if he can break this. Let's see how the 2-on-2 is going to play out. Zyko does get the knock up, and Trevor's still level 2, so yeah, they're really taking a fair bit of abuse here with those lower base stats, and might be enough to really just make this still a strong trading position for Glorp, even in the 2 versus 3. Kryra finally shows his face here to try to break them out of this situation, but Array taking a rough trade. Nice flash from Scary Jerry to get away from the flag and drag, but Vakin gonna come in here and try to turn this one back around. Does get trapped, stopped by Array, and saved from a potential grisly fate had the Scorpion connected. So CCG, they're going to keep this trying to crash in. They're going to break their bot lane out of this situation.
Great trap there, position to stop the onslaught from Bacon, and important that they are able to force also the flash from Scary Jerry, because Crier doesn't have level 6 yet. So as soon as he gets level 6, he probably can try and force and engage onto that position. That being said, grubs are getting started, and ooh, Kryra.
Another knockup for Zyko.
Nice,
but a nice binding found by Trevor. Meanwhile, Zamudo, he's so low, he could get taken down here. Comes back in for the Bramble Smash. It's a flash in from Crimson. That lets Zamudo close the gap and get the sap magic off. Zamudo stays alive and gets the flash out of Crimson.
Yeah, he didn't even need to use the flash to escape in that position. Oh, wait, Psycho.
Go locked down and nearly going to drop. Will die mid-portal there to Trevor, but they found some angles onto Aojun here. Good damage coming on across. Falling Star will find the kill for 5 Mini, and now he's over the wall to clean up some more. Kryra falls as well, and it's 2 for 1 to Glorp.
Great ulti there by 5 Mini to get the kill into Aljun, and Aljun getting caught up in a really bad position. Not only did he force flash, but also he just gets immediately killed. Nice kill that they get onto Psycho, but the chaos is not enough to stop the side of Glorp to find a tad bit more value, because it's not only the kills that they get 2 Crocs in their favor, or Grobs in their favor, and they are still able to keep on pushing the lanes and find the value that they are looking for.
Yeah. Really good early start for Glorp against a composition that we really expected to be taking the fight to them. The Caitlyn, the Jarvan, the Gnar, all these picks expected to be able to perform well in their individual lane matchups, but that's just not been the case. Glorp has just been playing these setups really well, and the biggest beneficiary has been Scary Jerry. He's got himself this huge CS lead that's just growing bigger and bigger by the moment. He's got 2 kills to his name, and once he gets to cash out the next time, he's going to be on a massive power spike.
Yeah, he probably comes back to lane with the first item at this after he comes back. And in comparison with Array has the BF sword, but it's not going to be enough to... Ooh. I actually thought they were going to commit there, but probably Jerry just wants to get his BF sword as well and have enough damage to be able to contest in a future fight.
A good trade onto Aojun here, though, extended by 5 Mini as he keeps that breath of light going, really able to chunk out of the way.
Yeah, really good trade there, able to find a ton of damage in that position. And it also means that now Aojun has to be a little bit more careful about how he wants to move forward in lane, especially if he gets baited to go forward. Already Psycho in position to try and engage here.
Sure. Eventually going to make a move on towards Aojun here as he continues to try to clear out the wave with these Molten Fissures. Vakin is spotted, though, knocked up by Kryra, bound by Trevor, but from whence cometh the damage, TDS? He just Ishtal's impacts his way right through the Cataclysm. Kryra does not snag himself a Scorpion today, but CCG are working on this Dragon regardless. They are the stronger early game comp. They've got to find a way to play for the rest of this game, and stacking dragons might just be it. But Scary Jerry and Zyko approaching. No quickness available yet. Zyko's still at level 5, but Jerry is just so dangerous. He's got the BF sword already completed, and that dragon going to be looking mighty juicy for Vakin, who does return to the brawl and is not going to be dissuaded by the damage he took earlier. Pulled back in by the wall, trying to smite it, not going to be able to get it. Aojun finishes it off, and Ace in the hole will be shielded by Vakin. He stays alive even though he can't grab the dragon.
Yeah, it turns out that super long range Ace in the hole is not enough to get a kill, because Caitlyn is really weak at this point. Barely has any items, and a shield, a measly shield, is enough to stop that. I'm more surprised about the fact that Aojun actually stole the dragon. Like, he is the one that gets the dragon between both the Jarvan and the Skarner, and it's an important advantage, like you were calling out, getting those first dragons, trying to stack them up, and maybe be able to force the soul in their favor earlier than the other team.
Very possibly. So, does end up with a first dragon going over to CCG. It's pretty late for a team to have a dragon stacking strategy here. They get it at about 10 minutes, so we'll be quite a ways away from that soul, but you didn't get the early lead that you wanted. You didn't get the early towers onto the Caitlyn. You didn't find an advantage in your lanes, really. This is the kind of thing you've got to look towards. Can you stack up those dragons and end up being able to compete on that front coming into the later game? It's CCG definitely not having the early game that they wanted with this draft.
Yeah, exactly. You have to find the smarter decisions to try and pull off the better plays, and so far with this draft, it's not working out that greatly for CCG. There are still plenty of opportunities that they will be able to find, but it's not just yet what they were looking for, and this is going to be 5 grubs for the side of Glorp, so they are going to have a lot of strong pushing power. We have Psycho leaving the game apparently, but obviously not the case. That's probably the pause that we have earlier on, and going to mean Bacon coming in here trying to scare Kryra.
Ooh, maybe not just more than scaring him. An attempted flash away, gonna get caught by Zyko, and bullet time just melts through Kryra's health bar. Zamudo gets the kill credit, and CCG Glorp make their pick, and they're not done yet. They're gonna be looking for Crimson. Zamudo, what is this combo, brother? What was that, Zamudo, as he gives up a freebie, TPing right in Crimson's face while tanking the turret. Glorp gives one up for free.
Yeah, Zamudo is way too happy gaming there. Like, that makes absolutely no sense for what the plan was. And it doesn't work out at all. Free kill after gaining such a good kill onto Kryra, and also free turret plates for Array. Array that was really far behind, now collecting free turret plates, free farm. This is a really good turnaround position for CCG, and you just have to extremely question mark ping Array Zamudo in that position.
I need a replay of that. That is the most BM move I've ever seen in an ACL final, or an ACL match period,
and
perhaps.
It clearly didn't work.
Work? I don't know. This would definitely put some psychological damage into me. You got to balance that
as your
psychological damage you do to your teammate. Yeah, listen, there's a little bit of, there's A and B here. There's a push and pull.
Yeah, like, there's psychological damage to the enemy team, and then there's to your own team. Like, I'm not sure Zamudo for which side he's playing. Maybe he was promised something by the CCG main team, but that was clearly not it when looking back on what the play should have gone for. Now, that also meant, like, that legitimately meant that CCG now is in the gold lead. Like, they have the gold lead because of all the gold that the Caitlyn gets, all the farm and turret plates that she's getting. I think she now has the same amount of items than that the Misfortune. Yeah, 1 and 1.
1 and 1. All right. So, Wild Arrows completed for Array. Bloodthirster completed for Scary Jerry. And the AD carries continue their showdown. A little bit of a lifeline given on over to that Caitlyn there. Crimson finding an extended trade with Zamudo, who will end up chunked down pretty low here. Power this Gnar, not to be disrespected,
no,
is starting to get stronger and stronger in lane as he works on that Trinity Force with the Rift Herald in Glorp's eyes.
Yeah, that extra kill that he got off of Samudo probably working out really good to be as strong as possible. And also meaning that anytime we're seeing the side lane matchup between the two of them, we're going to see Crimson be the stronger of the two. Now, how many times will we get an opportunity for them to find that value as they are trying to get, I think, yeah, Crimson wants to get the kill here. Ooh.
Yeah, going in for this full-on one-on-one. There's going to be the Nature's Grasp trying to buy himself some space. Zamudo trying to get creative. Meanwhile, Scary Jerry finding shots on Trevor in the mid lane, but finally severing Bolt will sever Zamudo from his life. Aojun cashing out on that one, getting his second of the game. And now a knockup being found on towards Zyko. I don't think they're going to pursue this any further. It's Fi-Mini who's really the big cash out here at the end of the day. He does guarantee himself a turret, and they're already going to be throwing down the Rift Herald for the inner, but it's blocked. Can he get the curve? No, not quite in time. What a play by Trevor to protect that inner turret, but he does get snagged in the impale. He does flash away from the knockup, but there's the skies descend out of Fi-Mini. That'll let him finish off the support. Trevor saves his outer turret, or his inner turret in the top side, but he sacrifices his own life for it.
Yeah, I like the idea that Trevor was looking for there, but he went a little bit too far forward, and that meant his death in the process. The fact that they do cancel the Rift Herald, though, means that this top lane turret is going to last for much longer, and that's taking away gold that CCG Glorp may have gotten eventually. And also in the process, they get the dragons, so it's 2 dragons for a price of no turret and Trevor's death, but also now they have Infernal Soul on the side potentially for them to try and collect. It's a nice mini game that they are setting up to try and collect, and if they can get it, it's going to be a huge amount of damage for Crimson, for Aojun, for Ray.
So much damage if they are able to secure it. Well, there's going to be a second dragon to CCG. Their plan of potentially stacking these is still on the table. They are dead even in gold, which is better than they were in the early game, but still behind where they would like to be with this composition. Everybody grouped up around this bottom side. I think Vakin and Zyko think they might be able to catch somebody in rotation on this little ward they have in the banana brush, and so Trevor might just be that target. Chain CC, but again, a little lacking in the damage department. Will he be able to get out of this one? The rest of the backup does arrive. Vakin gonna have to flash out, and he gets caught inside the Cataclysm, but bullet time opened up on by Scary Jerry, but he gets caught in that Cosmic Radiance. Now gonna be locked down on the opposite side. Here comes that Nature's Grasp from Zamudo, locking down multiple members and setting up for a kill on towards Crimson. The Tempered Fate onto Scary Jerry. It saved a life temporarily, but it did cost them Crimson.
Yeah, that was so well fought by Fi-Mini there, finding such a good angle to fly around. And also with the setup that they have, it's really easy to get so much damage. And now,
no, but Zyko, severing bolt. Zyko able to dodge his way out of there and keep himself alive, but still not quite the play that they were hoping for there. The stun on the Aojun very well may have ended up making the difference in saving his life there. They still won't be able to work their way onto the mid lane outer turret quite yet. They've got a wave crashing in, but Aojun, as long as he's healthy, as long as he's here, he does work his way through these waves very quickly. Finally, Scary Jerry, thanks to the siege minion, gets the time he needs to take it down.
And the Grubs. Let's not forget about the Grubs. Those also provide enough support to take down the turret. And it's also going to be another turret down here in the bot side. No, actually, I think probably Crimson is going to be able to cover it. So they almost take down all the structures, all the tier 1 structures, which is really good to try and open up a little bit more of the map. I think the most important part for CCG is not only the fact that they are still in a really good spot, but Array, you're alone here, my friend.
Ooh, slammed into the wall. Vakin gonna be able to find the impale. Zyko waiting on the other side for him, and Heartsteel gives him that last little bit of damage he needs. Vakin makes the pick and takes Array off the map.
Someone play the Reptile clip about Heartsteel or something like that. Really difficult position there for Ray, though. He wasn't looking to be part of like that, but with no flash as a Caitlyn that is currently that was before that 1-1, you probably are never escaping that end. That also sets up for a lot of the vision control for the side of CCG Glorp, and also just to move around and try and get a little bit more tricky with the picks that they want to try and attempt for. Even now collecting this last tier 1 turret.
Yeah, they'll collect this no problem. Fi-Mini gonna be able to secure that one. Minute to go on Baron spawn, about 90 seconds on Infernal Dragon number 1. Both teams definitely going to have that one in their sights. Zyko sees Trevor inside the enemy jungle. Now going to be collapsed on here by Kryra. Already used the knock-up, so he's going to have to blow quickness to try to get away. A collapse on Aljun. He flashes away to stop the ulti combo from sealing his fate. Had he been stunned in the bullet time, he surely would have died, and Vaken's not slowing down. Gets a nice stun into Kryra, but buffered with a flag and drag to get out to safety. Zyko looking for a target to knock up. Nature's Grasp on the flank. Locks down Array. The knockup comes through. Tempered Fate is dodged. Kryra's in too far. Takes a fair bit of damage, but the lockdown is not presenting itself.
Zyko
back hit by that ace in the hole. Aljun's the one on the flank. Vaken arriving to be able to run interference for the rest of his team, but Zamudo's health bar is getting lower and lower. Having a twisting advance. It's a twisting retreat to try to stay standing, and Flash going to come through as well. Crimson about to transform, impaled up, but guns through anyway to snag them back on in, sweeps in Vaken and Zyko for the kill, and 5mini trying desperately to fly away, but getting chased here, not out of the woods yet, has to flash away from flag and drag, and CCG with a good moment to take their fight, turning around the play that was started by Glorp.
Yeah, they turn around really, really well. They find a super, super long fight that the longer it went, the better it became for CCG Glorp, because they have multiple opportunities to reset their timings and also to keep out attacking with the Caitlyn. Really good setup they've had on the back.
Not done yet. They think that they've got Aljun here, and they certainly do. Knock back in. Does get a nice fear on a Scary Jerry to create the space he needs. And it's 5mini just right into 5 people. He gets one shot. Glorp with another mistake that very well could cost them another fight. Tempered Fate finds its way onto Scary Jerry. Everybody just throwing themselves into the fray to try to protect Jerry. Jerry will stay alive, but it's at the cost of 3 of his teammates. Bullet time opened up to close out the wave.
Yeah, and they still get the turret, by the way, so it's not the biggest value they are able to find, and now they are looking to go for this Baron buff. Bacon is alive, and Scary Jerry is alive as well, but there's no teleport on Zamudo, no teleport on 5mini, so this is going to be a 5v2 for now, at the very least.
They're going to try to send it for a steal here. Vaken does have the Ishtal's impact, and yeah, CCG don't want to flip it here. They retreat.
They learned from previous games' mistakes. This has been the death of multiple other teams in the ACL. This was a mistake that they did themselves in the previous game, and also that CCG Glorp almost made in the first game as well. So they learned, they decided not to go for it, but it is going to be Dragon now for the side of CCG Glorp that is much better positioned.
Yeah, the stacking is stopped. In that last fight, a tale of 2 mid laners there, by the way. Aljun with a clutch fear onto Jerry to save his own life as he's getting snared up by Zamudo. Meanwhile, 5mini with another big mistake, TPing later than his top lane counterpart and finding himself in the middle of the entire CCG team for his first death of the game.
Yeah, the biggest mistake there is TPing after your top laner. You have to TP on the same timing, because if not, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to get attacked on, burst out, and you're never going to do anything in that team fight. So we need to keep on seeing how future fights are going to turn out, how effectively they can lock down 5mini, and how much Scary Jerry can do in a fight as well as I was just saying.
Fade finds its way onto 5mini, but he's got the falling star. He's just going to turn it right back around. A nice fear onto Vaken, but only delaying the inevitable as Aljun is clawed out and taken down. Trevor takes the portal away. He's in the hole. Will find a return kill on towards 5mini. Trevor is doomed, getting chased across the map. Or is he, though? There's Crimson there for the backup, and now CCG Glorp are getting collapsed on from both fronts. They're going to have to pick a direction and send it. There's a Cataclysm onto 3 from Kryra. They won't be able to take the fight any further. Impale connects onto Array, but the damage is not there. The damage is Scary Jerry, and Scary Jerry's been sectioned off. Vaken fighting his way through with Zamudo, using these base damages to their maximum to claim themselves 2 kills back, while Crimson chasing onto Zyko across the rest of the map. Zyko trying to get his way out of here, but he will be hit by a rock and taken to the ground. 3 members drop for Glorp, 3 drop for CCG.
And both AD carries were running for their lives, but neither of them can try and survive long enough. And importantly, in the previous fight, the one that started with trying to collapse onto Aljun, there was no Crimson. Crimson was pushing top lane turret. It was a 4v5, but because 5mini flies too close to the sun, he ends up getting burned, gets killed, and then it becomes a 4v4 that they end up kind of getting collapsed on from both sides. Array gets collapsed on by Bacon though, and then Scary Jerry gets collapsed on by Crimson. It's really difficult to say who has the upper hand at this point in the game, because at any point, if any AD carry, if any mid laner is mispositioned, they are going to die to pretty much everyone in the map. So they have to be extra careful about how they want to face every team fight.
Yeah, now a fair bit of wave clear from Zamudo. Get himself the space, be able to rejoin the rest of the team, resetting that bot lane wave. And now the Baron going to be potentially the next thought on these teams' minds. Zyko's a little bit locked down by Trevor here. You're going to be able to regroup with the rest of the squad. But the control of this river is to CCG right now, and they're using their scanners to totally clear out the wave.
Yeah, they want to deny every bit of vision that is possible here. And they also want to set up for the Caitlyn traps, right? The more vision you have, the easier it is to set up your Caitlyn traps, and the better it is to try and get control of these objectives. As no one checking just yet. Psycho, maybe the first one, gonna be fine.
Yeah. A little bit of minions cleared out here for CCG, just getting control over that wave. And they are going to start up that Baron, so Glorp going to need a response. Zamudo does take down the inner turret. He's now TPing deep behind enemy lines, but where's the rest of Glorp? You've got to get over here. Baron is at half HP. Zyko leading the charge. They did use that Scryer, so they will know where everybody is. Nature's Grasp coming over the wall, locks down onto two. It is the frontliners. They do manage to block, but there's going to be the stun coming out across the wall. 5 Mini finding a great angle. Bullet time splits up the fight even further. Kryra cut off from the rest of the team, taking a fair bit of damage from the Skarner. Zamudo going to have to flash back away. And Kryra looks to re-engage. He gets demolished, and the Cataclysm means nothing, as that numbers advantage is the only indicator that Glorp need to go in for more. Magical Journey gets Aojun out just by the skin of his teeth, and he does stay alive. CCG Glorp with a one-man advantage in the continued Baron dance.
They have the one-man advantage, but it's not enough to actually force onto the Baron buff. It's really scary because the focus is still there. You have teleports on both Crimson and Aljun, and then also Ray, even though he's still an AD carry, he has a great range for an AD carry, so it's really difficult to try and take any sort of fight forcefully in that position, as everyone backs, now repositioning for the dragon spawning in 40 seconds, and crucially in that previous fight, Bacon missing the ultimate. That could have been a difference maker because of the position from the ultimate from Scary Jerry. He was separating everyone with that cone, but because Bacon fails the ultimate, it's no easy to... Oh, wait. Psycho!
Oh, not quite able to connect the charm. He thought that Aljun had overstepped. Zamudo still going in for more. He's now got 2 carries and Trevor right in his face, dumping every bit of damage that they've got. And Zamudo will drop for this. Too hungry for the fight are Zyko and Zamudo. The Dragonsteel duo, they cannot make the play happen.
Yeah, they look for the play, but they get overly punished in that position. Zamudo now no flash, no life, no teleport, so this should be a free Baron, but there is still Scary Jerry's ultimate, and also Bacon will have his ultimate. How can they set up for a fight here with no Zyko ultimate though?
Yeah, no quickness for Zyko, no big flanking. Nature's Grasp this time around either. Zyko going to try to clear out some of these. Look at that bullet time, though. It's got Aljun. He's impaled right into it, and he is a sitting duck for Scary Jerry. Who's untouched? Look at Jerry. He's into the back line. He's forced out Array on his own. Baron will fall, but how many kills will they clean up? That Magical Journey. It's a free path for Jerry. 5 Mini is chasing him down. Falling Star takes down 2. Crimson's the last one alive, and Glorp have run of the map to take this into the base.
It just worked out for them as Crimson is going to get spotted here. No, not going to die more than likely, but what a fight. And like you were mentioning, Scary Jerry taking matters into his own hands, walking like if it was a Jax or something else, but as a misfortune, able to get a lot of damage and a lot of value in his favor. They get multiple kills, they stop the Baron buff even though Crimson still does have it, and the game still stays as close as possible. Dragon is alive, maybe the next objective we see a fight for, but this was a 4v5. Zamudo was still dead, and as we see here, the engage from Bacon plus the ultimate from Scary Jerry forcing so much damage. Zyko not dying in that spot, and then Baron buff, even though it was forced so close. Jerry's forcing everyone out, even though the Baron dies on the side. Like, Jerry does whatever he wants because he's left untouched in that chaotic fight.
Absolutely. What a play there from Scary Jerry.
And the damage.
And from the rest of the squad to be able to find this win. Yeah. So that Dragonsteel magic making itself known yet again. As here comes Dragon number 4, CCG. They need to get back on towards the Dragon stacking game plan. Crimson already in mega form. He's going to lose this one before too long.
Yeah,
they're going to need to take the fight right now, or they're going to be stuck with a mini-Gnar for this whole fight. And now Crimson shifted back on in 5 minutes.
They recover position.
With that singularity. Glorp, they get the angle. They get to take control over this pit. They get to start working on that Dragon. And Zamudo on the flank with the Nature's Grasp. 5 Mini takes a big chunk of damage from the ace in the hole. Zamudo coming around on the big flank. He throws down the Nature's Grasp. He's looking to get this fight started. Kryra looking for the steal. Kryra versus back in. Kryra gets the Dragon. It takes his team on a soul point. Now over the wall, they're trying to hunt him down, but they're not going to be able to lock him. And Zamudo's getting focused down by the rest of the CCG squad. Kryra looking to be able to pick off 5 Mini. US a flash away from Severing Bolt, but there's no backup left for the rest of the Glorp squad. They'll lose their jungler. He trades back with Kryra, but it's a triple kill to Array, and it's CCG. One Dragon richer with control over the map.
Look at Jerry, he's down there on the bot side. He took matters once again and is pushing down. He probably gets an inhibitor here, depending on how quick the response is. It's only Ao Jun. I'm not sure if he can stop this, so it should be a free inhibitor for the side of CCG Glorp. But the problem is that with the amount of time he's taking, he probably will be a target for both. Yeah, everyone is coming down here. Like, they can stop him here.
Scary Jerry getting collapsed on, though. Like you said, here comes Trevor on the flank. He's going to find himself face-to-face with Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry can win out the fight. He has to flash away from the Cosmic Radiance. He's going to try to at least trade his life, but he won't even get that. Array on the cutoff claims his 4th kill of the last minute. It's an unofficial quadra to the Glorp side, or to the CCG side, onto the Glorp side, I should say. And CCG once again now with some control over the map for the first time in a long time.
It took them quite a bit, but finally it's completely in control here. Thanks to that Baron push, thanks to getting back some of that gold. They are down that inhibitor down there on the bot side, which is the farthest from the Baron buff spawning in 2 minutes. But it's still an important point to try and make value from for the side of CCG, because they have to push. They have to keep on pushing to get CCG Glorp into their own base and not have control over the certain points that CCG wants to try and get the Caitlyn traps down on. And looking back into the Dragon fight, I'm kind of curious, first and foremost, why 5 Mini threw his ultimate like that? Because he was way too quick to send the ultimate, and it really just didn't set up well with the ultimate from Psycho and Zamudo. It was a really big difference maker that could have set up even better for the CCG Glorp team fight.
Yeah, definitely a question to ask coming into the post game. Maybe the analyst desk got a sight of it. We'll see if we get a replay, but Trevor camping in the bush, finding Zyko here. Zyko able to grand entrance over the wall before Kryra is able to come in for the follow-up. This game is officially on a nice edge here, TDS. CCG back with a faint gold lead and able to threaten on this Infernal Soul, a very powerful soul indeed, if they're able to get it.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get it, it's going to be dangerous, but if they can get Trevor as well.
Big pick onto Trevor, but the damage is coming in on the flank. I don't know if Trevor's the target they want. What a knockup from Zyko, though. Quickness connects, gets onto 3, locks down Array, and takes the Caitlyn off the map. It's now all on Ao Jun to produce the damage. Glorp with a 2-man advantage. They're just running it down mid. They think they can close out the game.
Yeah, they can run down mid. They have also the minion wave pushing from bot side after pushing this turret. It's 3 members and it's only Ao Jun with the wave clear. There's no Mega Gnar either, so this could be a good opportunity for them to try and close it out. It's going to be difficult. Oh,
double stun from Trevor, huge to stop Bakken and Vyko from taking this fight any further. Zyko going to take a fair bit of abuse on the backside, crushing Maw back on in. Good chunk out of Zamudo. They're going to lose this mid lane inhibitor, but CCG have kept the game alive. They will not lose on this push. Array and Kryra coming back up.
Yeah, Baron up in 30. They just want to get that inhibitor down, because also, not only do they get the mid lane one, like we were talking, bot lane inhibitor, look at the huge wave of minions that is stacking up on bot side. The longer it takes for CCG to try and stop this wave, the easier it is going to be for the side of Glorp to get this Baron buff, because it's going to be set up perfectly. Oh, Bacon.
Back and spotted.
Get
Crimson
stunned,
about
get
to shift back. That's going to be good for his DPS, actually. He can keep getting these hyper procs. He can keep on top of Vakin. This is the jungler. This is the smite for the Baron. It's going to be Tempered Fate coming out across. He goes in for the impale. He wasn't connected onto anybody, and Falling Star is used as a disengage. Good damage here, but they're going to need to take the fight further. They use so many cooldowns trying to get Vakin out to safety, and it's going to be a good Nature's Grasp coming on through from Zamudo, but CCG are going to be able to back on away. The minions, they're flooding into the base. Somebody's got to get back here and deal with this one, and it's gotta be Aojun.
It's so many. I'm not sure if Aojun or Crimson can stop this. Like, look at the amount. Yeah, they will be able to stop it.
Bolt Fisher's a hell of a drug, man.
Yeah, this is a Baron buff though. Actually, they lost it. Yeah, it's not enough. It's such a big wave, and Aojun, or sorry, 5 minute TPing here now. It's Baron buff confirmed for Glorp, and Dragon is also falling in 8 seconds.
Soul in 8 seconds. Yeah, Array already there, laying down the trap line, setting up for the rest of the squad, making it harder for Glorp to come in and contest them. They know they need the Soul. Their opportunities to get it have been limited this game, but at 35 minutes, they just might be able to secure it. They're going to force the face checks on through. They're going to snipe away on the traps, getting good damage onto Zamudo here, but he's tanking them for his team. He's creating the space that they need. Soul is secured. CCG with the extra oomph to be able to work their way through this front line. Zamudo going to be taking the brunt of it as he dies to the spiraling despair of Aojun. Top laner down, 1 member off the board for Glorp. CCG with a foothold back in the game to be able to recall and defend the base.
Yeah, they have to come back. They have to try and stop and defend the base. I'm not sure how much will they be able to do with, as of now, just on the side of Glorp. They do have Baron buff, but it's not enough to be able to push even more on the side. And now another inhibitor will respawn. This game is way, way, way too close for comfort, with both teams just finding multiple opportunities to try and fight back. But with Soap now here secured for both Aojun and Array, they will be able to do a lot of damage. And even if you're a tank, you can try and you cannot just tank out a full damage combo from any of these 2 champions.
Definitely. And now, with the Soul in tow, a little buff to the damage to CCG, as they still look to be able to try to come back in on this one. It's Glorp back with the gold lead, but only slightly. The gold might as well be dead even, as this is a TP. This is Zamudo coming on in, thinking he might have one of those classic flanks, and he might, even though Trevor spotted him the whole way. Keeper's Grasp going to come on through. It's going to lock down Crimson. Is that the target they want back in? He used the impale on nothing. He caught nobody, but the flashback away. Going to dodge out on this Gnar. Psycho going to be the first one to drop in the fight. There's going to be the fear connecting out of Zamudo. He's going to go down as well. CCG have found their angle into the team fight. They're flashing forward. They're using every tool at their disposal to cut through the remaining Glorp members. Jerry is sent to the Guardian Angel. 5 Mini trying to stand and fight for him, but pushed out by Crimson. Executed down by the Gnar. It's a 1-for-5 ACCG with full control over the map.
But because there are no minion waves, they can actually not push to finish the game. They will be way too late for that. That is a big, big, big teamfight victory that they are able to find. But it's not the end of the game just yet because of how the rest of the map is set up. That being said, it's important for them to keep on doing these fights, and it's curious to see the desperation that the side of CCG Glorp is showing, because they didn't need to force this fight at all. But Crimson was setting up to get Mega Gnar anyway, and Baking here forcing his ultimate too late on the side. Scary Jerry also gets stunned, has to flash immediately. It's all a bad setup coming in from CCG Glorp, and in comparison, CCG gets a perfect counter setup, finds multiple picks. They can follow up, keep on following up on the fight, and they find many opportunities to just win it out.
It's not over yet, though. There's still going to be more of these team fights. I mean, so much effort here from 5 Mini. What hustle to try to disengage this fight and keep it alive. The fact that he's able to take down 1 target, he buys a fair bit of time, but it just does not matter. And now Trevor is looking on the flank again. He's got the Tempered Fate. If he can pick somebody like Scary Jerry, it's going to be huge. He flashes in, looks for the Tempered Fate, but Jerry dodges everything. Jerry's still staying strong, still staying standing, going to fight it back out with the Bloodthirster in his back. There's the bullet time to cut through 2. And Jerry outplaying Trevor might just be the final nail in the coffin, but Aojun's been able to take down Jerry on the backside. It's now all on 5 Mini to be able to pump out the damage. Array still standing on the back line, finding angles to shoot away. And Crimson is right on top of Glorp. 4 members fall. 5 Mini left alone and no chance to be able to defend his inhibitor. That's going down for sure. But can he save the Nexus?
He buys the Sanchez just to try and make a stop here. He's going to try and buy enough time.
No, he's down.
He doesn't even use it.
He's down. It's over. CCG with a massive comeback, down from minute 1 with an early game composition, come back in a nearly 40-minute game to take themselves to match point.
What a game. I'm excited with this series already, setting up so greatly, but CCG had everything against them. They lost the Baron buff really early on. They lost that Nexus turret like 10 minutes ago, if I'm not wrong, or 5 minutes ago. And then they turn around, gaining that soul, able to find multiple opportunities to make the fight work out. Trevor with great angles, by the way. And also, crucially, a little bit of desperation coming in from Glorp when looking at those late game fights. Samudo too far forward, Bacon missing ultimates, Psycho missing ultimates as well, Fimini not really finding the angles that you want as the Aurelian Soul. And it was at huge portions left to Scary Jerry to be the main character, but he's playing with Fortune. If your ultimate is down, your out-attacking prowess is not going to be close to similar to Caitlyn's. So it's a really difficult uphill battle, similar to that gold lead in favor of CCG, and it just showed at the end.
Yeah, really back and forth game. Our closest one so far of the night.
Yep.
And CCG barely eking it out there off of several very close team fights there. And I cannot believe it. Scary Jerry staying alive, botching the engage from Trevor, turning it back around, getting 2 members down with the bullet time, and none of it matters. It's a really great execution. Aojun snipes him at some point with some kind of way ability. I'm sure we'll get the replay here. I don't know if it was severing bolt or what.
And Crimson as well. Huge props to Crimson. I think he played a massively great Narc game. Like he blind picked, essentially got a counter pick by Samudo, and at every turn he got kills. He was heading farm. He was doing a really great job managing his Narbar really well. I think bar one team fight for one of the dragons that I think Cryer steals, he had perfect management of the Narbar, and he always was extremely valuable in most of the team fights. So huge props to him. I think performing really, really well. And now CCG on match point.
Yeah, a chance for CCG to be able to upset their sister team and take an ACL title here. 3-2 is their overall match record throughout the season now, if you count in that 2-0 from CCG Glorp in the earlier bracket. But let's hear what the analyst desk has to say. Sneezes and quacks waiting on the desk.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? We've had an amazing series. The fights have been crazy. It's been an absolute banger. What do you think, Quacks? How are you feeling? Where's your heart? In your chest or in your throat?
Oh man, I am very entertained. It's in the eyes right now. It has been an absolute treat to watch that game number 3. Every single team fight was close down to the wire. Every single one, you seriously, like, I legitimately had a tough time thinking about which 3 clips we should actually use, because past the, like, 20-minute mark, this game just exploded, right? I was a little bit kind of bored in the first 20 minutes. There were small little skirmishes going around and on toward the game, but nothing that really amounted to a solid lead that put a team ahead of the other. But then, you know, we get to team fighting, we get to the big 5v5 aggression fights, and suddenly the game just blows up. It becomes a team deathmatch game here in League of Legends. In our first replay, one of many such cases. You can see Trevor gets caught on out, but I think this really highlights the space that just is able to be created in a lot of these choke points. Obviously, this is a Glorp winning fight. They immediately turn on and get to, but then the disengage from CCG, I think, really was the big hero. Obviously, we saw toward the end of this clip, but they always managed to keep at least one member alive in every single exchange. And I feel like just being able to keep a man around, never really giving Glorp the opportunity to go for those clean aces, is what allowed them to look for other avenues of play and continue fighting even when they were down in certain areas.
And it's that alt-dependent gameplay, right? When CCG Glorp was able to hit all their alts, it was totally free. And when they weren't, CCG could fight back, right? I think Array had an amazing game in the Caitlyn. So many of these fights, he's at full health. Even at the end, at the last fight, he's full health. I think we're going to get into another fight here. I think this is Drake's Soul. We'll see.
I believe so. Dude, honestly, how are you going to be able to top that game? Yup, it is Drake Soul. So before this, the Caitlyn traps made a line of scrimmage that was super hard for Glorp to get through, right? But they managed to go through it. Beautiful tempered
I think they should have ran down mid. You just took Baron.
You think
Do
so?
not fight on red side's terms. You can send 1 or 2 to stop the bases. They have no inhibs and Baron buff. Super minion stacking. Just run down mid with 3 people to end the game. Like, I don't know why they didn't try to end the game with an A-Soul who can stop backs with the ult. I really wanted them to play a little better macro here, not fall for the fight. I think they could have won the game right there. I really do.
I do think that there was an opportunity for them to win the game. I feel like I hesitate to say the entire game because I think at that point, you know, assuming that they get the soul, of course, the Caitlyn, as soon as the A-Soul comes into range of Array, probably 1-shot, 2-shot does the trick, and then you can go for the backs. And I simply don't think there's enough time to end the game from there. Maybe you leave an exposed.
You can stop the base with A-Soul ult. A-Soul ult is gigantic and will stop 5 bases no matter what. He doesn't have to risk himself or die. You know, I think I legitimately think it was free Quacks. I really do.
Maybe I do, but it denied us, or it would have denied us so many cooler fights because I feel like after this it just turned into the Wild West. As we are going to get into replay number 3 in all due time, but between the replay 2 and replay 3, there was at least like 3 or 4 fights that we weren't able to show. There were so many exchanges that went on in this game, all super duper fun to take a look at. And yeah, I think that this one really highlighting just how efficient the side of Glorp are with those ultimates, right? We see them initially use the Sky's Descent, use the bullet time, but then lo and behold, Crimson is the man that saves it. And, you know, credit to Array for dealing the damage on the side. You look at this Caitlyn and his headshotting for, you know, every single crit out there is basically a COD player in League of Legends, but Crimson buying the space on this Narb was the unsung hero. So many times coming up with a clutch ultimate or buying space for the backline, allowing that crowd control to really put his team on the map in those team fights, give them an opening to engage onto, more specifically giving Kryra an opening to engage onto. I think he really was kind of the backbone of this game number 3, while I necessarily would say Array was those fists, right, that kept on punching, kept on hitting, and knocking out the members of Glorp.
I want to give some credit to Trevor, too. I think he played a great Bard, and he just chunked out Jerry all on his own. He was basically full HP, just 1v1 of the ADC. I know I said in the chat that Dragon Soul was fake, but it wasn't fake that fight.
Nope.
You know, Flame Soul is very strong. But I do think that it was just a macro misplay by CCG Glorp. The gold was very close. CCG Glorp Omega outscales, but the scaling doesn't matter if you just get punched in the face, right? And I think Array being full HP at the end of the game is kind of the story of the series. If Array's not touched, you got to get to Array. You got to make him uncomfortable. If you don't, CCG's just going to run away with it.
Yep, and that was kind of the Caitlyn pick that we were alluding to all the way back in game number 1, the range advantage that you can create with it, the damage that you can get with it once it gets some items cannot be underestimated. But now, you know, looking ahead into game 4, there are a lot of champions, specifically in that 80 carry role, that are not going to be able to be picked. A lot of priority ones are still up and available, most notably that Varus is still around. But I mean, I think we're expecting it to potentially be banned going forward into game number 4, or not, right? Because game number 4, you don't have access to those second phase bans. So you do have to kind of pick your targets a little bit more carefully. And I do think champions like the Ivern and the Ambessa are going to be mainstays, right? Even if we go to game number 5, we probably expect those champions to just be pick banned going forward. So I am interested to see what the draft is going to entail going into game 4. But one thing's for certain, Sneeze, is CCG Esports, one more game and the Noxus 1 seed will be able to take it. And I would be so excited if they manage to actually get this win across, because these are players that have had a really impressive 2024 year. This is the year that a lot of them really made their mark on the scene. In particular, I would say Array at the latter half of the year was an absolute terror in the summer. OQ's the beginning half of the year. In spring, it really was the Crimson Show with CCG promoting into the NACL. These guys have had some of the most defining moments of their career in this year. And so I think being able to etch one more W in an already historic year for their careers and project that upwards momentum into 2025 would be so nice for them going forward, and so deserving, because these guys really are potentially the future of what we could see in the NACL and potentially beyond that.
Yeah, I think all 10 players have had a good split. You know, a lot of these guys have, you know, in league, you kind of have an up and down career, right? You either accelerate into tier 1 instantly, or you kind of sit around the middle. So I'm glad a lot of these guys are on the upswing again. I think these guys have really improved. You know, I used to work with you know, very lightly with Crimson and Cryo back in the day when I was on TFT. They were actually our subs on TFT. And some of these guys have been falling for a bit. Like Al June is a guy I'm going to pencil in as a rising star. I think he's had a really good he had a good summer in OQs, and he's a really nice ACL. So usually when a player can put like 2 solid splits together, they're going to have a huge breakout. And we saw players like Sushi have big breakout years last year. I'm hoping that Al June is on that list. It looks like we're about to get into draft pretty quickly. Oh no, we're started already. Wow, I didn't even see the things move. All right, so the Varus is off, the Ezreal's in. CCG insta-lock Ezreal. Let's go. Oh no, Glorp blocks Ezreal. Take it away from Array. Very nice. No Varus. Keep the Ezreal. And now Ezreal's also not to be scoffed at.
What the hell do you pick here? I mean, Smolder is available, I guess. Zaya is available, I guess. You could go, it's something magey in the bot lane, right? You talk about the Victor, you talk about kind of some of those mages going down there. The Syndra would be an option, except it's banned away. And CCG blind the Nidalee. Sneezes, I need your opinion on this one, because I have my reservations about this champion blind, but I want to hear what you have to say first.
I mean, at this point in the thing, right? We know we don't have second bans. We're deep into our pools. Let's just get our comfort picks, right? We're up a game. We get to burn a champion without consequence. Let's take a strong jungle solo lane 2v2. Jackson Italy, really nice guaranteed spear connect. Cryo's been low-key running this this series. I think getting him one of his best champions is totally fine, right? What if they, I don't know if CCG is a coach in lobby or what, but in my experience, when a player like Cryo just says, "Bro, pick me Nidalee," you just lock it in, right? You tear up the draft plan a little bit. Don't worry about it. We got the game 5 plan. We'll what champion he walks. Gragas Yasuo? Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
You could go for something like a Gragas top lane as well, and then maybe get Vac and a Sejuani with the Yasuo, and that would open up. You can run the
Yasuo support too. We've seen the Yasuo get played all over. You know, though you kind of need a center for that, but maybe you know, weirder thing to happen. Actually Gragas is top. Gragas runs AP, and it's good into Jax. You can run
really good into Jax.
Yeah, you can run AP, and it's very difficult for Jax to play into the Gragas E. You can always E and walk away against Jax.
Yeah, for sure. So now that is going to be the Viego locked in here for Vac, and one of the big carry champions that he has in his arsenal. So for the first time for CCG Glorp in this series, you know, backs against the wall, they're saying, all right, let's give the ball to Vakin, and let's see if he can make a slam dunk here in game number 4. Our backs are against the wall, and we are relying on this Viego to carry us to game number 5. And we were kind of, at least I was anticipating maybe something like a Smolder, but instead we are going to get the Sivir. So I actually really like this champion at the current moment, Sneezes. I think it is super effective. It does a lot of damage later on, can really be useful if you have a team that it plays around with well, and most importantly, it wave clears, right? It's super hard to actually punish in the early game if it has an effective support to be able to boost it up. As Jace, last minute fake out by CCG, gonna lock that one in. Likely going to go the mid lane.
I really like this. Sivir is your scaling option. They were thinking about Smolder, but again, I think double scaling is hard. They have Nidalee and Jax for the early game, but Jace can kind of still be that bridge champion. He can control the mid lane and poke out. I like the bit of a poke comp that CCG is developing. Nidalee, Jace. Yeah. a little bit of speed synergy too with Sivir Jace. So you're running around the map, you're disengaging, you're still giving Trevor R5, which I think has done a really nice job with R5, and CCG is just kind of playing, or Glorp is kind of going back to their comfort, more of like a team fight, kind of front to back 1-4 comp. We'll see what their last pick is, but
I wouldn't hate like I was gonna say maybe something like a Cass here or like an Akali here could have been an option, but yeah, they are going to
the Victor. Okay,
or Victor. Yep, that works.
This is very straightforward. I think Victor's one of the few champs that can hang with Jace in terms of pushing the wave and contesting for prio. It's really about who hits the skill shots. If Jace hits his Qs from range form and then Qs into melee, Victor hits his E's. It's going to be kind of dependent, but I like it. I like the scaling from CCG Glorp. I think they can fight really well. They really need the Viego resets, though. It's so hard for them to play if they don't get Viego resets.
Maybe, yeah.
Poppy is really nice here.
I really like the Poppy here.
Poppy.
Oh, yeah. Yep. This is super duper good. I think really good denial for the Leona to get aggressive and allow for Ezreal and Leona to really run this lane, and simultaneously just opens up a lot of gank angles for the side of Nidalee, right? You obviously have that innate crowd control to allow those spears to hit, but you also just straight up buy time. Even if the Nidalee doesn't hit the spear, they have the ability to lock you in place enough for the Nidalee to run right on top of you and start pouncing you or clawing you or throwing spears at you or whatever it is that Nidalee does in order to kill you. So good comp actually here by CCG with the champ pools being significantly pinched here in game number 4. I think they actually came out with a relatively well-rounded comp going into this game.
Yeah, I think it's a little tough to execute for CCG. They have to hit their skill shots. You have a Jace, a Nidalee. Both those champions are very skill dependent. You can't just, there's no targeted abilities really, except, maybe some Jace melee stuff. But they've been playing really well. They've been fighting really well. I want to see them accelerate in the early game, and I want to see them get Sivir resourced, right? I think it's been very up and down with these grub swaps. I think CCG's done a couple good ones. Glorp has done a couple good ones. The game is kind of coming down to who's playing the best at 11:30 when usually the second grubs comes in. So yeah, let's see what happens. I think wave clear wise, it's looking very good for CCG. Glorp though, they're not really under threat, right? Victor can wave clear for free, Gragas can wave clear for free. We all know Ezreal can basically 2v1 once he's level 4. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. I think it's going to be about decision making, what objectives they're prioritizing, and then who gets resources.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at the Poppy and the Nidalee to just shove any lead down the throats of Glorp early on. If they can find a bone, run away with it, and never ever let CCG Glorp catch you with it. So I want to see the cohesion come out from Trevor and Kryra to make things happen in the early game. Shut out Glorp around that 11:30 mark, like you said. Use those traps to get vision. Set traps in case Glorp actually overstep, because you can really punish Mini and Vakken if they overstay, especially when they don't have flash or if they don't have level 6. If you can burn those early or make plays before they have those ultimates to get away, then you set yourself up for a really strong just zone control duo in the jungle and support.
Also, one thing I want to mention, people forget how good Zamudo's Gragas is because he's good at so many champions, and it's kind of been his like pocket pick. When he gets a little pinch, like late in a series like this, it's been a champ he's gone to. When he was on wild card, I think it was in NACL in 2023 in the summer, we scrimmed him all the time, and he would play like all this zany stuff. Like anyone in the scene will tell you, he plays Warwick with like Ignite, barrier in scrims. He'll play whatever flavor of the month range top is in, but then he gets to the matches and he just like slamming Gragas all summer and just like crushing everyone with the Gragas. So I'm expecting a big game from Zamudo on a champ that kind of people associate with weak side. I think he's very good at those skill shots, and he hits those max range skill shots from like the barrel insect into like your own barrel combo, like max range flash ease. Like he's very good at those long range skill shots.
Yeah, he does bomba combos for a living. Zamudo does. No, I definitely think so. I actually think that this game, there is probably a decent amount of value in playing around this top side, right? Because not only have we, had the Grubs discussion a lot in this series, but also Vakin is on the Viego, right? He's wanting to control those zones to be able to make sure he can snowball his own lead. And so he'll be looking at that top lane matchup, which is winning for the Gragas and potentially look to make an aggressive play over there. So I think it's going to be up to Crimson to really reel it in, play defense. He had a huge game last game by being aggressive. This game, though, I do think it's going to have to be the opposite. He's going to have to take a chill pill, if you will, and really just kind of allow the rest of his team to get leads. And all he has to do is survive and occasionally get prio and maybe drop a wave or two around Grubs.
I want to see Viego Victor have a huge game. I think the mid jungle 2v2, you have to focus the same target. You have to layer your CC properly. You have to layer all your damage on on either the Nidalee or the Jace. But I do think they can win the mid jungle 2v2. And if they get a good gank below Jace's flash, he has a much more difficult time playing.
Yeah.
It's all about mid jungle 2v2. I think this series is, if you've been watching closely, you'll see that it's kind of come down to who's controlling the mid lane, and you have to be in a position to help your mid, either from the support position or the jungle position, to play through mid lane in tier 2 and above.
Absolutely. I think if either Aljun or Femini get ahead in this game, it is a rough game for the other team, right? We've seen what happens, particularly in solo queue, at least for me, what happens when Victor gets ahead. It's not pretty. What happens when Jace gets ahead, it's not going to be pretty. So there are, like you said, super duper volatile. The jungle matchup is also volatile as well, so those are the duos to be looking at. I 100% agree with you, Sneezes. I think it's also going to be on the onus is also on Zyko and Trevor to realize that and just roam to mid lane, be with your jungler, and permanently play with them to get picks. Your AD carries don't need a ton of attention here in this game.
No, they definitely don't. The one thing I want to call out, I think we're going to cut over pretty quickly, but the one thing I want to call out is we are in post-Arcane Victor. So this is buffed Victor on his ultimate. Every time he gets a kill, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, kind of like the Ace Soul thing, a little bit like the old Ace Soul that would fly down mid, but it's not based off distance, it's based off kills. So I could see Femini, having a huge team fight. These teams are willing to 5v5. They're willing to fight on imperfect conditions, imperfect terrain, and if Femini can be positioned well, we could definitely see a huge 3, 4, 5 man ult chase down.
We absolutely could. And the bells of Summoner's Rift, we can hear them in our ears for game number 4. Series point, ladies and gentlemen, between the Civil War on CCG Glorp versus CCG Esports. Take it away, Gordo and TDS.
Thank you very much, Quacks. We're back on the Summoner's Rift for game number 4, CCG Esports, with an opportunity to upset their sister team and claim an ACL championship with a win on red side. CCG Glorp with a chance to force a game number 5, a full fearless game number 5 at that. I know everyone, regardless of fandom, has got to be hoping for that at least a little bit in the back of their minds, but it all comes down potentially to this game number 4.
Funnily enough, a week ago we had a game 5. We went to the 5 games. We saw the elimination of Olmes, to the probably happiness of some and the disdain of particularly Colomer. But it was a great experience, and I hope we get the chance to see another one. Ooh, eating one spear. Great start with that poke.
That's a big psychological victory right there.
Yeah.
Kryra connects spear number 1. Does not bode well for the future of CCG Glorp here, but I got my eyes on this Zamudo Gragas, though. It's a good matchup out of the Jax. It's a strong champion who's going to be able to kind of bring both utility and damage to the table. And you really want to give that kind of autonomy to a player like Zamudo. He has been the Glorp X factor throughout so much of this tournament. He can pop off at any moment. He can make the play at any time. And when you're down in the series, Glorp is the player you want to be on the lookout for.
100%. If you're going to trust someone, it has to be your X Factor Zamudo. Because I would say, I think Scary Jerry has been playing an amazing tournament as well. But he's the AD carry. Sadly, AD carries can do until a certain point. But Zamudo, if he gets a playmaker, he can make a lot of the game go in their way, and it's going to be difficult to put a stop onto him immediately. As we talked about the Nidalee Spear, the first Q hitting onto Array as well, a little bit of confidence onto Scary Jerry as well, and I think confidently we can say that Scary Jerry and Psycho have won the 2v2 bot lane. It's been more out of lane where Array has been able to step up a little bit more, but in lane I think Psycho and Scary Jerry have been doing a really great job.
And that's kind of the CCG bread and butter for their bottom lane too. I think a lot of their season has been about Array sitting back, farming to be a later game carry, and Trevor getting unlocked to go and influence these lanes. He was doing it as early as level 1 in some of these games, and while that won't be the case this game, do expect to see Trevor out and about early and often, but he takes a massive chunk. Scary Jerry and Psycho, they hit level 2 first, and they collapse onto the CCG support.
And that was the most, or the farthest the distance the E from the Leona went. Like, that was as long range Leona E, able to connect and able to set up the kill for the side of CCG Glorp. The stronger bot lane in the 2v2, stepping up once again. First blood for Scary Jerry, and in the previous game, it almost worked out, but it didn't. We're going to see maybe this time around, it's going to be Scary Jerry's show, and he's going to be able to pull it off.
Indeed it is. Scary Jerry already off to a fantastic start here. That extra 400 gold. That's your Tear of the Goddess right there.
Yep.
You do expect to see built up on the Ezreal, so getting that one as nearly a free roll, certainly going to be a plenty helpful. I guess it does cost Zyko's Ignite. Does let him build up this lead and opens up an opportunity for Vakin to come in here and try to challenge for the first Scuttler. Looks like Kryra has much the same idea. Haven't spotted him yet, but they do have Zyko in there for the backup. Kryra's presence now is known. Gets a big chunk on a Vakin. Vakin will be able to secure the Scuttler. Now turning the fight back around. Mid laners both coming to try to get involved here, but Aojun, he's got more abilities. He's got 2 sets of them. Will be stunned on up by 5mini, who actually turns the trade back around. Shock Blast still doing its damage, though. And 5mini will be the one on the sliver of health at the end of the day.
Yeah, 5mini with a little bit less health, but he also has the potion running. They will spot Kryra here, so it's going to be a Scuttercrab for Scuttercrab at the end of the day. I like the initial play from Kryra to try and go for a little bit of the damage, but if he had focused on securing the Scuttercrab, maybe it's a much bigger disadvantage that Bacon would have been forced onto us. Looking topside, but they should know about this, or Zamudo should know about this.
Well, Zamudo maybe up a little aggressive here, going to flash away. Does not get to proc his phase rush either. Gets a little bit of a slow onto Kryra, and I think that should be enough, even with the spear connecting. Zamudo down flash, now going to have to recall and expend his teleport.
Yeah, and the wave is in a great spot for Crimson, which means that it's going to be difficult to not, at the very least, be forced into a weird spot as Zamudo. So it's a story of 2 lanes. Bot lane is a little bit worst for the side of CCG, but top lane is a little bit better for them, and it's the opposite story for the others, for the top laner for CCG Glorp and the bot laner for CCG Glorp.
I like this call though. Zamudo on the recall, knowing he's down flash, is just going to go into the bottom side. They're going to rotate Scary Jerry and Zyko up here. It does probably end up forfeiting this dragon, but it does give them the swap for the grubs. Let's see if Array and Trevor intend to match. It is a recall from Crimson here, so they may just do the same swap right back.
Oh, Aojun gets stunned.
What a stun! Oh no, Psycho! He shorts the Zenith Blade. That would have been a kill.
It's surprising how on the first blood he actually reaches the max range of the Zenith Blade. Oh wait, he connects now.
Well, he hits that one. And will it be enough to take down Aojun? Probably not, but does get his health lower. Very funny to miss the flash Zenith Blade on a stunned target, but land the raw Zenith Blade onto a moving target. 5mini though, maybe up too far here. Does have the flash pushed back away by Trevor, and getting chased down now, trying to create himself the space. Will be able to fall back.
Yeah, I thought actually he was going to be able to connect onto the wall, Just not enough to connect onto the wall, but it is going to be enough to force by Mini into a spot where he doesn't want to force too heavily, as Aljun will push this wave and probably just reset after this. They will get the Glorps on the side of CCG Glorp with the trade that we were talking about before, with Zamudo going down and then Scary Jerry and Psycho still staying on the top side. And for the previous games, the team that has had the Glorps has had a much better chance of winning. Obviously, it's not to say that whoever gets them just it's because they are winning or anything like that, but more so because they've been able to push the objectives really well and make a force onto the weaker objectives and just get them as soon as possible. And I want to see if CCG Glorp would do something similar here, with the Scary Jerry being as far ahead as he is.
Yeah, the thing about the Grubs, I've been saying this all year, whether it's an auto win or not, open debate, but it definitely forces you, though, to be really solid on your timings. If you are late on a rotation, if you're slow on a recall, if you get your lane assignments wrong, the punishment just gets exponentially higher once there's these Grubs available. And we saw that last game, right, where Glorp or CCG main, I believe it was. No, it was Glorp. Got the opportunity to just run down a bunch of turrets in mid, but Zamudo now at risk of being dove. 1 versus 3, keeping the wave away. Crimson going to take the aggro first, flashes away from the cap.
Really well done.
And will go down. 2 turret shots onto Kryra, but he gets the kill and he gets out.
Yeah, and it was forcing the flash off of Crimson, but they still are able to force the play and get the kill. They want to make a dive happen here with this minion wave coming now. Psycho maybe trying to set up, but Baking's taking too long, and also Ultimate just now obtained teleport down bot side. I think they are just going to disengage here. Yeah, they are not going to risk it in the top side.
Wow, and the fact that Zamudo held his teleport after getting forced out of lane earlier means that he has it to come back in after his death here. And Crimson doesn't even get a plate, I'm pretty sure. I believe that plate fell to
no, it was
afterwards.
It was Aljun that got it.
Aljun got it. Okay, so Aljun does get a plate, but not very much in the grand scheme of things, especially when it's the bot lane. That's the more squishy of the 2 towers. You could definitely have gotten more out of that had Zamudo not been able to TP back.
Yeah, and technically speaking, it's not a big impact onto the matchup that already was kind of Zamudo favored. So the fact that the Jax is not getting that extra gold to maybe make it a little bit more in their favor, it's not the most ideal thing, as Psycho will spot Trevor here. But yeah, supports will just deny each other. It's not going to be as level 1, and they are going to disengage from this play really comfortably. I want to see more from Kryra on this Nidalee, because even though I do agree, like, Kryra has been running really well after the first game. I think Kryra has been running the show so far. I think with Nidalee you have to take that even a step farther, because this champion cannot fall behind at any point. Like, she needs to be above everyone else to make herself be as valuable as someone like a Viego even. So you need to see Kryra keep the tempo up as much as possible, keep just moving around and finding spears connected, try and be on the phase of multiple players, and just be as impactful as possible.
Sure, and it looks like they're looking for that 3-man dive onto Zamudo once again here.
Yeah.
He gets a big trade onto Crimson before it starts this time, forces out the ultimate, and now dodging out on these shock blasts, on these spears, gets the slow. Kryra has to exit, now going to be tanking it up. It's Aljun at the big explosive cask onto Crimson too. Not able to take down the top laner, but makes it a 1-for-1 at minimum. Nicely played by Zamudo, getting out with more than the first time he got doped.
Crimson survived. Wait, Trisha Barrage came down. Crimson survived by just a tiny bit of health, and Bacon not quick enough to be able to arrive on time, so it's not going to be traded. That could have been disaster for CCG if Scary Jerry gets another one just like that. But the dive, not the best dive that you would have hoped for if you're a CCG, but you still get the job done. You get a kill onto Crimson. Yes, Aljun died, but you're able to push the wave as well into the turret. It's Zamudo losing out on a little bit more gold, and in the mid lane it's not like 5 minions finding a lot of value. Like, realistically, Aljun is coming now into lane, he collects the gold, and it's back to square one.
1k gold lead for Glorp when all is said and done. But yeah, Zamudo doing a great job absorbing pressure here, stopping his team from falling behind and making the trades happen. But the second spot of Grubs, it's here. It's coming up any second now, and CCG are a little bit faster on the move. Zamudo with no TP, Crimson with it. might just make this an untenable situation for Glorp. CCG going to look to equalize Grubs, and this will be the first game all series where they would have been equal, but Bakken wants to steal just one, wants to get some mites, and he gets them. That's going to be 4, and they're going to look for 5 as well. Kryra getting forced out, has to leap over the wall. It's going to be 5 Grubs to CCG Glorp, so I spoke too soon. They do get to maintain their Grub supremacy.
Yeah, and I think it probably has to do, first of all, with Ray's positioning so far forward into the top lane. Oh,
wow, trying to get back around here. Trevor taking a fair bit of damage, and Bakken gets the reset. Now going to keep the fight going, gets right on top of Array. Heartbreaker again.
Oh,
explosive cask back into the team. Beautifully placed by Zamudo, and Fimini gets his first. Numbers advantage to Glorp means that they're going to have free reign to take this tower, and they are going to slam it.
Yeah, they're able to find enough opportunities here to not only force multiple kills, but also force down the top lane. They have the growth value, and they are probably more than likely 100% getting this first turret blood in favor of the side of CCG Glorp. Really good punishment. Surprised that CCG opted into staying like that in that position, particularly Trevor forcing, because they 100% knew where Zamudo was. Like, Zamudo was in the mid lane, so they knew that he was coming into the top side after that point, and they just get collapsed on really effectively. 5 members strong. Crimson was pushing on the bot side, and it's just an easy collapse they are able to find, as Psycho also wants something more here into Crimson.
Yeah, hovering around, still staying hidden, doesn't have the solar flare, but does have the hex flash. No Zenith Blade on to Crimson that time, but the second dragon, it's going down to CCG, and it doesn't look like Glorp has been able to manifest themselves a contest. It will be claimed by Kryra and Trevor, duoing up on that dragon, and Mountain, or Cloud Soul rather, is going to be the soul for the game.
Yeah, it's gonna be the soul for them. It's a good soul to try and get. Obviously, pretty valuable in general, and going to be extremely useful to try and get something in their favor. Now, for Cloud, I think the most impacted champion here probably will be that Zamudo on the Gragas, and then also Fimini because of the consistent ultimate. So there is some value that you can get out of it. Oh, Zamudo.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take the outer. They do grab it. Zamudo is able to escape up on the top side as well, despite the low health bar. So nice little move there by CCG Glorp. They get themselves another tower in their run across the early game macro play, and they do give up some plates to Aojun, but I mean, 2 whole turrets before 14 minutes. That's a lot of gold, and it reflects on the scoreboard here. A 3k gold lead.
Array.
Wow.
And Array is so low. With like, the damage from Scary Jerry here is so scary. But funnily enough, like, he gets so much done out of those Mystic shots, and the fact that he already has the Trinity Force compared to just a measly BF sword from Array makes it really difficult to try and contest against it. Now, the Slipper probably in this back gets the first item, I'm assuming, based on Array's desire to back at this point. And Slipper, we know that it's a champion that 3 items is the mark that you want to play with. The problem is, will she be able to reach those 3 items? Because with the way that Glorp is playing, they are trying to quickly move into action. Great dance.
That is the challenge. I love this skin. I bought this skin as soon as it came out. I'm not ashamed to say it. KDA Gragas. It's what we all wanted. It's what we were all praying for and hoping for and asking for. Zamudo rocketed it here in this game at number 4 and performing quite well on it. Now his team set up to be able to take this Rift Herald. Looks like they will be able to. And the last outer is in Scary Jerry and Zyko's sights. Trevor going to show up to defend it. If they don't take it here, they're going to take it with the Rift Herald for certain. And Trevor taking a ton of damage. Look at that. That's 2 Qs and an auto attack.
Yeah.
And it's half the Poppy's health bar.
Yeah, like, that's way too much there. And even then, just or Arcane shifts forward, gets the shield out of Array, and just able to threaten as much as possible. There's no objective right now. Oh, Zyko.
Yeah, Zyko was waiting on the blast cone here, just underestimated their ability to collapse on him. He's slammed into the wall and beaten down.
Yeah, quick decision making. They see the outlier on the side, and Zyko gets picked off. The support not having the best of times right now. Zyko had a great level 1 engage, and then after that hasn't been the best engages. But so far, it's nice of a punishment from CCG. Obviously, oh wait, Aojun
connects onto Aojun. Now the turret's going to be firing away. He does manage to take it out. Flashes out, and the laser from Fimini predicting the path of the flash. Nicely done. Be able to take down that kill. It does cost him a turret, but turret was not long for the world either way.
Yeah, like forcing too heavily for that turret, blowing your flash as well in the process, probably not the best decision there, as Crimson is also getting collapsed.
Wow. All right, Vakin coming in on the flank. Zamudo seems to have already given up on this play, so
Yeah.
Vakin just gonna take a couple of stabs, take a couple of pokes, use that Blade of the Ruin King passive. That's Blade of the Ruin King, the passive ability, not the item. And now, oh, an engaged forward. Scary Jerry thinks he's got a solo kill onto Array. Was very close to it, going to be able to force back that Sivir, and he can find an angle for True Shot Barrage. Here it comes. It's not towards Array, so he will be just fine. But Vakin now, knowing that he forced back Crimson, is just going to throw down the Rift Herald, going to try to take this inner alongside Zamudo, using the 5 grubs. Aojun does show up. He's going to knock Vakin back away. Vakin taking a turret shot for his troubles. DP is being channeled. This is Crimson coming in on the flank. He wants to be able to take the fight and take down Vakin. Zamudo able to scoop back over the wall. Vakin able to heartbreak CCG. Their focus was split, and they might get nothing for this. Somehow, Zamudo and Vakin both escape. Zyko here to run interference. Flashing from Trevor. Vakin dips his head back in, gets a little too aggressive, and it will be a flash away from Zyko. 5 Mini TPing into the fray as well, but it's only to return a little bit of covering fire as the rest of Glorp retreat away. And now over the wall, Kryra taking another fight, pulls Zyko with him thanks to the Zenith Blade, and Aojun gets a second.
You know what? Just like that, Kryra is able to find another kill. Also, the great engage there by Trevor, finding the kill on the back end. Kryra trying to set up maybe something more here. Probably not going to be the most ideal, but it was scary for CCG. The fact that they wanted everything and almost got nothing, but able to get something at the end, able to push them out of position. That through shot barrage by Array means that by Scary Jerry means that Array is out of the fight, and this is probably a dragon for CCG Glorp.
Probably a dragon. If they can get in a position. Nice job splitting up, avoiding the shock blast, preventing Aojun from layering down that damage. But the lead has been bleeding away for Glorp for the last little bit, so being able to stop this dragon stacking is big for them, and doesn't look like CCG can do much of anything to be able to stop it.
Yeah, you ideally want to be able to force it like this, be able to not allow the other team to get free reign onto the dragons. And we saw how impactful that was. For a huge amount of time, CCG was looking for that win condition on the dragon and almost never found it. So the fact that they are getting it here probably means that they can try and force something more in their favor here.
The odds that they can are quite good. The gold lead just getting smaller and smaller. Trevor spotted here. Zyko going to be stopped up by the Steadfast Presence, so won't be able to chain the CC and set up for 5 Mini. Instead, it's just going to be 5 Mini absorbing this massive wave, and brawl between Zamudo and Aojun here. That's going to be that explosive cask and knocking him back towards Vakin, and they've got him. Aojun up too far, challenging the Gragas in the wrong moment, and Vakin is the recipient of another kill.
Yeah, sadly for Aojun, he's been good in certain plays, but also forcing too heavily on others. Like, he's been taking way too much. Zamudo's taking too much here.
Zamudo got creep blocked back into that spear. I'd be raging if that were me, but he stays calm, cool, and collected, gets the trade back in. Look at the spear! It's a kill for Kryra! 2 in a row, impossible spears connecting onto Zamudo to claim a kill back for CCG.
Sometimes you get Zamudo MVP of the NECL finals for him, other times you get Zamudo 1 and 3 Gragas eating the spear out of nowhere for him. It's the two faces, but it's the sort of player he is. Really unlucky there, and great connection by Kryra.
Yeah, super well placed there. I thought the spear was done. I thought it did hit the ground, but it had that little bit of oomph left, and that is where it does peak damage. It's enough to take Zamudo down. Trevor challenging to try to defend his control ward, and he does it successfully. He pushes back Zyko here. They're going to look to try to make a pick onto him. Solar Flare connects. It's only for the slow, and Kryra's coming in from the top side. CCG Glorp, I don't know if they're justified in being able to take an aggressive position here. They might get flanked, but CCG not sending Aojun as well means that they will just be able to recall away.
Oh, they want 5 Mini here. They are looking for the angle on the side. Kryra is there with a spear. Not going to connect, so it means that... Oh, wait, actually, wait.
Yeah, Crimson coming on in, finds the stun. 5 Mini going to flash away, still going to try to keep that retreat going. There's a big explosive cask from Zamudo, getting that first kill, but they were able to hunt down 5 Mini on the opposite side, so it's only a 1-for-1 trade so far. Vakin going to be pushed back by Aojun's damage. Zamudo finished off Trevor over to the left, so that is going to make it 2 kills back over to Glorp.
Oh, Psycho's coming in on the side. Probably not going to connect anything here, but still able to respond really well. Trying to kill Mini. I thought they were going to kill the turret way before they actually committed to following on the play because Crimson was coming in on the side. But the turret helping there to get more damage. Faking doing a really good job of collapsing and getting more kills on their favor end. They are now stealing the red buff. I like how CCG Glorp is responding here to most of the plays that the side of CCG is looking for because it's quick to the response and also denying them. I don't
back in, and he can win this one-on-one all day.
Ooh.
Gonna flash in for more.
Yeah, but it's not one-on-one.
But Zamudo on Gragas, the king of the disengage, will get them out. Vakin stays alive, but low on health with the Baron up. A little bit of a dangerous position to be in. He's gonna get back into the jungle to get some back.
Yeah, but flash down now for Crimson. I like the idea if you're straight up in a 1v1, but you're never going to be in a 1v1 in that position as...
Ooh, explosive cast. Trevor back in. Steadfast presence is down. Can't stop Zyko. Has to flash out. And this is a TP in from Aljun. He's just going to open fire right away on his Zyko. The Ignite might be able to take him out. Locket going to be able to keep him up for a little bit longer, but the health bars are low. Aljun falls. Crimson is low as well. Won't be able to rejoin the rest of this fight. Back and going to Heartbreaker forward. Looking to lock down Array. Crimson stayed a little too long. Takes another couple of shots, and Zamudo will be the one to finish him off with one more barrel. It's 2 kills back over to Glorp.
And you really can see the difference in damage in some of these fights where, yes, they're able to take down Psycho, but it takes way too long because Array, even though he has an item, he doesn't deal enough damage to kill multiple targets. Same for Aljun, like he has 2 items, but when you're going against armor, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to be able to deal with them, and they are taking too long. It's way too easy to try and disengage from them, and CCG Glorp is doing a great job at hiding back and then re-engaging when the situation calls for it. Now, the longer the game goes, the more items you have on Array, the easier these fights are going to become. But at this point where the lead is more in favor of the side of Glorp, it's so much better for them to try and force these fights.
These are the moments, TDS, where I am thankful that we start these series an hour earlier than we do 100%, because these games have been going the maximum length, and Glorp is looking like they want a Game 5. And no better way to cap off the fall 2024 season than with a fearless Game 5. Glorp not fully out of the woods yet, but building up a bigger and bigger lead here, set up to be able to take themselves second dragon in a row. No risk to the Baron from the CCG main squad, and one decisive fight could put them back into a dominant position.
Yeah, we're seeing their replay here. Really love the way that Zamudo has been setting up those casks, and it goes to show what we were talking about, or what we were laughing about a little bit a while ago, where Zamudo is an ACL Finals MVP for a reason. He can set up the team for success perfectly when he's on point. He has his in moments, yes, everyone does, but his impact on the game with some of those casks, with the engages, are much more desirable than anything else that happens. And he gets another kill, he sets up for the team, and he's still doing a really good job, even though he's behind in CS to Crimson, that has had a great game so far as well.
Zamudo's found Aljun again, but
he's alone.
I don't know if this is a heavy enough AP build to have him actually solo kill, but he believes otherwise. He thinks he can take him all the way down, but Aljun regenning a little bit too much thanks to that heal coming in from Kryra, and now Zamudo's got to try to get himself out of dodge. Flashes away from both skill shots and manages to survive. Meanwhile, Glorp have been working on this Baron. Kryra is spotted bottom lane, and there's no smite to try to steal it. Zamudo's TP'd in too. He's looking for more. He's looking to get onto Array, who blocks him with a spell shield, but Vakin coming in on the side. Double knockup comes through from Trevor, and Vakin still trying to find his way back into this. Solar Flare from the side of Psycho locks down 2, but they won't be able to claim a kill for it. Shock Blast from Aljun takes Vakin low, and everybody on Glorp is below half. They've got to retreat to keep their Baron standing.
Yeah, the poke was connecting there. Kryra connects another one. That's my mini. Perfect on the side, sniping him down, and even though it's not more members, it's still 4 Barons alive. They are now able to push into a little bit of the side of CCG Glorp. Look at the poke though, and great ultimate there by Zamudo, able to push them away and scare them a little bit.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage though, blocked by Array, does nothing but heal him. They will be able to regroup and re-solidify themselves. CCG showing they are not out of this game. They want to close it out here. They want to get to bed early tonight.
Bacon.
They find a pick on the back end to try to do it.
There.
It's Kryra with one.
As well.
It's Aojun with the other. And right as Feimini respawns, he loses his jungler and his support.
And Samuda is coming on the side, but here is also Kryra trying to make a little bit of pressure. Teleport on the back as well. They want to kill Scary Jerry. Aljun is strong. Actually,
it's double TP.
Teleport.
It's Crimson and Aojun. They think they have Zamudo, and they are right about that. A smack back
and
in
from
Jace will give a shutdown over to Array and set him up to keep on stacking those items. CCG finding life in game number 4, taking an inner turret, and with this one in their pockets, the gold lead will shrink to just about 1,000.
Yeah, but more than the gold lead just shrinking, which is great for CCG, right? The fact that they took down 4 Baron buffs, that's threat on their base completely disappearing. Now they can still buy enough time for Array to get another item. He's at the 2 item mark for the Sleeper, which is a great mark. And he's been able to deal more and more damage. We've seen it in each fight. He's actually finding more value with each passing fight. And as long as they are able to keep giving Array time, it's going to be much better for them. He may get, okay, they don't get cancelled, so it's not going to matter much. But the CCG Glorp advantage that they were able to accrue way before feels like a thing of the past now, because even if they are still 1,000k ahead, for their champions, it's really bad that they are losing the lead that they had.
Yeah, it is a rough position to be throwing away the lead that they had here on CCG's side, especially when this Sivir is scaling up. And we've talked about how Trevor, or rather Array, can be that pressure valve for the team. As the game gets later and later, he will clutch up, he will team fight, he will position appropriately, dump out damage, and be that reliable late game win condition that you want your bot laner to be. And with this Sivir 2.5 items deep, he's going to be
they are looking for Crimson.
Soon. They're looking to try to force on a Crimson. Great flash to take the explosive cask out to safety.
Trevor on the side as well, yeah, but perfect flash timing there. It's 30 seconds for the soul point for the side of CCG Glorp, but I think once again, CCG doesn't need to fight it. They're in a really comfortable spot where they don't need to force it. Ooh, late spell shield. Yeah, down for the next fight. I don't think they need to force a fight here. They can go
but you see the moment Scary Jerry sees spell shield down, and that's a go button in his book. Both carries drop. CCG just lost Array and Aojun in one fell swoop.
Yeah, they found the team fight they were looking for, but now they don't have anything in terms of damage and wave clear. Array down for 30 seconds. This could potentially be an inhibitor, but once again, like, we're talking about Array as the great team fighting AD carry, but Jerry's not a bad team fight AD carry either. He looks at this point at the moments that he needs to, and he commits forward, finds the angle, and gets the kill. Immediate healer instinct to just go forward and find the things that he needs. And this is the reason why he's potentially going to be moving upwards. He is a great AD carry, and more than likely the best AD carry in tier 2.
Beautiful play there from Scary Jerry. Be able to capitalize on that moment on the Ezreal. Now CCG with their work cut out for them. Respawn's just coming through. They lose the 3rd dragon in a row. And CCG, I mean, they're right back to the lead that they had earlier.
Yeah, it's back to square one once again. It's still not the biggest lead because I'm scared about the fact that you're playing against a Sivir and she's closer and closer to that 3rd item. But it's still a good way of playing that they are able to find multiple plays like this, and you can never discount someone like Gary or Samudo in this sort of games.
Definitely not, but looking to see what Array can keep on doing. He is on that scaling pick, and we've been praising Aojun's incredible season all night long. This is going to be where he needs to prove it. He and Kryra on the poking champions need to be able to abuse that range advantage, get some of that damage landed onto some of these critical targets like Jerry, like Feimini, soften them up before the fight starts in earnest, and create themselves opportunities to be able to fight back into this. Otherwise, they've got a game 5 ahead of them, and they've got quite a few champions on the board while they do it.
Yeah, they want to find everything they want here and close it out and give us a game 5. On the other side, they want to deny that at all costs. One of the great things, though, that CCG has is that even with an inhibitor down, you have a Sivir. So it's not like you're going to be having a difficult time being able to wave clear a lot of this wave. Will they be able to do it every time, though? Probably not, but I'm excited to see how it's going to work. Trevor.
Ooh, spear on a Feimini. That's pretty big. It's a good start.
It has to run
Nearly
away.
half his HP. Another one lands on a Zyko. Not the target
Jerry.
you want, but a good start. And Vakin might be in too far. Vakin just gets demolished. Zamudo has shown up, but he gets thrown into the wall. It's going to be Trevor locking him down. Good damage found onto Array. Trevor still in the middle of everybody with a steadfast presence, trying to prevent any dashes on away. They're going to collapse on a 5-mini. They fire up the shock blast. It's dodged away from 5-mini, dodging every skill shot he can, but still falling on down to Array or Aojun rather at the end of the day. Now they're going to move forward onto Zamudo. Crimson thinks he's got the angle. Crimson thinks he's got the lockdown. Zamudo going to fall. Zyko caught on the opposite side. Trevor holding him in place for Array to finish off with the boomerang. Scary Jerry trying to kite it out. Will claim Aojun. No, he won't. The regen is just too much. Kryra bails out his mid laner, and that's a 5-for-0 ace. CCG see their moment and they seize it.
Aojun just stood still as Scary Jerry was trying to hit him with everything on the side. But what a perfect team fight by CCG. And importantly, this is one of the few times we've seen them playing to their team comps win condition. Poking on the side, waiting for something to hit, and then playing the long fight. You set up all of that. It started with 5 minutes poke, but then Pyra hits another one. Baking goes super forward, immediately re-engage, and then poke again onto Zamudo. Great engage by Trevor, by the way. They commit everything on the right timing. They don't overly push, but instead play on the timings, on the poke, on the moment that you can force, and it just works out massively. They just keep on running them down, and there's not enough opportunity for Zamudo to make a disengage happen, for Scary Jerry to counter poke, or for the engage from Psycho to work out. It's just perfectly and beautifully played by CCG, and this is why now with Baron buff coated with purple, they are looking to make themselves the winners of the ACL Grand Finals.
Such a huge opportunity for CCG here now with the gold lead for the first time all game long. Glorp not out of the woods yet. And Glorp with a chance here. They still have strong scalers. They still have Scary Jerry on this Ezreal. They have 5-mini on this Victor, which if you pay attention to Twitter and Reddit, you would hear so much about how broken it is. He's got to be fully upgraded by this point. He's getting the growing ultimate. He's got all of the tools at his disposal. He's got all of the scaling online. He can be so strong, but the moments have been chosen by CCG so expertly. The engages from Trevor have been so solid, and Zamudo is late on the response here. There's a Baron wave slamming into his bot lane turret, and he's not here for it.
Yeah, now they are looking to try and make the push here with the Baron buff. They are trying to force with the poke as well. And this is one of the best opportunities to make their composition be as valuable. You have the poke on the side. You have the really huge amounts of damage on the Sivir as well on the minions now that they are able to ricochet consistently. And they get 2 turrets forcing onto the inhibitor. Oh, Psycho!
Zyko has the stun onto Zamudo, but he's still pretty tanky as long as he's in the Drunken Rage. Going to be able to back away. Crimson, maybe in too far, goes into the stasis. He's got the Chaos Storm right on top of him. He's going to be able to flash away in time. Aojun was able to take down Zamudo. Meanwhile, CCG, this could be their victory march as they have Zamudo down. They've claimed themselves 2 inhibitors. Crimson is recalling. He's going to be able to TP back into the fray. And will CCG Glorp be able to stand and fight? Aojun chunked out low. Scary Jerry seeing an angle to be able to fire away, able to get Aojun low enough to where he can't participate in the fight fully. Kryra waiting back away, throwing out spears, but low on mana. Crimson getting focused down. He TP'd back to die again instantly. Back in his reset though. It's Array with the boomerangs bouncing between the team to claim 2 kills back. Scary Jerry's down. Psycho's down. Zamudo's up in 15 seconds, but that's enough for CCG Glorp. They know that 5-mini could force them out, and so they'll do it for him. They retreat back and claim themselves their first dragon in 4 Drakes.
And this is the thing about playing against Sivir, you never pay too much attention to the ricochets, because that's why Jerry died to. Consistent ricochets from the Sivir just bouncing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Nobody touched Jerry apart from that, and he died immediately. And with 4 items now, those ricochets are going to keep on stacking and hurting even more. Crimson teleported in a spot where it probably wasn't the most recommended, and it paid the price with that, but they are able to take down multiple members, take down 2 inhibitors, take down the soul point as well in their favor finally, and Baron buff going to come up in 2 minutes 50 seconds. Not sure if we're going to reach that point, but at the very least we're going to get more than likely one more fight.
We've seen miracles from CCG Glorp before. They can find moments. They can be able to get their engages off when they have the right scenarios, when they find the circumstances that they need. And it's going to be eyes on Zamudo and Zyko to be able to find one of those engages. Scary Jerry spotting out Kryra, going to take some trades on him in the mid lane. They can find a collapse into the jungle. Zamudo's a little bit behind some of them here. They're going to look to focus on towards Crimson instead. He's going to move forward onto Scary Jerry. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, back in 5 minutes, we're taking trades with the remaining 3 members of CCG. Crimson is locked down. He goes into the stasis. He comes on out on the opposite side. Now they're going to focus on towards Kryra. He's going to be able to flash back away towards the rest of the team. And it's all on Zamudo now in the front line, fending off the remaining members from being able to find an engage in here. Health bars are a little bit lower, but nobody close to dropping yet. It's Jerry going to be able to force back Trevor. There's a TP being channeled up on the top side. That's Aojun trying to take an inner for himself. He will claim it, but the rest of the fight seems to have stalled out.
There's super spot as well. Oh wait, finding Crimson as well. Now in the mid lane, they're trying to push with that wave, but there's supers pushing on the bot side as well. They're trying to corral them, and Bacon is not that healthy, although
Trevor may be up a little bit too far. Steadfast Presence going to slow it back in for now. Zamudo going to be sent shot for Raj, going to rain on across, and Aojun, he's squishy. He's in the middle of the team, but he finds his pathway out. Psycho the first one to drop, but Scary Jerry going to be able to find that shutdown to the opposite side. It's going to be Trevor dropping down as well. 2 kills already over to Glorp, and they're moving forward onto Array. They need to take down the carry. One more shot will do it. It's Fimini coming through with the Hex Tech laser to claim the life of Array. Scary Jerry going to fall, but it's going to be in trade for Crimson. 4 members are already down. The minions are on the Nexus, but they'll be able to TP back and defend in time. Kryra is the last one standing for CCG.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure actually Bacon blocked for Zamudo's teleport because Kryra was on the side trying to look for him as he was teleporting in. But what a fight from both sides, both trying to find each other in weird spots, trying to collapse on the side, find someone that was misstepping. I think Trevor pushing too far forward. He was looking for the angle to commit onto Zamudo, but he wasn't expecting the rest of the members to collapse on him. And also the amount of time it took for CCG to collapse, to follow Trevor on the collapse. Ray also didn't get enough opportunities to actually throw auto attacks because he was way too separated from the fight. Look at this, Trevor forcing too much, Array trying to auto attack, but great Sunjess, great separation by Psycho, and every time he wanted to move forward, he was feeling a little bit scared here with the position. Birdie able to find any auto attacks, and that's the difference maker here. Scary gets multiple opportunities to attack, Array barely gets any, and Bacon, even with the force here, he does die, or actually it's a Scary Jerry that dies later on, but they find the kill onto Array massively, and they are able to round on the fight after that. Baron buff attempt,
Fimini is an acceptable late game DPS source. You will trade your life for Array as Scary Jerry all day, every day. Now they've found Trevor. They're going to be able to knock him back in. He's going to be able to use the steadfast presence to interrupt on the back end, but it will be in trade for his own life. The Baron has been secured for CCG, and they still wear purple on 4 members. They're going to need to use that buff to defend their base now as the rest of Glorp are making a beeline through the mid lane. They're going to try to use their numbers advantage to at least take an inhibitor.
Yeah, and with no turret, it's one of the easier opportunities to try and get that. Now, that being said, you do have Crimson with teleport available. The waves will try and push on the bot side with the minions, with the super minions. So if you get a chance as Crimson to teleport in, you probably can win the game. There has to be extreme consideration about the teleport on Crimson because he can finish everything. Same for Aojun as well, by the way. Like, those two can teleport in your base and finish this game by themselves.
They can, and they will. The TPs being available are such a big threat when you're in this state, when you have exposed Nexus turrets. Neither of these Nexus turrets fallen for either team yet, but still the backdoor threat is substantial, especially with some of these carries, especially the AD ones getting into later game states.
Vision control in favor of Glorp, by the way, so they know that they are trying to push here and they know that they have control on the side. Teleport by Zamudo, they won this solo 100%.
This is Fimini. He arrives, Zamudo waiting around on the flank as well. Glorp fully regrouped, good poke damage starting to come on through. And there's going to be Scary Jerry. Good dodge, good return fire as well. Good burst damage onto Aojun, chunking him down to about half HP. Back in, looking for an angle in, wants to be able to get the reset train going. Spear connects on a Fimini, though. Those are the crucial targets that you need to land. Back in might be up too far. He heartbreakers out to safety, but now down the ultimate for the follow-up fight, and I think that might force CCG to retreat. They're not in a favorable state anymore, but whoever takes this dragon is going to be rocking the Cloud Soul the rest of the game.
The poke is so big here. Every time that the fight doesn't start immediately and you're not able to start it as soon as possible, it means that the poke will continue to stack up. And with no teleport on Fimini or Zamudo,
Psycho over here as well, but neither of them have the smite. It needed to be Vakin, and he didn't have the Heartbreaker to try to escape. Meanwhile, Crimson has been on the split push. He takes the mid lane inhibitor. Samudo is caught. Samudo's in the middle of everybody. Trevor's able to lock him down with the steadfast presence. They're going to use the solar flare to try to run interference for their top laner. 5mini running through with the laser. Vakin's been able to get back and stop Crimson on the split push, so now we are fully focused on the bottom lane. Samudo has been able to sneak out. He's deep behind enemy lines, channeling a recall. True Shot Barrage comes in from the base from Scary Jerry, and nobody will fall. CCG still wearing purple, though. They're going to reset, re-push, and take this bot lane inhibitor.
Yeah, they want to try and get it once again with this Baron buff still remaining. Teleport by Crimson. Samudo actually teleported back. There is ultimate on Samudo, though.
Ooh. Crimson TP's in, launches himself in.
Bacon.
He's too far in. He gets slammed into the wall. Trevor's marked him. It takes him down. Chaos not going to be enough. Psycho getting forced back on the opposite side. It's a flash in from Crimson. 5mini is down. Array gets the boomerangs he needs, and it's Array running front to back through the fight. A 5-for-0 ace to CCG. A triple kill to Array, and the main squad reigns supreme. They get revenge from their upper bracket 2-0. CCG are your ACL champion.
What a series by CCG and CCG Glorp. You know what they said? Older brother always wins against the smaller one, and CCG proves it here today. Huge series by them. I have to give credit to both. This game was extremely tense. Any fight could be decided by the slightest misstep. Great team fighting by both sides, but CCG just finding the better angles. And in that last team fight, I don't want to say that Baking wanted to go too far forward there for no reason, but I'm not sure what he was looking for. I think he probably was trying to make use of the invisibility to find with that one stun onto Array, because if they can get on top of Array immediately, that fight is really easy to try and close out. But because he gets picked up, it's really easy to try and just kill him after that point. It was an extremely close game, defined by inches, and CCG had the biggest inch.
The biggest inch coming on up. What a run from CCG here. They had to fight for every inch of it. Every game going long, every game coming down to massive team fights, massive skill checks from both sides. Huge props to all 10 of these players for making it to an ACL Grand Final in what was such a high parity split, such a competitive split. A split that, again, we're relying on the Pokemon a little bit here, but a split that will produce multiple LTA players in a 2025. And oh boy, what a joy. I mean, CCG as an org, they would have been thrilled regardless of the result, and they deserve all of the biggest hat tips in the world here. Coming up, both of their teams in this grand final, and it is the CCG Esports squad triumphing over Glorp in 4 games.
Yeah, we heard from Aljun, right? They were talking about how in the upper bracket they lost by really slight margins. They were ahead and they threw away some of those games based on Aljun's words. And coming in here, probably realized those mistakes, but I think more importantly, more so than throwing away games, is the fact that you were able to get back in multiple instances from those games. And it happened every time in the series. One team was ahead, and then they kind of were forced into a spot where they were forced back, and they find the advantages in their favor. Huge props to how they played on both sides, but CCG was just the team that were able to find those slight margins in more effective manners more consistently.
And with that, we're going to have a post-game interview soon, but first things first, let's get over to the desk. Let's talk with Quacks and Sneezes about what they saw from the analyst desk and what their thoughts are on the series. Take it away, guys.
Woo! Good job, CCG, getting that last win. 3-0 or 3-1 rather for CCG over CCG Glorp. And what a way to end us off, Sneezes. That was such a climactic final game for the ACL. We said the team fighting was impressive in game number 3, but it was next level in game number 4. The mechanics displayed in every single 5-on-5 exchange, every single 5-on-5 fight was absolutely amazing. It was such a pleasure to watch, and you can even see, I feel like 3 replays does not do this game justice.
No, it definitely doesn't. I mean, this is a huge fight. I don't even want to call these team fights. This is like 3 or 4 skirmishes all happening at once with everyone standing there.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're playing off our TPs. Everyone's flashing forward. You know, this was a huge pick from CCG Glorp. CCG got a little overzealous trying to defend their mid wave. And like I said in the pregame, Zamudo with these long-range Gragas abilities, you know, this guy played so beautifully this game. It really paid me that he lost, but you know, sometimes that's how it goes. I think all 10 players played mechanically brilliant this game. Like there's so much going on in these team fights. It's hard to break it down.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think really the big highlight of this particular game, for me, it had to be Array, right? I really felt like Array had so many clutch moments, especially when you consider Scary Jerry was popping off in that game, right? It felt like a battle of the AD carries. I also want to give a ton of credit over to Kryra because I feel like that Nidalee pick, we were very suspicious of how that would actually function going forward and if it would be really effective. It was.
I wasn't suspicious. I was
suspicious.
You know, it's one of those things, right? Like you're up 2-1, you say, "Hey, coach," or if they have a coach, whatever. "Hey, I'm going to play my comfort. I'm playing my best champion, and I'm going to win the game." And that's what he did. These spears were immaculate. He hit spears. He hit spears from level 1 all the way through level 18. Like they could not contest Drakes in the late game. He had so much damage, and I think this fight in particular, he basically saved it just off of the spears.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have like kind of a mid-game fight coming up here, and a lot of space I feel like is bought from the Victor and the Gragas alone. So you're really wondering, okay, how are CCG going to approach a lot of these fights with so many zoning tools in Glorp's arsenal? What tools do they have in order to go and look for a fight angle? And the answer is they just take that entire side of the map. They go for a flank angle. Trevor goes for the hero play, gets the engage, allows Aojun to get into the middle of this fight, clutch flash, and from there, all the attention of Glorp was on one singular member, which allowed the rest of CCG to pile on in through that choke point without getting punished too hard. And again, Array coming up clutch here, saved almost by Crimson, but yeah, Crimson getting that kill. And at this point in the game, it kind of felt a little bit unfortunate for the side of Glorp because they had a really good team fight there, but at that point, the inhibitor was gone, their base was under siege, so they weren't really able to push their lead any further simply because CCG had already taken so much of the map and so much of their base.
And Crimson getting that kill was really clutch because it killed all of Glorp's pushing power. There's no way to push out those waves without Scary Jerry. If Scary Jerry gets another 30-40 seconds on the map, it's really, you know, it's really dangerous. They can group they can fix the waves and actually set up a fight on their terms. But you know, we talked about the CCG, you know, Civil War. I think that the mechanics and the team fighting was spectacular, but CCG's decision making was really what took it home. I thought, you know, Trevor's corralling everyone in the last clip. I think this next clip we're going to see Trevor come in and be even more disruptive on the Poppy. He's really like controlling the spacing and taking up space on basically the weakest character in the game at this point in the game. And he did this in like 3 or 4 of these games where you have to respect his abilities and him walking up because he doesn't do any damage, but he does a lot. And this is like a game-winning, series-winning play from Trevor in my mind.
Yep. Pay attention to the Poppy. Crimson soaking up so much aggro. Beautiful flash done there, by the way. And overall, it just felt beautifully layered CC and just going in one after another. Triple kill for Array. And the last team fight of the ACL ends with CCG getting a victory over the Glorp sister team and taking it home. CCG, like Gordo said, gonna be happy regardless of this result, right? But I am super duper happy for the players on the side of CCG. These guys, I can't say it enough, breakout years in 2024. And as we approach 2025, a lot of uncertainty around OQs, a lot of question marks around who is going where, what orgs will be where, and overall how it's going to look going into next year. I feel like a little bit of that uncertainty has been answered because we know players like this on the side of CCG Esports and CCG Glorp, of course, have a future in this scene. With players like that, I feel like we're in good hands. So I'm excited to see where all 10 of these players go next year. It's going to be very exciting. We already have some information as to where a couple of them are going next year, but it is definitely going to be a ride and a journey to see what they have in store for us in 2025. For the most part, though, we are going to go to a small little break. When we come back, we are going to get all 4 of us and interview some members of the winning CCG team. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Quick break there. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Champions League. We are joined by the victorious CCG Trevor, our latest to support ACL champion. Congratulations, man.
Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, a 3-1 win after having dropped 2-0 to your sister team, CCG Glorp, earlier in the bracket. What first instinct was the big difference here in tonight's series versus that time you matched up earlier, just a couple weeks ago?
Okay, well, last time we played them, I'm pretty sure we like 2-0'd them. In my mind, we just closed the games or we didn't close the games. We played super sloppy, but I mean, we were pretty confident we were gonna like stop them this time around. We just like played way too fast last time, and we're not locked in. So we were all super confident going in that we would win.
Okay, fair enough. Probably goes to show why then when you went into the lower bracket, you pretty much 3-0'd pretty easily the side of Ole Miss, and then went into the grand finals and lose one game. You guys end up losing one game, but 3-1 is still a great scoreline. And I'm kind of curious if the mentality going into this was just like, let's do the same that we did last time, but just better.
Yeah, I don't think I don't really remember for sure. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure we drafted similar. I mean, I don't think we changed anything super hard. I mean, we pulled out some random champions we haven't played in a while, but it was just kind of on the fly what looked good in the spot. But I mean, game plan was pretty much the same. We didn't get to play for grubs as hard as we did the last series. I don't think we got many grubs in these games, if I remember correctly. They had like a little bit stronger champions top side, like first grubs, like level 6 and stuff like that. But It was pretty much the same game plan, and I think it worked out pretty well.
Good stuff. You talking about some interesting picks there. In game number 2, you bust out the Aurora support. We had some discussion on the desk about whether it was going to be Aurora or Silas support. And any insight you could share with us there? Like, what made that an Aurora support angle? What caused you to try to go in for that flex? Is it the value of the Silas late in the draft, and you just say, give me whatever, I'll play whatever support as long as it means we get to play Silas? Was it planned from when you locked in the Aurora? What was the idea there?
The first thing you said. So basically, I mean, we were just gonna do Johnny, AO June on Aurora, and I was gonna pick like whatever Rakan or some shit. And then, excuse me. And then they picked Malphite, and I was like, screw it, just give me Aurora. I'll first time it and just pick Silas. Like it's too free. Like we have to take this champ. I mean, I guess they assumed
that's first time Aurora.
Well, I played like 3 ARAMs.
All right.
But yeah.
That's all the experience you need on that champion. Seems like pretty fair, and it worked out. You guys end up winning actually, so nothing to worry about with that. And I'm kind of curious also going into like this last game if there was anything weird that happened during comms or during game, because it was quite chaotic. Like legitimately, a lot of the game was you guys going in and some dying, and then still the game being saved, and same. But the same can be said for CCG Glorp. So I'm kind of curious if the last game was more chaotic in general for you guys, if comms were weird, or if it was just the same as always.
It was pretty much the same as the 2 games before. I think they were both pretty close, like a little bit back and forth, like mid-game, but I don't think anyone was super panicked or anything. I mean, everyone was having a lot of fun. It was super hype, but I mean, I think both teams are just making a lot of mistakes, so it makes it super volatile. I mean, they just were like inting pretty hard. I mean, their jungle and mid are just like dying on repeat. So it made the game pretty easy for us. We just like had to wait for them to make mistakes.
Good stuff. Want to ask you a little bit about particularly Kryra in the jungle. You and Crimson played out a lot of that whole last split together on CCG. Kryra coming in about halfway through the season. You've now gotten to play with him through that half season, through promo tournament, and now through an ACL split. What's it been like bringing this guy onto the team and kind of integrating him in his first kind of tier 2 experience in pro play?
It was pretty easy. I mean, I think I didn't know anything. Well, all I knew is he was an Evelyn 1 trick before he started playing with them. I knew he was like kind of starting to get into tier 3 and stuff like that. But I mean, he grew super fast. I mean, I think right off the bat, his floor was already really like pretty high up there. I think he's already like mid-tier NACL level, in my opinion. And I don't know, he's improved a lot. His comms are very good. He's willing to play any champion, tanks, carry, anything like that. He always has a pretty positive attitude. I mean, sometimes he isn't focused up and he's like messing around and having a lot of fun, but I think that's important too. So it's fun playing with him. He's a good guy and a better player.
Okay, and I think it's shown when we see the games happening, right? Like it's pretty noticeable how comfortable it feels like for you guys to be playing together and how effective it is for CCG in general. But like I want to ask you a little bit more looking forward. Not sure how much you can tell us or if there's any preparation for it, but obviously I'm kind of curious if this works really well as a stepping stone looking forward into 2025 with all the news that have been around. Aegis still on the horizon, but not yet announcing how they are going to work, and NACL as well still yet to be fully announced in certain things. Kind of curious how your outlook is going forward into 2025.
I think I plan on playing still if scrims can start a little bit later because I'll be working, so I won't be able to scrim right in the middle of the day, in the middle of the week. But I'd like to play with CCG if they keep me. I don't know what their plans are for the offseason and stuff like that, but yeah, I would enjoy playing with all my teammates again. And I'm not trying to go pro or anything. I just like playing in tier 2 and competing. It's fun. So yeah, pretty much just keep playing and having fun, and all my teammates are great, so it'd be nice to play with them if they stick around.
Okay, if Krim is watching this, you heard him. He wants to say.
That's going over to Krim right there. But now, as we're about to finish on out here, last word goes to you, Trevor. Anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to say to everybody still tuned in before we close out ACL for the season and probably your last competitive game of 2024, if I were to wager a guess?
Yeah. Shout out to my girlfriend. She's always watching me and supporting me. Shout out to all my teammates, especially, I mean, Array already knows, especially the other 3 guys that are fairly new to me and all younger. I mean, they're all pretty freaking good. I think they could all play LCS if they keep playing this end of next year. I think they're all good enough to make it to that level. And shout out my coach, shout out to org, and shout out to anybody that watches the games and enjoys seeing us play.
Well, yeah, man. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciated having you aboard. We're going to bring the analyst desk back in to send things off for the ACL fall season. Thank you very much, Trevor. We will let you go there as we swap on over. We've got everybody ready. There we go. Welcome back, Quacks. Welcome back, Sneezes. It's been a hell of a season here, guys. Quacks, thank you so much for holding it down over on the Salt Mine streams all season long, brother.
It was my pleasure.
Been a party.
Honestly,
And Sneezes. First of all, congratulations on unretirement. And second of all, thank you so much for joining us for these last couple weeks of playoffs.
Yeah, no problem. 50-50. I'm kind of in Trevor's boat with the schedule, right? We'll see when scrims start up, and if we can get some nice night blocks, guys. Let's do some night blocks to split everybody. Come on, you want to let's do some night blocks. I don't need this 3 p.m. scrim time.
Is that one of the quickest unretirements in tier 2?
It's up there.
Not as fast as Wixie.
That's true.
Couldn't help myself on that joke, but very, very good. Well, we'll see. Definite support for the night blocks here on the Aegis Champions League. But thank you to everybody at home who has tuned on in throughout the split. It's been a fantastic season. It's been the best split of ACL yet. We are looking forward to what ACL can look like in 2025. But for myself, from Sneezes and Quacks on the desk, from TDS on the cast with me, and from Caddy and Chippy on production, it's been great hanging out with all of you this season. And we will see you guys next year. Enjoy your holidays. Enjoy your New Year's.